the biggest tournaments, they are still playing. You relaxed a little bit, sitting in your chair, backseat gamer Todd, but
What the hell? How dare you?
Just joking, of course. Lin vs. Remind, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a great matchup between two OGs of the game. It does feel like Lin's going to be massively favored. Like even Remind was saying himself, he's not very confident, even though he beat him last time for the first time in forever. Remind won the first series. It was a 3-2. He credited his victory to him being able to surprise Lin, which he thinks is going to be much harder to do this time around. So I wonder what he's going to show up to the match with and how ready Lin is for it as well.
It's gonna be a different Orc versus Night Elf for sure. From these 8 players we have here, 6 are in the top 10 of the worldwide ELO ranking. That's just nuts! And of course, it is all about the road to Stockholm. Some things are definitely decided. For example, Moon 1-0, Focus and Colorful qualified already. So they can receive a loss. It's not that hard for them, but behind them, the ranks 5 to, I guess, 11 are heavily contested. Lin hasn't scored a day. Lawliot has a lot of pressure on him. So does Remind. So does Chemico. And tomorrow, when we go into the lower bracket, the pressure is on Fly, Sock, and Soin. Who do you think has the best odds here, Remo?
Just judging from the names, I would have gone with Sock. I think if he has a good day, he can still absolutely do pretty much anything. But the problem is he's in the group of death. He's with 1-0 and Lawliot. I'm really not convinced by Fly. I feel like he left much on the table there on the first day. But I still have to go with him. I think he can still bounce back, beat Mikael there in the lower bracket, and then move on to beat likely Fortitude. Soin is also a good player, but let's not forget, Soin's opponent is going to be Chimico or Moon. So it would seem to me that Fly has the best chances to make it out of the group.
Yeah, to me, this is the question as well. Chemico or Soin in Group A, probably. Or, like, if Moon drops down, then it's gonna be real rough for Soin. Caleris would be so sad if he's the host for the Stockholm event. If Soin doesn't make it, he's craving for Soin's recipe for his beautiful hair for almost a year now. Maybe we can hook them up though. Group B with 1-0 and Lawliot. Will Lawliot crumble under the pressure of needing these points, of needing the top 8 for the main event of the year? Or will he show up in shape? He said he wasn't in the best condition yesterday. Hopefully had a good night of sleep. And can Sock bounce back from the lower bracket, as you guys said? Not the craziest Sock, not the winter Sock of 2020 when he pretty much dominated this region and the season and took the championship. It is a year ago, man. Time flies by. Remo's favorite here is Fly. He definitely has a shot. Mikael and Fortitude in his way most likely. And also in a possible Orc Mirror versus Focus. He should be really good if he brings his A game. And then Group D with Lin, Remind, and the 2 underdogs in the lower bracket, Alice and Colorful.
Yeah, and I guess Remind is also gonna be part of the race. Now, Remind could win today and already punch, well, not punch the ticket, but make things a lot better for him. Although the expected result is for Lin to win if we do pick a favorite here. And remember, Remind is also in the thick of things. He's at 250 points. He's right at that cutoff mark. So he also would have to prove himself again. Yesterday, I feel like that was one of the most impressive performances. It wasn't the flashiest of games necessarily. It was a lot of bare mirror, something that we see all the time, and it's pretty predictable. But the way he played it, the execution that he displayed, really something to take note of. Once again, Remind proving how good he is in Night of Mirror and daring something that only few do, which is go into a a straight up bare mirror against Colorful. No shenanigans, no nonsense. We didn't even see a single Doom drop with the Bears, right? No Potom, no AP push, no expansion, nothing. Just normal, straight up play, rely on your fundamentals. And he beat him. That's something that almost nobody is capable of doing. Normally, Colorful always wins these bare mirrors against Lawliot, Moon, Foggy, doesn't matter, but Remind, he's back. And if he should drop to the lower bracket, he has a really good chance here to make it through once again. Fortunately for Colorful, he doesn't need the points, but Remind will.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool in the interview how Remind mentioned that he has great killer instinct. Like if he gets just a little bit ahead, that reminded me of StarCraft 2. Like, you know, sometimes you have Protoss, And there's barely a supply lead for one of the players. Remember, they can't see that precisely during the game, and they just attack and win. And that was very similar to that. It's like one more bear, like one more unit. He's just like, it's go time. I'm just gonna end this.
Yeah, he had some cool defensive strategies as well. When Colorful wanted to go for the Zeppelin Doom drop, he scouted that perfectly, shut it down. So not only does he know how to end games quick, he also knows what could end the game quick for him and takes precautions. But we'll see if that's the case against Lin as well. It's going to be a very, very different beast. We have, of course, also money on the line. $10,000 here in the Asian circuit, just as for Europe. 2,400 for the winner, and then it halves for the runner-up. But if you win a best of 3 in the earlier stages, it's always $200. Everybody starts at 200, then 400, then 600, then 800. It's pretty simple. One best of 3 for $200. Quite a bit.
Absolutely. And a bit of prestige also that goes with it. And these EPT points, of course, that's the most important thing. The global finals in Stockholm next month at the end of the month. Everyone wants to get there. And yeah, the race is on. I'm really curious to see who's gonna be looking good today. The good news is, even if you lose, there's still gonna be a chance. We don't quite have the elimination matches yet. Those will start tomorrow.
We have them on the weekend, of course. We also have 2 European quarterfinals, Happy versus Johnny Cage. This is probably the most hyped match of the entire winter season, to me at least.
Well, on one hand it is, but at the same time, it's a happy match. Like, you know that sometimes you get a little too hyped, and then he's like very quick to punish you with another 3-0 or like 3-1 with some very one-sided games. So I hope that we see, regardless of the result, we see a 5-mapper and some really long games, some epic games with a lot of back and forth action, because as we know, Happy is capable of shutting out anyone in the world.
And if Johnny wins, we cannot only celebrate a newcomer finally conquering the Emperor, but also that would be a guarantee that Todd will get to wear the Jester costume.
Did you prepare for that already? And there's good chances Happy has 2 humans in his way.
Yeah, like, I think, well, if Johnny Cage wins today, I'm going to the store tomorrow before the show, I guess, and buying it.
And I can't wait. If that is not extra motivation for Johnny and Hawk, I don't know what is.
I don't think they know.
Oh, I will make double sure they know. I will make very, very sure. The year-end finals, of course, save the date, everybody. November 25 to November 28. This is when we give out $130,000. The best 16 players in the world will gather in Stockholm and finally have land conditions again for the first time since DreamHack Anaheim 1.5 years ago. Even longer than that. We take a little break. This is the Coinbase pre-show. Thank you very much. You know everything about today's games, about the EPT situation, about the brackets, and now it's time for some action. We refill the coffee and then cast nothing else but Moon versus Chemico. Be right back. what a hype for match 1 of a day. Moon versus Chemico for nothing but the quarterfinals here at DreamHack Open Winter. The greatest of all time against the currently greatest human. We see both players here. They are ready. Moon, of course, rocking that Vision Strikers shirt in his basement. I guess he even got a little frame across his camera nowadays. Man, the production value of Moon.
Moon, unsurprisingly, the front runner here in our EPT points, 1,000 points precisely. That looks nice. That makes my OCD brain quite satisfied. So he doesn't have to be worried about getting to qualify. Chemico does. He is the highest point human in the rankings, but guess what? He's below the cutoff right now, in 9th position only. He's tied with Fly at exactly 240, so I guess he's 8th position, along with Fly. And that is kind of outrageous. Chemico is looking so good, especially over the last 2 to 3 months. He's been playing amazingly. He's been winning some tournaments, TED Cups 5, I believe it was. And yeah, he's looking absolutely incredible. Not having him at the global finals would be quite a shame, and especially for the human players out there, would be very disappointing. He's got a lot of human hopes resting on his shoulders.
It is about consistency, of course. If it is a year-long circuit, you can't really dip too much. You can't have an off-season, and this is exactly what Chemico had in summer, right? His start to the tournament circuit wasn't that great. He was eliminated first round back then in summer. Made up for that by a quarterfinal performance in fall, and he was grinding the EPT Cups, man. Almost most of his points are coming from these weekly tournaments on Monday. He did really, really well there, and that's why he's still in the race for the $130,000 championship. The head-to-head statistics are speaking in favor of Moon, 73%. But I was...
We need to go into game quickly. There's stuff happening.
Okay. We go as fast as we can. Head-to-head statistics in favor of Moon, of course, but that doesn't say much if Chemico comes in prepared, and he will. So, boys, have fun.
What Tor was mentioning on our first map, Echo Isles, is really crucial here. If you go for the Ancient of War at the Mer camp at the beginning, it can be cancelled with a fast militia. That's exactly what's happening. Chemico sends over the peasant, and there's no way to prevent this. At least he's trying to block the peasant, force a kill there, Ancient of War taken out. We have seen a lot of Demon Hunter recently on this map. But it's a keeper this time. Chemico has liked MK Fast Expo quite a bit on Echo Isles recently, but here now it's Archmage against Keeper. Pretty straightforward. Losing the Ancient of War, of course, hurts, but you can remake it. How much of a delay is that? Maybe like 40 seconds? That's of course relevant.
It's only a keeper because he lost the Ancient of War, or didn't lose. He had to cancel, I guess. That's the correct term here. There is an epic mind game, by the way, behind those vetoes. Moon has been playing a lot of Warden on ladder. Like recently in one of his sessions, he 3-1'd Chemico with Warden. And Chemico has looked really strong against Warden like in some of his other games. And also, I think Lolite has looked really good when he used Warden, and he admitted that he practiced with Chemico. So Chemico has obviously been working on that matchup. And today, Chemico didn't veto Echo Isle, which is one of the best Warden maps in the entire map pool. So he's basically saying, okay, I know you're going to go for it. Moon was probably hoping he would spawn on the right-hand side where you have more space to make your Ancient of War near the Mercenary camp, but he got, unfortunately for him, the left-hand side. And look at how he adjusted. He still made the Ancient of War, and he was like, cancel it if you want. Then I'll just wait for a little bit, remake it, and I'll be totally fine in the game. So now we head into a game where it feels like it might be slightly better, personally, for Chemico, but we're in unusual territory because, like, all of the timings, the usual timings are already kind of thrown off.
Yeah, very cool to see at the beginning of the series, both players here going a bit off script, if you will. Chemico also with an interesting creep route. Took the tiny green camp first with only 2 militia, and then runs over to the natural. Keeper is coming in to harass, but he doesn't even have treants, so how much damage can he really do here? It feels like this Wisp needs to detonate and kill some water ellies. This keeper is in desperate need of some experience.
Will he get ensnared? Nope. Gets one of the water. A footman is getting caught on the left-hand side at the same time. Chemico moving in for the deny maybe if he needs to. trying to make sure there is an entangle, which Moon's delaying for some reason.
Oh, nice block. And the footy should be able to perhaps get away. Chimiko, of course, world famous for his blocks. Look at that one. So much damage on the keeper already. Down to less than 200. Gonna have to run back home, heal up from the Moonwells. And, you know, in the early game especially, it's really important that you're efficient. That you move around the map with a purpose. Either to be aggressive and to get stuff done, or to be creeping and level up quickly. What has Moon done so far? He killed one footy, and he got detonate on one water elemental. Didn't even creep the Merc camp yet. This would be a good window right now for Chimiko to go for the creep jack at the Merc camp if he expects it.
He's headed there. In typical Chimiko fashion, I think he's maybe the human that buys the most stuff of teleportation. And the great thing about this is that it gives him so much potential later to staff all over the place, maybe gets cancelled on lures. And also he takes that away from Moon. Because it's a very long cooldown for that to reload into the merchant here. So he can apply a ton of pressure now and really slow down Moon, who I think should be looking to play standard from there. You know, Panda second, expansion, Bears.
Interesting choice here now by Chimiko to be aggressive. With only 3 footies, he doesn't have that much to offer. Doesn't quite get the deny here. Chimiko normally really good at having footmen around for a possibility to do some damage, but rarely overcommits them. In multiple matchups we see this against Undead, against Orc, with Headhunters, and now here as well. It would be really easy for these footies to just suicide into the Keeper, which would not be good. The Mercenaries right now for the Night Elf, very strong, before there's Defend especially. And look at the Keeper all of a sudden. He had a really slow start, but he caught up nicely.
Yeah, this is super well done by Moon to start the tree here on the left-hand side, because he has his army nearby to protect it anyway. I'm so impressed at all the adaptation that we're seeing from like both players, considering in most normal games they both would have gotten ahead already. Now they just adapted to everything the opponent's throwing at them, and sometimes I watch these guys play and I'm like, they're just artists, you know. I feel like I'm watching Bob Ross paint a masterpiece when Moon plays.
A player's forces are
Yeah,
under attack.
it's really amazing how they can read the game and always make the right choice and never waste anything and always know the perfect thing to go for. That's why they are here and some of the strongest players in the world. Chimiko needs to catch up with creeping. Staffs over to the Merc camp on his side, wants to get level 3 here. I'm not sure if it's quite enough. He should get close though. He's also going to get a Shadow Priest, probably a Berserker, and it's going to be some valuable useful against this Keeper who just got level 3. Goes entangle instantly. Not a moment of hesitation.
Yeah, even if there is the Shadow Priest, it's only 2 Abolish usually that he's gonna have. So you can really like wear this down. Also, he's like very fragile. He's looking to score some entangles here. Always kind of like you have to worry if the opponent builds up to like 10 footmen and then attacks you. That's also can be quite scary. If he's gonna entangle, he might go for the Shadow Priest here. No, okay, he goes for a footman. Abolish
Second
is
hero,
fair.
by the way, for Moon. The choice is not Panda, as is oftentimes seen, but rather Demon Hunter. Interestingly, means he's not gonna have the AoE, of course, of the Panda, or maybe a Tinker. And the interplay between Demon and Blood Mage is really interesting. The Demon Hunter can turn out to be very weak against the Blood Mage if there's just Siphon over and over, and then you have no mana on the Demon anymore, and the Blood Mage can use his Flame Strike and so on. But if you wait for the Siphon mana and then tangle him right away, and then keep using Mana Burn, and use perhaps also Anti-Magic to break out of it, it can be a different story. Mass Repair. Chimiko splitting his forces. AM walking to the left-hand side, trying to cancel the expansion, and only the footies trying to defend at his own natural. Does he have to defend by now? He doesn't. Oh, but it's just finishing now.
Was that demon planning on creeping the expo alone with the trees? Gonna go for a mana burn here on the Shadow Priest. And that's in part due to him having Staff of Teleportation that he's doing this, because he didn't staff to the left side of the map, but that's his escape. If the Keeper tries to, you know, target the Archmage too much. And also he took away that staff from Moon. Moon surely would have bought it. Chimiko didn't.
And this is oftentimes quite difficult for the human this stage of the game. Yes, your expansion is standing. Yes, the Night Elf isn't mining off 2 bases yet, but the Night Elf has the tech advantage. He's got level 2 Entangle and Dryad. It's very good for pickoffs. So human has lost all map control but you still want to harass a bit. You still want to slow the opponent down, because your army simply isn't quite big enough yet. If you go into a creep game, you're gonna fall behind. And it's a Panda second by Chimiko, picking it into the Demon Hunter. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, I've seen him do that before. He's just very good at mana management. And there's always a chance you can add Blood Mage's thirds later on if you do end up going castle.
Exactly, that's you're right. That's something that Sok used to play on Tidehunters especially. But normally the smaller the map is, the less incentive there is to go tier 3, because there's just simply not many creeps in the late game to go for then. Very interesting.
Yeah, Blood Mage only needs to be level 1. Like, it's when he comes out, Siphon level 1 is like good enough. One of the better spells out there. So Chimiko actually, I think against Keeper usually would go double Priest, or like one Priest and Dispel, into double Sorceress, but he queued double Sorceress, then canceled, and now he's going double Priest. So he corrected a little bit. I don't think you need to be rushing the Sorceresses. He's trying to power level his Panda to 3, which Moon, for some reason, like, I kind of feel like he was supposed to be at 12 o'clock right now, getting that camp for himself.
Yeah, really good movement by Chimiko, finding this creep camp. Moon was looking for the creep jack. The Demon Hunter and the Dryad were at the green. Didn't find anything there. AM getting caught, but he's got the TP. He should be fine. And he also went to the Murlocs. Didn't find him there either, but the Demon Hunter got good experience. Almost 3 now, but the Panda got the big one in the north. Yeah, which usually the player without map control is not supposed to get. It wasn't quite a big mana potion, was a big healing. Of course, also nice. And the AM actually managed to staff away, not even having to use the TP.
And now those transfers can be, those items can be transferred to the Panda. The evasion, the ring of protection, gonna be quite amazing on him. Demon almost 3 with double claws of attack here. Is that level 3? Yeah, that's level 3 on the that's Footman if you can get it. Breath of Fire doesn't work on Dryads.
Yeah, that was a weird breath. At least did a bit to the demon, I guess, before you get fully burned. And that's, of course, the problem with the Panda. Going up against the Demon Hunter, once you're getting mana burn, not so effective anymore. Really curious to see how he's going to make this work. You can play with Invis there. Adept training on the Sorix, cast the Panda Invis over and over, and then use Breath out of Invis and try to stay away from the Demon Hunter. But it's very hard to do, probably.
You know, if there was no Keeper, back in my days, back in the old days, it was Demon Naga all the time. So what you would do is get a Naga yourself, and once she's 3, you just invis her, buy Staff of Telly, go for some Wisp, Fort Lightning, you kill like 3, and then you staff out. Rinse and repeat. You could even like do that on one side and do like Mortar Invis with Archmage on the other side. All that kind of fun stuff, you know?
Isn't it sick how they're perfectly playing around the power spikes that they have and all the creep camps that are relevant? Like, Moon just stole 2 creeps away from the green camp, but then he sees, well, now you got an army, now I gotta fall back. And he only loses 1 archer for it, but he also took away the Murlocs in the meantime. But Chimiko, he got the north. I feel like they're both playing so perfectly on the edge and know exactly how far to take it.
And
they haven't had the craziest fight so far, but I think it's really impressive.
They've had to adapt so many times already throughout this game. This Demon Hunter, what is this inventory?
It's pretty crazy, dude. He's gonna pick up an orb, of course, as well. He's gonna have double orb before too long. And
one of those rings is a +4, so he's got a lot of armor.
Yeah, I think you should keep those rings, man. He's really tanky. Give one of the claws to the keeper.
Bro, why you do this?
Sad shot.
Oh, he sold the +4. No. That's 1 armor. He's gonna have less. Moon got both scrolls here. This is a very big deal. Even though there is no Panda, you kind of need to have a lot of scrolls here because the value for an army on 80 supply. And that's the strong timing here that Chimiko's going to count on. He's going to send militia from the main base. He has 2 ivory towers. Moon needs a little bit more time here. He's only about to get his first fairy dragon.
There's a heavy commitment by Chimiko. He's throwing almost everything into the bucket. Can we call this an all-in, or is there some transition here also available for Chimiko if this doesn't work right now?
Well, they could just like trade and go low in supply, you know, back down to 50 for both of them, and then they would have to replenish, remake army, and then re-attack. But yeah, ideally, like the whole point of this timing is that you don't want Elf to get to 80 supply. Then it gets really scary, and that's a perfect timing. 78 supply to 70 right now, but some of those units are in production form and missing from that fight.
First heal scroll used right away. You mentioned it before. The heal scrolls here extremely relevant. Chimiko is kiting backwards. That means he's exposing the towers. A few Dryads split off, taking out the towers, and Chimiko's gonna TP out. Doesn't want to take this fight anymore, despite the supply lead that he had.
Ooh, the problem is that he TP'd in the main. And now he's almost kind of stuck. He was supposed to TP in the expo.
В смысле, я здесь все это время. Просто микрофон был выключен. Здорово.
He saved up his healing scroll on purpose because he wants to have it in the next fight. So he cannot tenderize the army. If you look at the Dryads, like
Где мои бабки?
The bears are missing hit points, and a lot of their mana got drained by breakers. I like this kind of play myself.
Крабс, где мои бабки?
It's a great way to use your 80 supply army without overcommitting to the fights. You just use a 350 gold pound bottle, which you can easily afford the next one because you're already on 80 and you're not really losing units. And sometimes you'll see this type of attack like 6 times in a row. Before the night elf is finally worn down, doesn't have any mana.
А я сижу каменчу.
Everything in a low, and then you attack and then.
Со всеми здороваюсь, общаюсь тут с чатом, рассказываю cool story. Оказывается, у меня микрофон был выключен. Еще экран был не развернут.
You might be doing a slow Yumiko crawl. Start tower somewhere, move forward, kite back. But now we have Moon with a big army. I think he did it first, yeah. Big army for Moon. 80 supply.
Как пошел разговор про бабки? Здорово. Где бабки-то?
Maybe is going tier 3 here an option, or would that just take too long?
Yeah, actually he might. He has the resources for it. I like that actually because I think Chimiko realized that he needs heal scrolls here. You need to have 2, 3, sometimes he even gets 4.
Чимика контроль магазина решил устроить. Вышки какие-то здесь поставил. Пандовые на визе. Но Моноберн все равно получает после дыхания. Не, канон Тавер очень долго делается. Мун, по-моему, далеко зашел. Очень далеко зашел. Сейчас все медведи будут под замедлением. Отличная позиция для Чимика. Здесь бы Чимика заливку, ну, Бризер бы взять Архимагу. В такой позиции. Демон Хантер там старается, нарезает с 3 когтями, с арбой. У Кипера есть арба, хорошее там дыхание от панды сверху, свиток читает Мун. Это такой, знаете, телепорт для перегруппировки. Нету денег, да, можно выключать микрофон, в принципе, смотреть просто.
Chimiko's already not doing that great on upgrades because he's 1-1 on breakers and +1 attack for mortars and rifles. And now we're gonna enter the phase where Moon is gonna completely take off on those upgrades. He's already 2-1, he's about to be 2-2.
Так, на отходе инвул, свиток. Отлично. Он контролит магазин. Уже не первый раз он тут перекупает все свитки. Апгрейды мы смотрим. Блин, вообще куча всего сделано. Я не знаю, как за этим всем следить. У Хума только посмотреть, сколько у него сделано всяких разных апгрейдов. И щиты, и стволы, и апгрейды на атаку для рифлов и для мили-юнитов, и для престов сделан апгрейд, для вертолетов, и контроль мэджик на спелбрейкеров, и для сорочек сделано, да, апгрейд для, на ману. Плюс для мортир сделаны апгрейды. И откуда-то ультравижн. У Чимика. А у Чимика, у Хумов разве есть апгрейд ультравижн?
And he goes for Drunken Haze level 2. Those bears are gonna miss a lot. If you can land the money haze breath there.
Переманил кого-то, я не знаю, кого он мог переманить. С ультравиженом. В общем, он с палбрекером переманил ультравижн. Немного наркомании в студии. Архимага переучить надо на Бриза. Ну, когда с этим, с Бладмэджем же переучивают Архимага, почему с Пандой не переучат? Да, Т3 надо. 80 лимита как раз, деньги есть на руках, можно пробовать. Я считаю прожимать Т3. Как бы у Муна нету панды, да, чтобы убить рабов зайти, поэтому можно Т3 прожимать, я считаю. Так, минус барак.
Yeah, I think he was busy worrying about his main base because there was a gigantic elf army knocking at his doorstep.
Oh, he's making a lot more farms, Todd. We're getting to really high supply across the map. What do we have for Moon? More upgrades. That makes sense. Sitting at 80. I'm looking for the Chimroos. Do we have them? Maybe. No. Chims are a big risk. If they get overpowered by gyros, you're gonna have a bad time. AM staff's back to the natural. That means he's not part of the army here in the north. Trying to get every advantage that he can. Doesn't want to commit in here to a fight yet.
Yeah, especially when you don't have a panda.
This treant would be level 4. Come on. Alright.
If you don't have a panda, it's scary to go for chimps against gyros. Moon's killing one of his own archers there. But yeah, now that there is castle, you can expect.
Да, что у Муна получше, да, ситуация там? 3 апгрейда на атаку, 2 апгрейда на защиту, 3 апгрейд, что-то на защиту доделается. Но мы видели, как Хуман реально такое пробивает все равно. Правда, пробивает с Т3 на Т3. Вот тут Т2 очень Мика. Ну вот делает Т3 как раз, да, у него наполовину готово. Появится... После Т3 картечь, Нерфайр. Вертолетов, да, правильно делает, подстраивает. Потому что дроздов много, фериков много стало. Вот Мун как раз до Т3 хочет, да, как я понимаю, убить Чимика. Постоянно на него нападает. Это разводы все равно начинается от Муна. И вот плохо, что здесь реально шахты больше нету. Так бы Мун давным-давно бы шахту поставил. Потому что в чистом поле, как бы, ну, он выигрывает, а на базе у Чаймика сражаться, наверное, не хочет, да? И в итоге пытается как-то разводить. То прибежит барак, убьет. То кипером прибежит рабочих подхарасить немного на экспанде. Скопилось так неплохо, 2,5. 2,5 у Муна на руках. Чимика 2 косаря. Просто Муну уже только из лимита выходить, я не знаю, только из лимита выходить. А Чимик сейчас делает Т3, он делает апгрейды. Да, сразу же просто заказ пошел, вы только посмотрите. Для коней апгрейд, для мортир. Апгрейд на атаку, иннерфайр. На пристав. Он может эти ресурсы нормально потратить. Не знаю, но из лимита надо выходить, наверное, в сотку просто. А вот кем, интересный вопрос. Медведями точно нет, может быть, гигантов здесь строить. Чтобы сбивать фокус, я не знаю. 5-й уровень кипер. Это МГ нужны реально, в сотку просто МГ выходим и все. Important bit of experience, your panda gets closer, level 4.5. And Moon might have to TP the second, because he's kind of caught in a terrible position for Moon. He had to get out. Ну, доделали все апгрейды, Мун уже отступает. На Чимика нужно давить. Чимик, кстати, вышел из лимита. 87. Пора, Мун.
early
Тебя
on what's
давить идут,
happening
ты не
here with
выходишь,
this, because
не строишь
there's
никого.
gonna be a strong timing headed his way very soon. He can use the wisp that are not mining anymore.
Не знаю,
on the
может
main
быть,
base
реально
to try
там
and mass disrupt the
дриад
army.
больше,
Looking for
либо
the
арчей,
marketplace.
я не знаю,
Most
здесь
people
надо
wouldn't
строить
even think of
с
this, but
рэком.
I think he was looking to see if there was something useful he could
5-й уровень
get.
Димка.
I don't think he saw much though.
Кипер бежит на мейн или на экспанд. Но он теряет свою базу, короче, отдает свою базу. И не только базу, здесь еще 2 мануэла. Зря он здесь сражается, он сейчас отдастся. Сейчас еще первые кони подойдут. Посмотрите на этих мишек. Там есть бутылек куб-панды, сейчас будет прожимать. До свидания. Нужно было отдавать базу. У него был запас космический, 2,5 или сколько там, 3000 денег. Зачем он сражается за эту базу, если видно, что он проиграет? Ему нужно было отдавать, выходить из лимита и идти перекапывать сюда мейн свой. ГГ. Тем более кипера не было.
I mean, leave it to him to come back and he's gonna get it, to be honest. Like, he'd be the one to be able to, but right now it's looking terrible. 50 supply against 86. And when you have mortars, the siege on that expansion is
Для чего копил ресурсы?
This game really was a masterclass, also a masterclass of patience, both players trying to retain as many resources as they could. There was pressure here on Chimiko to do something. Look at the natural. Only 1.3k left, so he didn't have much time left. But in the end, the lethal mistake was to be just a little bit too patient, a little bit too greedy, and Moon was overrun. Didn't see that attack coming, apparently. And Chimiko just kind of steamrolled over that. With how hard that game was this whole time so far, that fight was surprisingly easy.
Yeah, he caught like a bunch of the squishy part of the army as well. Like the fairy dragons, they died almost instantly.
Он слишком много потерял. Ну тут медведи сейчас толпятся все. Кони спелбрекеры танкуют. Мортиры все расстреливают, урона очень много. Падает мейн. Да.
We now have no more gyros left, but it doesn't matter anymore. The tree of eternity is gone, and this game will go.
Здесь бы помог только, не знаю, 6-й Демон Хантер, и то раньше. Сейчас уже не поможет 6-й Демон Хантер никак. Если бы чуть бы раньше, там, не знаю, 6-й Димка был бы.
Get out of my game TP, to be honest, because he killed the tree. He sees like all the bears are in the reds. I guess he didn't have a breath of fire. And now to add insult to injury, he's about to secure.
Купил 2 бутылки маны, нужно передать, наверное, панде.
After all this, Chimiko somehow still in high upkeep. He hardly lost anything. Really amazing.
Блин, такое хорошее начало было у Муна. Да, в принципе, и мидгейм, да, был преимуществом Мун. В чате ребята писали, что тут очевидно, Мунвин. Я говорю, не торопитесь, сейчас все будет. Карта не эльфийская. Чем больше шахт на карте, тем лучше для эльфа.
He's repositioning in the fight is what really I think sets him apart from most players. The breaker gets caught in center of the map. I think at this point Moon's hoping that he gets demon level 6 and that he gets a miracle fight win, but I don't know about base racing without a temple here. Moon's about to be eliminated. All of his buildings are up there, and there is mortars with inner fire. 4 of them sieging his base.
Закончились, кстати, шахты.
He's gonna remake a tree, I think. He's sending wisps at the bottom.
Ухума. Сейчас будет размен, вот эти вот разводы здания на здание. Но Муна намного меньше. И тут мортиры моментально вообще сносят.
Obviously, Moon can't hope to win a fight anymore, so he has to go for the buildings. We have to take a look at the workers. Wisps and peasants will be sent down in different directions.
There.
Oh, got an invuln though.
There's a dispel.
Not really any trouble there. One priest shall fall, but there are...
Мун, устрой что-нибудь, Мун. Мун, строй что-нибудь. Где он здание построил? Ага, Мунвелл, снизу.
Looking to get an ultimate here, maybe. Both Night Elf heroes now are close. Gotta say though, even with an ultimate, I don't think he can actually take a fight. Last building, Todd, in the south. The Moonwell. At the last corner of Echo Isles.
Сейчас будет файт на центре. Полетел уже вертолет на разведку. А, нет, да, элементаль.
I mean, it would be risky to staff the Archmage down there to try and dive this, but yeah, he's gonna go there with this gigantic army. Army supply 54 for Moon, 60 for Chemico, so he actually... Moon finally able to spend a lot.
Кстати, ну шестой кипер может зарешать, почти шестой уровень у кипера.
He's gonna have to do a lot for him to have a chance. He's close to level 6s, to be honest. Can Moon do this? Oh, the bears all stacked up! Oh my god, did you see that combo?
Ну вот убить надо было коня. Элементали задиспарить, может быть, шестой левел получит как раз кипера, есть свиток, пора прожимать свиток. Сначала бы свиток прожал, потом бы транквилити. Разворачивайся, сражайся. Или Изи бьет. Не. Демон шестой уровень не получит здесь. Кому уже никого не теряет. Ну, если будет доконтроливать, конечно. Тут еще пары дыхания от панды. Демон Хантер на лоу хп стафают. ГГ.
Fire up that ultimate if he had the mana. GG is called. After a long slog, 30 minutes, Chimiko comes out on top in what was, I think, by far the highest level game so far we've had in DreamHack, AJ.
Oh man, what a gem of a game. When Moon plays human on Echo Isles. I don't want to start a map discussion about Echo Isles again, Remo, don't worry. But whenever Moon plays on Echo Isles, there's something special in the air. He created draws at GCS against Yumiko. His game against TH at WCG in Xi'an was the most epic game of probably the tournament. And yeah, it's just... That was masterclass here. I think Todd pointed it out yesterday already, foreshadowing what would happen here.
Все в пользу Муна. Все в пользу Муна. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-0.
The fatal fight for Moon at the bottom. I was not sure if he could get dominance in the air, but the way he moved the gyros and the hippos were overwhelmed was just...
Ладно, карта такая. Сделаем ставку на то, что эта карта такая.
How important timings are. Moon was banking for so long, and Chemico found that window and punished him hard for the greed. Next two maps are Tide Hunters and...
А чё там не перетерпеть-то сидеть на базе за вышками с мортирами? Чё там не перетерпеть-то? Дело в том, что реально тут нету дополнительных шахт. Мун бы давно бы поставил. Ну, Хуман, когда сидит вот так вот на базе, нужно просто ставить базу еще одну.
God damn.
Wait.
Да, надо было нападать, пока Т3 делалось, но он пытался экономику убивать. Кипером на экспанде, Демоном Хантером с медведями на мейне, сносил продакшн. 2К было, даже не 2, а 3К было в запасе. 3К было в запасе, вот в чем дело. Я не знаю, зачем он стал экспанд свой защищать. Но при этом у него было 3К на руках, он не вышел из лимита. И он начал защищаться почему-то на экспанде. Хотя было понятно, что он там просядет, и если, ну, посражается плохо, он проиграет. Зря. Нужно было экс подавать и вот эти вот 3000 реализовывать в лимит и уже сражаться. А В итоге он отдал 30 лимита, эти 30 лимита он восстановил за счет этих 3000 и как бы остался на том же месте. Рома, да, на эльфах, как я понял. По крайней мере, на V3 Champions... Ой, не на V3 Champions, на V3 Info стоит то, что он эльф. Вчера играл эльфами, я думаю, и сегодня будет. Фокус, конечно, посерьезнее соперник. Фокус получше играет против эльфов, чем Флай. Ну, нужен камбэк от Муна. Посмотрим, какие карты.
Back at DreamHack, back to the game 1 of the day. Chemico takes map 1 over Moon. It's now time for Moon to strike back. Otherwise, Chemico makes it to the round of 8 and gets some 90 extra points for the quarterfinals. Moon is ready and he needs to strike back now. The question is how?
How about spending your golds? I looked at the VOD again. Chemico broke into high upkeep when he had 2.2 thousand, which...
Не знаю, реально, может быть, Муну стоило гигантов просто выйти. Когда он скопил 3000 голды, нужно было просто гигантов клепать и все. Я думаю, это помогло бы. Как раз бы, да, гиганты бы держали его удар бы, а Демон Хантер с кипером бы нарезали.
I think that fight that he was taking was also a problem because he lost units, didn't really kill anything, and we just saw him shake his head a little bit. I think he understands that he was supposed to win that last game.
Yeah, doesn't look too happy if you ask me. Chemico looks focused, looks ready, a little bit of stretching prior to the game. We are about to move into map number 2. This should be Moon's pick. No, it's Chemico's pick actually. Echo Isles was Moon's pick if I'm informed correctly. But okay, let's see if we can make this a full series. Tidehunters it is.
Hopefully we will get a third map here because this was a lot of fun already.
Масс экспандов ждем от Муна.
Perfect game by both. Map number 1 ended with Moon being just...
Если, конечно, Муна не задавят здесь с каким-нибудь рефлопушем. На Т2. То будут какие-то размены, экспанды.
That kind of capital, he could go big on Coinbase.
Alright, let's see. Is it a keeper or a warden here? Should be a keeper, but Moon's been mixing a good amount of warden. It is a keeper. And yeah, it's just overkill. But the thing is, it was a misread, right? Because
не знаю, может быть, Мун вообще решит здесь душить на Т1 с протекторами, придет застроит. Возможно, такой исход.
In the next few minutes, it's going to take a while for him to get everything online. So he just kind of miscalculated that. And he thought he could get away with a little bit more grid. Ideally, the perfect time to break...
Кипер Хантрески, застройка.
Shortly after the opponents. But now he didn't realize that it was happening. He had no real way to scout it. And he just got off guard by the attack as well. Like, everything went wrong. He took a bad fight. Then he got engaged into on the left-hand side. His keeper wasn't there. The air died almost instantaneously. Because it was out of position. And again, he's playing without a panda. And trying to counter gyros. That's very hard.
Speaking of Panda, I love that pick by Chimiko. I feel like that's of course different strategies you can go for. Also,
надо еще на артефакты смотреть. Если Архимагу выпадают какие-нибудь артефакты на защиту, то можно попробовать застроить. Если выпадает на атаку, там Архимагу когти, терклетки, вот, колечко. Застройка хорошо заходит, когда нету урона у Архимага. Смотрим, будет Hunter's Call ставить или нет. Пока арчей добавляет. Hunter's Call нету. Но это уже не застройка, да, если он арчей добавляет. Ну, Муна везде диспы просто по карте.
That does make sense. And of course, at that point in the game, there was nothing left to creep on Echo anymore, being a very small map. On Tidehunters, it could be different.
Т2. Да, это экспанс сейчас будет.
Late game hero scenario. As by the way, we see the fast expansion by Chemico. This seems to be the normal opening. Orange into Expo, set that up quick, and Moon also.
Moon stack expand.
His own natural fast, and dude, the ring era.
Заказывают еще арчерку и Мануэл. Чуть на экспанд денег не оставил. Арчерку Мануэл заказал.
And he bought another clause. AM picks that up gladly. Only 125 gold.
Great value, actually.
Yeah.
It's all about that value, you know?
Oh! And he surrounds the keeper! Classic Chimiko play, sets up the trap. Footies from the side. Archmage chasing behind. And that is not only the TP gone, that is not a single peasant dying.
А где он экспанд поставил? Подождите, по миникарте. Чуть не вижу на зеленой точке, что ли? Но он играет не против андедов, против Хума. Против андедов так работает экспанд. Против Хума тебя за рифло пушит просто таким XX экспандом. Он очень долго будет ставиться, перекапываться. О, это ГГшечка, я считаю. Чемик должен просто с рифлами задавливать. Ставить кузницу, второй барак, Бладмейдж и приходить с рифлами и убивать.
Until Sok or someone else steps up massively again, Chimiko is number one.
Он сейчас разведает, увидит этот экспанд и будет играть в рифлоу. Тут Архимага еще плюс 2 когтя выпало. Забейте. Еще отмена сейчас будет экспанда.
Textbook Chimiko here gets the stuff every single time. To be honest, stuff of teleportation cooldown is just... It's very underrated, like it's so low.
Это провал.
It's so short to how good it is. Like throughout a game, you might end up getting to use it so many times.
У Чимика давно уже экспанд стоит, работает, все в порядке.
Absolutely. This cost a couple of footmen, but this also bought himself a lot of time. That expo delay is at least a minute. Probably more like 1.5, maybe 2 minutes. And every minute of mining is 600 gold, so that gets expensive real quick. Expansion, though, being remade in the north. That's a nice play. There's a lot of attention right now in the left right here.
Где второй барак и кузница? Чемика. Кузница пошла. Второй барак нужен еще для рифлов. Привет, Ринган.
That's your favorite item.
I think that's where some players will leave.
Да. Да. Еще и Демон Хантер вторым героем. Не, ну это вообще не отбивается.
Well, it's not like you don't have a point there. All right. Chimiko confirms the expansion. Doesn't have mana though. Doesn't have any footies here.
Он, кстати, второй барак не добавляет. Будет снова, видимо, строить и добавить арканку, а может быть даже 2 арканки. А может быть арканку и воркшоп. У Чимика вообще все хорошо, его вообще не харасили. Что, снова отменит?
That should be safe. If this expo falls, it smells like GG
Bro, there's
already.
2 claws and agility. I don't even know if it's a save. He has whisk to repair.
Архимаг, конечно, нарезает.
Okay, no. Come on, don't tell me this is.
Alright.
С 2 когтями.
Ooh, that was crucial to keep that one. Keep her chasing for more kills.
Да, Bloodmage, арканка. 2 арканки.
To find these kills early and in the late game, good for the Demon Hunter.
Where the sapper at, Remo? That's why you always open lab.
Ну все, копимся. И идем в атаку. Сейчас крепимся, копимся. Приходим на экспанд, убиваем.
Most honorable, imaginable. I play Cryptlord. That's a hero for gentlemen.
Special place in hell for you, man.
I mean, alright, I'm not gonna go there. Anyways, moving on. Demon
You're not
Hunter.
gonna go there just like.
Кстати, странно, что Рифлов не строит чимика.
We're still gonna make the same crazy intro as every show.
Excuse me. How can you blaspheme like this, Todd? Can't believe what I'm hearing right now. What's the second hero this time? It is Blood Mage, not Panda. He saw the demon early. He could adjust.
I like it better, to be honest. I think it's supposed to be a Blood Mage here a lot of the time. This time, Chimiko grabs the scroll early. Very nicely done here. With the Archmage, just runs into the merchants and buys the first one. So that's Moon that's going to be missing a scroll for a while.
Lumber for Chimiko also seems pretty low. He's only got 3 lumber peasants at the expo.
Чуть-чуть с деревом проблемы.
5 in the main.
У Чимика. С голдой все в порядке. Еще, наверное, закупится на центре, да? Свитки возьмет. Сорочки, рифлы. Присты, мортиры.
You see, you just gotta play better, like Chemico.
Yeah. Clean surround on those keepers headed my way coming up.
Gotta do a boot camp with Juan. He can teach you a thing or two about surrounds.
Yeah, but he has no Leora.
Keeper looking to get some more kills. Chimico isn't quite ready yet. He's spending all of his gold. He wants to get the big army right now. Not necessarily push, but just to be able to go out on the map and creep something. He's lagging behind in levels.
This is a good time for Moon potentially to fight here because we just broke up keep here as Chimico. So it doesn't have the critical mass where you can attack
Муна
into this
Т2,
anymore. So just looking to come
дрядки. Как после,
maybe
против такого отбиваться?
Because of the chaos that Moon has created, and there's no dispel yet. This rifleman taking so much damage here nearby. Chimico's struggling to hold against this. But Moon's tier 2.
Demon is dropping low, has that heal scroll. Nice value. Heal scroll also on the other side, so both using the big healing item, the big heal scroll here before the huge fight in the late game. Staff away, Demon should be fine. There might be a new heal scroll available. No, never mind. Half or 1 minute. And that's going to be crucial to try to get for both players. There's a lot of militia also needed, so now the lumber department really in the dumps for Chimico. He needs to make some
Все, 70 лимита. Идем давить. Закупаем свиток, нет? Что-то отошел. Я думал, он сейчас на центр пойдет. Закупится свитком. Там обсерваторию, к примеру, мог бы закрепить сейчас, а не зеленую точку.
That means he's gonna rely entirely on hit and run. Because
I think he knows that it's double sanctum, 1 barracks, 1 workshop, in which case against bears you're not supposed to make a lot of rifles. And rifles is the main thing that counters him. So I think he's just gonna go in and tangle the rifles, target manually the casters, and yeah, maybe he thought he didn't have the economy because his expo was just so delayed, but he's still not going tier 3.
Сейчас Муна реально сотрут.
Have enough gold now to go into that.
Порошок.
The cool thing, of course, is Blood Mage with Flame Strike does absolutely nothing against Dryads.
Yeah, and he found True Shot, to be honest. All of those Dryads, they have +2 attack thanks to this.
Moon with the risky play here. If this gets sniffed out somehow, if Chimico scouts this and he slaps down a second barracks, Moon will be in trouble. But nobody does this. Who the hell plays mass Dryads on 2 base? Nobody! And there's a window here for Moon to still be effective.
Man. Look at this.
Ultra vision advantage, right? We got nighttime.
Чаек, иди в атаку уже. Хорош, крепится.
We're gonna look for pickoffs here and there.
It's gonna be a long night.
Блин, Чими какую-то фигню делает, реально. Почему он Т3 переходит, не идет давить? Крипится, что-то бегает. Он мог прийти сейчас убить Муна. В итоге дает шансы Муну. Перейти в Т3, поставить еще экспанд, наверное, да, Мун?
Made a lot out of this mid game with the weird masked riot style. The problem is both now going tier 3 and both willing to after all go into the late game. And when you're moving into the late game with tons of dryads still left, that's not where you want to see yourself.
Yeah, I think Chimiko realized that there was just an absurd amount of dryads, and he's like, alright, like, this is gonna be the best frag shot of
МГ. Вот на этой карте, наверное. Хотя хрен его знает, МГ либо Медведи. Ну тут уже размены будут от Муна. Чимика затянул сам.
He's getting on top of the army again. He's catching Chimiko off guard, who was creeping the lab. Oh my god, Moon. How's this mass drive working? He's killing a lot.
I think Chimiko is not producing correctly though. I think he should be making way more rifles. Look at this barracks. It's been inactive for such a long time.
У меня фейспалм.
We have one rifle left only. Seeing so many dryads, it is very, very confusing. Why is Chimiko not making more rifles?
Oh my god, Moon is so sick to make this work.
Но это сразу видно, что не инфи, не тяж. Инфи тяж давно пришли бы, убили просто бы эльфа с таким началом. Ну, о чем я и говорил. Сейчас пойдут эти вот экспанды по карте. Размены, разводы. Зря, не зря. Чимика сдал позиции.
It's like Moon Meadows is gone. Welcome to Tide Moons. Or Moon Hunters.
Doesn't quite have the same ring.
Yeah, sounds kind of garbage.
Why is he not making rifles though? I am truly confused. He's got only a single rifleman. Of course he can't fight the dryads right now. If he had rifles, this... I feel like Chimiko is putting himself in too much of a box right now.
Как-то не знаю, играть стали вообще по-другому. Против эльфов. Раньше реально приходили вот так вот, ну, если начало такое плохое у эльфа. Просто Т2 на Т2 эльф не отбивается, при том, что эльфу отменили, ну, экспанды. Экспанд один раз отменили. Второй раз тоже почти отменили. Там очень поздний экспанд был у Муна. Он Т2 на Т2, как бы Хуман убивает эльфа.
Do you remember this early game, dude? The keeper got surrounded right away, got no peasant kills. And Moon, the way he fought his way back here, absolutely nuts.
Yeah, he slow expodes. I tell you what, that wouldn't have worked against me because I always overmake.
Сейчас Мун еще один экспанд поставит, да? Будет бегать, просто разводить. Тут бы панду бы на самом деле вместо демона Хантера. Не знаю, почему Димка.
Especially with True Shot, they're pretty damn good against a lot of casters, and breakers don't do a lot to them. And yeah, there just really wasn't enough rifles.
Блин, Чимика о нижнем экспанде не знает.
We are kind of circling around the drain here with this point, but yeah, he still only has one. And later on in the late game, normally they're also a good.
Хак больше бы вынес Муна, да? Тоже, да. У нас как-то, не знаю, так не тупят, короче. Тупят по микро, но по макро вот так вот не тупят игроки.
Moon is almost 5-5 against 3-3 right now. That's ridiculous. Yeah. He's getting a ton of upgrades. He's got 1-2. Going to bears, going to fairy dragons. There is a chance he could add a third hero as well. I mean, there's still some camps and there could be value in that, but...
Да не, какие химеры. Тут медведи, дриады будет разводить, как бы. Уже в экспанды пошел. Еще один экспанд можно Муну закладывать. 80 лимита сделал. Апгрейда, наверное, ему не стоит сейчас торопиться делать. Для разводов апгрейды не нужны. Мун выходит в красный лимит. МГ. А может быть, Мун уже и... может и посражаться, в принципе, против Чаемика.
How could I forget, you know?
Was it one of the best days of your life?
My therapist hears about it every week.
Alright, big army. Chimiko once again very rich. 1,000 gold. We got inner fire. This is the big human death ball army. And this is where Dryads have really fallen off. First flame strike doesn't connect too well. In fact, the knight is not appreciating the crispiness. But good position again by Chimiko. Look at the positioning. Yeah. Breakers in front, perfectly protecting the back. And he's... like, there's a lot of narrow chokes on tight hunters already. But this is the narrowest. Between the tavern. Between the tavern and trees, I should say. Absolutely amazing. More teams shelling away at the Dryads in the back. Demon Hunter almost level 5. One more kill, he's gonna get it.
Не зря Мун сражается-то.
Mountain Giant comes in from the back. That's level 5 Demon. Who's gonna TP out, though?
But the Dryads on the left are not gonna TP, though. Oh no, the Mortars. Okay, they get out. That was the most terrible position I've seen in a while here. Moon kind of struggling with the positioning in some of these fights. And also he has double expo running. You would think he'd just run around and try and threaten the town hall or bases, which, by the way, that expansion of Chimiko, look at the farm line in front of the town hall. He already thought of this before Moon even did.
Что, Мун будет отдавать экспанд? Собирается с него файтиться. Да, но тут уже не за что сражаться.
Didn't look like he had nature's blessing, but he actually did. That's what more teams and Flame Strike do to you. But Moon is still fairly rich and he still has that expansion.
Снова экспанд. Сразу же восстановит. Испок вернул.
Natural and Mane are somewhat soon running out for Chimiko.
Муну надо в разводы играть, по-моему. По-моему, Муну надо в разводы играть, потому что я видел не раз, как Мун выигрывает этими разводами.
Actually, this is dangerous because when you buy something like this, if the opponent's looking at the merchant, he'll realize like that an item just disappeared and was bought. Yeah. That's when he uses dust, and it was pretty bad for you.
Jamiko certainly seems to have a late word. High upkeep again, gentlemen. This human army, if it's so fully fleshed out with upgrades and a perfect army constellation,
Мортиру прикопай вышла.
But the anti-air against fairies is lacking.
During the last big fight in center, Moon actually broke upkeep into high upkeep, but then he lost so many units that he was brought back down to low upkeep now. And
ну, стапнуть МГ хотя бы, да, МГ стапает. 90 лимита у Чимика.
And again, he's trying to find the point of weakness. He's trying to snipe some economy, maybe snipe some buildings.
Ну вот начинается-то вот беготня. За Муном просто не успеешь.
Not having a second staff here on the demon does seem like a mistake.
Yeah, considering how the whole game has gone, can't really fault him too much. Bears are getting caught. There's one single staff charge here on the keeper, and I think yeah, this is the part where you were mentioning it. Like it's so expensive to have to defend and TP back. Chimiko is a gigantic army. He should be fighting here. Because worst case scenario is like, you know, he trades, he goes down to 80 supply, and then he's still mining more from the expo, which Moon is trying to shut down. Moon's forcing a base race.
Look at that more team hit squad though. Oh, the Dryads! Boink! Oh my god, the damage. That was like 1,500 damage in one hit. Not bad. And they can go for the Tree of Eternity right after. Moon is trying to trade as well as he can.
Taking all the bases.
И еще один экспанд от Муна.
It's just a full-on base race. He's gonna try and eliminate Chimiko, who hasn't sent out any peasants. So there's no peasants in the expo. It's just a few ones that he has in the main. I see 7 of them. Moon probably wishes he had a panda here, which would be so much better for this with Breath of Fire. But yeah, on the other side you have +2 attack mortar. I love this shredder. He's like trying to waltz out of there. Chimico's like, no.
I was a civilian. I wasn't even conscripted in the army, guys.
And also,
Moon's
not there, right?
Yeah. He had a mountain giant somewhere, but it might have gotten caught.
Yeah,
So his building damage really isn't that high. Chimico has 7 peasants left. That means he has 80 supply pure army. Tier 3 upgraded. Inner fire and everything. So
В итоге Мейн скоро закончится, да? Он, правда, лимит нечем побеждать Муну. Вот это вот 88 лимита, 5 мортир. С картечью иннерфайром.
And Demon getting closer to level 6 here, still killing some peasants. I wonder if Chimico's gonna TP at all. He finds a tree in the bottom left with a knight and water elemental, so he's not even gonna have to go there in person for this. Just sent his errand boy, the knight.
Chimico's back up to 80 supply. That's kind of good for him. He's only got 3 peasants though. Should probably kill 1 Sork, make 2 more peasants.
Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna be delighted about mining for full value on that 380 gold in the main gold mine, Remo. A penny saved is a penny earned, Remo. Have you ever heard that?
Listen, bro, it's better than 4 gold per sack. Let's strike. Oh, crispy with barbecue.
Да, это было хорошо.
Tree of Life got like how much? 4,000 gold out of that. 4,000 gold. Sneaky gold mine. Sick play, but not sick enough, it would seem.
Yeah. I mean, when you have Maltals in this kind of base race, it's just the dream scenario. It's like night and day, right? If you was playing a tier 2 composition with a lot of rifles, casters, and breakers and wouldn't have Maltals, then suddenly Moon would have been totally fine. What really surprised me, like obviously the mistake in game 1 to be overly greedy by Moon was
Да, мортиры очень жесткие. Поэтому панда нужна против мортир.
Very surprised that Chimico spent all of his gold just a moment ago. Bought another heal scroll and an invuln. That's not really items that he needs, because there's no fight happening.
Не, ну он по зданиям проиграет. Он сейчас по зданиям проиграет, добегается. Зданий нету. Зданий у Муна нету. Здания, последние 2 здания. Но деньги у него есть. Где-то построить сейчас. Ждем.
Damn! Who would have thought that? Clean 0-2, yep, smile on his face. That was a great series by Chimico. And what a great result this is for him as well. Quarterfinals guaranteed.
У него там 5 или 6 виспов по карте летают. Он ни одного здания не построил. Да, мог 15 минут назад выиграть. Еще на 10-й минуте мог уже выигрывать карту.
Going to Stockholm. Round of 8, this is it, but this is definitely not the limit for Chimico if he continues to play like this, Remo.
Yeah, I'm very impressed. I would have been really saddened if he didn't make the cutoff and would have had to go to the global finals without Chimico. Just look at his development the last half year and just look at the level of play he's bringing. Here, outplaying Moon in the late game, and I agree with Todd, Moon made a few mistakes here. Especially the keeper getting surrounded in the early game was a problem. Then a sick mid-game to bring the game back. And a wonderful sneaky expo. Great movement. But in the late game fights, Todd is right. That positioning didn't look good. Where were the big ferry explosions? Where was the big connection? Tidehunters, it's really hard to make that work. It's basically narrow everywhere. Which is why it's a good human map. Especially in the late game.
Yeah, and the fight in the middle, the 3 to 4 mortar teams were untouched for like a minute before Dryad Hit Squad came and threatened them a little bit. Not only couldn't he take them out, but they also didn't move 1 bit, so they had damage uptime the entire fight, and that wrecked him. Glad to have you back, Todd.
Yeah, I couldn't take this, you know, I saw like mass expos from Night Elf, I was like PTSD, and I had to go for a minute, even though Chimico, you know, he pulled through, he won that one. Great job by him. Little bit disappointing by Moon, I gotta say. It's unusual to see him make this kind of mistakes. You expect no less than perfection from him. And to be fair, there was a lot of good things in there. But yeah, you cannot be making those mistakes against Chemico currently. That's gonna cost you.
All right, then let's see if we can go for a winner interview immediately. If Chemico is ready, then we are ready.
First place finish, of course, also for Chemico. It's gonna mean he's gonna dodge the top seeds from the other groups. The thing is, the second place seeds are still gonna be sick with 1-0 Lawlight, Lin, Remind, Focus Fly, Fortitude in the race.
Yeah, and for the other groups, what a blessing that's gonna be if you win your group and then your opponent in the quarterfinal is Moon. Like,
Lin is probably thinking about it already. Like, not again. Not again, goddammit.
Какая третья 2-0? Это групповая стадия.
Ready, probably analyzing the replay last minute, and then we have Min by our side to translate, and of course Todd for the real questions. Okay, Todd, let's go.
Let's go. Champ.
Okay, joining.
고생하셨습니다.
There we go. With Chemico, who has a pretty big smile on his face. Yesterday, Chemico, you said you're not that confident against Moon, and today it's a 2-0. What's the reason for that? What were the key moments in the series?
예, 일단 승리 축하드리고요. 어제까지만 해도 되게 문 선수 상대로 좀 자신 없다고 말씀하셨는데 오늘 2대0으로 깨끗하게 이기셨는데 어떤 비결이 뭐였는지 좀 궁금하다고 하시네요.
일단 두 판 다 초반에 제가 생각한 그림대로 잘 그려졌고요. 첫 번째 판 같은 경우는 밀리샤로 월을 캔슬을 시켰고, 두 번째 판 같은 경우는 아이템도 좋게 나왔고, 그 초반에 키퍼 엠신궁을 잘 시켜가지고 무난하게 이길 수 있지 않았나 싶네요.
Both of two games went well as I expected, especially the first match. I could beat the Ancient of War with Militia, and the second game, I could get the keeper with only a stage, so that's why I could win the game, I guess.
That looked really good indeed. We heard from Lawlight yesterday that you were practicing with him a lot. Is that a reason you were able to defeat Moon today, or is that a different case?
네, 어제 로라 선수가 제 체미코 선수랑 연습을 많이 했다고 했어요. 그래서 뭐 그게 좀 승리에 좀 키포인트가 됐는지 아니면 좀 오늘은 좀 완전 다른 거였는지 궁금합니다.
당연히 도움이 많이 됐습니다. 예. Shout out to 로라이엇.
Yeah, of course it helped a lot.
All right, then I can tell you that Todd was really happy about your performance, and he has got some questions for you as well.
Yeah, great job, Chemico. I want to ask you about Echo Isle, because sometimes it's a map that gets vetoed by some humans, and I saw that Moon was playing a lot of Warden recently, including against you on W3 Champions, and you lost a bunch of those games. So were you just thinking that you're going to be ready for the Warden on Echo Isle all the way, and did you almost invite that to happen?
일단 에코아일에 대해서 좀 궁금하다고 하는데 뭐 에코아일이 비토가 많이 됐다고 하네요. 근데 이제 장지우 선수가 워든을 좀 최근에 많이 썼나 봐요, 그 맵에서. 그래서 이제 그것도 어느 정도 염두에 두고 게임을 하셨던 건지 아니면은 그거랑 상관없이 그냥 에코아일을 이렇게 준비해서 할 수 있었던 건지 궁금합니다.
예, 워든에 염두를 둘 수밖에 없어서 제가 생각해 보니까 휴먼이 오른쪽에 걸렸을 때 그 밀리샤를 맨 처음에 보내는 거 있잖아요. 그게 요즘 들어서 하는 게 더 맞는 것 같더라고요. 일단 예, 한번 시도만 되면은 굉장히 유리하게 이끌어 나갈 수 있기 때문에. 예.
Well, yes, I thought that maybe he could use Warden, but in the Echo Isle, when the human got the place on the red side of the Echo Isle map, then human can do the militia thing. So I thought it is worth to try. So I think it really worked well.
Yeah, and you got a panda after you saw that there was a demon hunter in the game on Echo Isle as well. So how do you choose to go panda? Do you think it's just the best all around here, or why a panda over a blood mage? Is it because you wanted to start creeping it immediately?
일단 데모헌터를 보고도 블레이드 메이지 대신에 이제 팬더를 선택한 거에 대해서 어떤 이유 때문에 그렇게 선택하셨는지 좀 궁금하다고 합니다.
그때 제가 아크메지 3렙을 먼저 찍고 좀 주도권을 잡은 상황이어서 데몬헌터 대 팬더 구도여도 저는 팬더가 더 좋다고 생각하거든요. 그 3렙을 바로 찍을 수만 있다면은. 그래가지고 팬더 3렙을 찍을 각이 나올 거라 생각해서 팬더를 선택했습니다.
Well, I got my AM level 3 first, so I thought I could have I have a key. So and also against the Demon Hunter, the Panda is better than Demon Hunter. I mean against the Demon Hunter when it gets to level 3 first. So I chose it.
And then it seems like you went for castle tech a little late. So how do you choose here when to go for castle tech exactly? Is it just when you have 80 supply and then you know that you're going to be saving a bunch of gold? Or is there some cases where you might not go for it at all?
네, 이 캐슬 타이밍에 대해서 물어보는 건데요. 뭐 이번에 좀 늦게 캐슬 타이밍을 잡았다고 하는데 뭐 그런 캐슬 타이밍에 대해서 특별한 뭐 타이밍이 있는지 뭐 돈을 많이 세이브했을 때 간다든지 뭐 그런 채미코 선수만의 타이밍이 있는지 좀 궁금하다고 합니다.
일단은 확실히 제가 캐슬을 늦게 누른 건 맞고요. 일단 캐슬을 누른 이유가 2티어 때 힐링 스크롤을 선점을 해가지고 엎어질 각이 보이면은 2티어에서 병력 뽑으면서 엎어지는 게 맞는데 그때 힐스를 선점을 다 계속 당한 상황이어서 2티어로는 이제 각이 안 보인다 싶어서 그냥 뒤늦게라도 3티어를 눌렀던 거예요.
Well, yes, you're right. I kind of late. My tier 3 was kind of bit late because I tried to end the game at tier 2 only when I have the healing scroll, but the moon had all the scrolls, so I thought maybe I cannot win with this moment, so I clicked castle late. So that's why my castle was kind of bit late.
And then on Tidehunters, you get a perfect start, you lose no peasants, and then Moon does something kind of crazy. He goes for mass dryads and really catches you off guard. So did you start getting worried when you were losing a lot of units to this timing with a lot of dryads? And how surprised were you by this strategy?
네, 이제 문 선수가 갑자기 드라이어드 헌터 드라이어드를 많이 뽑아서 이제 많이 채미코 선수의 병력을 잡았을 때 그때 얼마나 놀라셨는지 혹시나 뭐 걱정이 돼가지고 좀 이렇게 좀 흔들리진 않았는지 좀 궁금하다고 합니다.
많이 흔들렸는데 어쨌든 중간에 키퍼를 포탈을 태운 상황이 있었어요. 거기서 일단은 한숨 돌렸고 어떻게든 일단 캐슬 유닛으로 80만 채우자라는 생각으로 했던 것 같아요.
Yes, you're right. I was kind of confused, but I could made him click portal. So that's the one point. And the second point is I just tried to defend till my supply 80. So and I think it did work, and I could win the game, I guess.
Your first player qualified for the playoffs. Is there, I mean, you seem to be in great form. Is there one or two players that you would like to avoid? Or are you fine with meeting anyone in the playoffs?
뭐 지금 폼이 너무 좋아서 좀 어떤 선수를 만나도 괜찮을 것 같기는 한데 채미코 선수가 생각하시기에 좀 이렇게 피하고 싶은 선수가 있는지 아니면은 뭐 어떤 선수가 와도 상관없는지 말씀 좀 부탁드립니다.
웬만하면은 오크전은 피하고 싶네요.
Well, I do not kind of want to play with versus orc.
All right. Thank you so much. Good luck next weekend.
Thank you very much, Chamiko.
Yeah,
bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
What a great performer, what a great gamer, what a great human. 2-0 over Moon. That's something that not too many players can say about themselves. And that is the winner of Group A. Moon, of course, has another shot to reach the playoffs. He will be facing either Soin or Linguagua in the lower bracket final on Sunday. You know what? It's always good to have more Moon on this broadcast. But whoever faces him, He's gonna have a tough time. Moon versus Orc is almost unbeatable. I think both orcs here were rooting for Moon quite a bit.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough challenge. I wonder also what that Orc mirror is gonna look like. Soin and Lingwagwa both are known for sometimes weird strategies. At the moment in Orc mirror, it seems to be very hard to get away from Farsia Headhunter. But who knows? We have seen TC first before. We've seen lots of crazy things before. But the craziest thing would be if Moon doesn't make it through in second place.
Yeah, I would agree. And with that, Soin is gonna have a tough time qualifying for Stockholm. Group B is up next, and then we have the next banger of the day. 1-0 versus Lawlight with the lower bracket that consists of Sock and 15 Sway is the group of death. We will, of course, bring you all the games here at ESL_WC3 thanks to Coinbase and Norton360 for gamers. Check out our sponsors, our partners, because we throw you in a little break and then we're back with the second match of the day. One to Zero versus Lawlight is coming up, and we raised a couple of questions here. Was Moon versus Chimiko the best human versus night elf in the world? Now we can question, and I especially want to talk about this with Remo. Is 1-0 versus Lawlight the best undead versus night elf in the world, or is that Happy versus Foggy at the moment?
Oh, Tough choice to make. I would say you could definitely make a case for both of them. The question is, there's certainly not a question that all those 4 players you mentioned are the world elite, are at the very top of the scene. Very different stylistic though. Happy is more predictable, more like tier 3 timing focused. 120 will be more experimental with his strategies and will also expand more. Also on the Nihil side, it's different. Foggy, very much economically reliant with a very precise game plan, whereas Lawliad is much more one base, creeping, and micro-focused. I think this was the best showcase of the ESL Open Cup when he defeated Happy 3 weeks ago, or when that was. The way he microed those fights was amazing. He played Demon Hunter first, and he played just a straight-up normal game, and not just the targeting and kiting, but especially the positioning that he took ahead of fights. In my opinion, Lawliad is by far the best micro player in this matchup, Night versus Undead. Nobody else really is on his level, in my opinion. He doesn't quite perhaps excel so much in the 2-base kind of harassy style, but yeah, he is absolutely amazing. These two are former clanmates, and this, as we like to say, could be a grand final easily, and it's a great match.
Todd, we have the map picks and bans. We got Tight Hunters, Concealed, and Shallow Grave.
Yeah, these look interesting, but I play humans, so I have no idea what they actually mean, unfortunately. I do want to say, though, to your question, like, is this the best Undead against Elf? How about we watch the games and decide for ourselves after we've seen the action?
Well, Mr. Host of this broadcast. First of all, let's take a look at the standings once again to show the importance of this game. Chemico, you have to add 60 points to his score at the moment, 360, with that 5th place. Lawliad was above Chemico here. He needs points to make it to Stockholm, so the pressure is on him. He has this big goal of making it into the top 8 that would secure his spot to
Сейчас будет Coil Nova.
Tournament that we got at the end of November. With the win here, things are looking really good for him. Can he go all the way? Is that his match to secure the ticket, or will 120 ruin the party? We are about to go live with map number 1.
Coil Nova форкет, или как в последнее время берут Mana Shield на наге.
Start kicking off on Concealed Hill. We've seen this plenty times in the European Weekly Cup Grand Final, but this is a different matchup. These are different competitors. In the upper right hand side, in the red, is 120. That being the E in Team ELL. One of the L's next to Lin is one of the best Warden players in the history of this game. One of the best Night Elf players in the history of this game is Lawliad. And here we go. Keeper it is this time. No Demon Hunter, no Keeper, no shenanigans. Pretty much the norm, but the norm is shifting quite a bit recently, and that's especially due to 120. While Happy and Foggy were oftentimes going, like 6 weeks ago or something, were oftentimes going for the 100 supply units army compositions, 120 was rather push heavy when it comes to expenses.
Нет, кстати, Lawliad может играть и через Демона Хантера, и через Варденку. Против 120-го. На Concealed Killkeeper.
120, innovator of this matchup, gets the first blood.
Also responsible for playing the Naga. Happy would always go Tinker in the past or Dual Hero, but 120 has been playing with Naga. And yeah, Lawliad with Team Hunter. I'm kind of surprised not to see it here, honestly. It is the Keeper who's coming in with Harass at the beginning. The concern with playing Demon Hunter first is always that it's very weak early game, and the Undead can punish you by simply fast expanding. However, on this map, it's basically impossible to fast expand, so here...
Ой, гульку потеряет. Гульку потеряет, не успеет койл кинуть. Ой-ой-ой, там еще и Виз подлетает. И еще одну гулю потеряет в любом случае, потому что мана на койл нету. Окружить можно попробовать Кипера. Но на гуню разменял. В любом случае умирала. Но тут хорошо, скелетику вызвал, кипера окружил.
Yeah, this was especially impressive mechanically and also for his psychology good. As far as the true value for this game,
2 гури на телепорт. В принципе, неплохой размен.
Lost the TP, but also you have to consider what this cost for 1-0. He lost 2 ghouls and he lost a lot of mana. And the mana here matters a lot. The DK is not going to be regenerating from statues for a long time. Whereas the Keeper, of course, has Moonwells to make use of right away. Sip from them already, will sip again. He himself is low mana, but the Moonjuice region is going to be running for a long while as we see the expansion coming up. And there is, I don't believe, any window to get a cancel against that for 1-0.
Okay, he will rather rise up to tier 3 and then push.
Розетку отправил, 20-й, наверное, экспанд проверить. Сейчас, наверное, персоналочку прикупит, да, в магазине просветку берет.
And rise up to level 3. Well, we got the norm by 1-0, I would think. Tier 2 tech at 60%, no second crypt, no guards. So far, so standard.
Гарда не будет. Гард здесь не будет.
He's so close to 3. He needs 1 archer only for level 3. This would be huge. Can he get this archer? Lolai probably doesn't know how important that kill would be. He himself also very close to 3. This game indeed looking neck and neck so far.
На 3-й левел не хватило, 120-му, чуть-чуть совсем. Одного виспа. Сейчас, может быть, пойдет, виспа заберет. На базу, да, прям понятно, что он сейчас хочет сделать. Другого виспа койл кинул.
He doesn't want to use the coil.
That was sick.
Knowing that Lolite's micro is on point, he will probably morph that wisp into a building.
Там, если, ну, наверное, правильно то, что другого рифла койл кинул. Ой, другого виспа.
But there is a Nerubian up front, of course. The Keeper is going back, and that's an Acolyte kill right there. Delays the tech, costs a couple of resources. Yes, of course, Keeper is hurt. It's also level 3 for him. Another Entangle in the meantime.
Чё такой-то не вернулся? Сейчас Акалит еще один умрет. Да, он не успеет, видимо, подлечить сейчас Акалита. А, успевает, хорошо, засейвил.
Saves the Acolyte, can't start the tier 3, but there was a couple of seconds where 1-0 couldn't tech.
That was a split second.
Так и не нашел, да, 3-й левел ДК на базе Лолайта. Древо ветров, это воздух. Лолайт-то воздух играет. Ну, здесь нужно 120-му контроль включать свой. Койл новый, ну киньте сразу просто в варчерку-то.
We will get mass air, by the way. We see an engine of wind, so a lot of archers now, and then into hippos, and then into fairies. He played that against Happy on Northern Island.
Ну, сейчас можно было развернуться, койл новую еще одну кинуть. А в итоге моноберном полечу.
Lolite is running more and more away with this game.
Very nicely done. I think the problem here for 1-0 was he didn't get level 3 fast enough on the DK, and he didn't quite follow the Keeper well enough beyond that. Normally, if there's a creep like this happening, you really want to punish.
Блин, ну, кстати, 120-й бегал декой, да, не видел этого Антрасхола. Должен понимать, что там, скорее всего, воздух. Всех Антрасхол могут спрятать где угодно. Ему бы розетку сделать на базу к эльфу, увидеть древо ветров, чтобы не завтыкать сеткой. Ладно, бегает. Но выстрела не хватило. Но сейчас скелетиком уже видит, что это гипосы, что это воздух.
And forces another step of the lich. 1-0 has to be more defensive now. incredible performance by Lolite so far.
Ну тут, наверное, Dark Ranger'ку возьмет, потому что Нага будет отлетать ну, от воздуха. А может быть вообще третьего героя не будет добавлять. Но лучше, конечно, Дарку добавить здесь со стрелкой.
Keeper's making sure that 1-0 is not going for the red spot in the middle, so he moves over to the laboratory. We could of course operate with sappers, not that common, but might be in his playbook. Web is finished, destroyer upgrade is coming too. We don't have too many ghouls at all, right? It's like, okay, has 4 with this army, but that should be easy kills. Another red spot goes to the Night Elf.
There's of course multiple ways to play against this, and all-in push is one option. What Happy has been doing quite a bit against mass airs is trying to counter-expand. Slap down the skull and go for double towers. Once there's double towers.
Ой, хороший артефакт на центре, интеллект, ловкость для Демона Хантера, ловкость. Еще и слиперсы есть. Неужели экспанд? Неужели экспанд? Да, 6-й акалит. Экспанд будет ставить.
And level 2 for the Lich. Very, very important to have the Frost Armor against the Focus Fire. Replenishment Potion, the Demon Hunter is now level 3. Even more important than the Frost Armor. And he's mining from 2 bases, gathering a big army. Going into Fairies, has the supply for 70. And has to scout this expansion soon.
Could go for some Zeppelins, could go for some Sappers here at the lab. Lolite has not yet seen the expansion. Now 2 Fairies are going over.
Надо Spirit Tower делать, наверное, на мейне, да? Потому что такие залеты будут сейчас.
Confirm the stench that is the blight. Sees it now.
Проверка.
Does he have a window to cancel it? Perhaps not. Instead, he's dropping into the main base, looking to kill off some acolytes there.
That's one. There's not a single tower upgraded still. Only the one in the front against the Keeper as 2 kills. The ghouls go down as well. It feels like 1-0 is very much overwhelmed.
Good damage by Lolite and very non-committal. He didn't use much here, not even a TP, didn't lose any units, and he's not trying to brute force just 80 supply mass air, because if the undead gets to 70 supply fiends, there's no way you can beat that. You just get destroyed by piercing damage. So Lolite, what's he doing? He's going tier 3. And he's getting ready to...
Хрен знает, по-моему, этим экспандом 120-й сам себя загнал сейчас на базу. Нужно вышки ставить обязательно.
And just more and more mass and upgrades, I guess.
Как эльфы, например, против гард вышки клепают.
Should be coming, but his expo is up now too, so he has to rise up a big army. What did he get here?
Докрепливает карту Лолайт.
Not sure. Engine of War's in position for the next defense.
Центр можно докрепить, сбегать.
But Lolite is aware of that as well, and now that there's no
ну, вот ни одной вышки нету.
Units move in again. Super stressful game for the undead.
Лолайт тем временем переходит Т3, добавляет апгрейды. Единственное преимущество сейчас у 120-го, то что он в полтосе сидит, в отличие от Лолайта.
He really only needs fiends. He needs mass fiends with upgrades, and he would be looking great in a fight.
Oh yeah. Rhetoric falls. What is that? Scourge Bone Chimes can be, of course, very, very good for Hippo in an air fight for the Demon Hunter, but probably not what he was looking for. Ultra Vision coming, and an incredible upgrade during nighttime. More vision. Demon Hunter close to 4 against Coil Nova. Focus Fire. Always one of the biggest spells to have to keep the Demon Hunter alive. And yeah, we don't see lores, just more fairies, and the upgrades are queued already. This would be normal time for Lolite to go for a second Hunter Soul. We've seen that from him.
Марксменшип перестраивается, короче, делает для арчей апгрейды. Марксменшип спустит, да, будет гипосы против воздуха. И, наверное, Мишки. В итоге стандартный микс будет. Вау, хорошо зацевил. Дистра, 120-й. Что, мана закончилась?
But he's staying in surprisingly long, trying to take out as much as he can right now.
He has two more for second destroyer. The other one was
Слушайте, а неплохо тут разменивается 20-й.
Demon Hunter is diving deep. Undead heroes, no mana anymore. Fiends start to fall. Good mobility, of course, if units are out of the unholy aura. And the chase is better than the catch, but in this case, the catch is pretty good too. Fiend down, ghouls down. Supply is still even, but for how much longer?
This was sick by 1-0, man. He had way less supply, but just the confidence by him. He knows, alright, you just got mass air, I got fiends, and guess what? I also got great micro, plus the statues on the ground, despite the fact that the DK was super low mana right away. One heal scroll here helped a lot as well to heal up some fiends. And he's getting so damn many kills. And this is the big downside of mass air. They are just simply not very good against fiends.
Неплохо, неплохо. 20-й разменялся. А где лорницы? Лорницы-то будут, нет? Или реально продолжит просто воздух строить?
Was the rally point wrong, or did he hide them on purpose? Probably hit them so they don't get picked up one by one. And we have the second crypt that you were asking for.
Zeppelin getting caught. Also nice to get this one. That's gonna eliminate some of the annoying.
Да, это продолжает он просто ферика строить. Я думал, будет перестраиваться, добавит лорницы и наклепает мишек. Марксменшип, наверное, зря сделал, да? Потому что арчей не осталось.
If I want to be hyperbolic, I would say he's like trying to counter frostworms with footies. It's not quite that bad, but it's pretty bad.
Well, he had 1,000 gold bank until a moment ago. How did he spend all that? Double orb, of course. I was kind of sure we would see sappers here, but that's not the play.
Что-то пэт 120-го. Да, телепорт.
Instant TP, I guess.
Он тут ТП на ТП.
Could escape over the trees, but oh, lots of web immediately going into fairy dragons. They do a lot of damage, but has to TP out now. Yikes, can't even get this one fiend.
He didn't just mana flare the ones that were webbed, he just mana flared all of them.
Посмотрим этим героем Лолайта.
Doesn't quite stack mana flare. Imagine if 20 fairies do damage against the statue right away, that would be kind of crazy. No, it has an internal cooldown kind of thing, so can only trigger once. And the bottom is coming. That's gonna be another orb carrier. That's gonna be some good bonus damage.
Ну что, классный экспан все-таки поставил. Разменялся еще при этом хорошо, когда экспан ставил. Два сильных героя, 5-5-4.
They are pretty good. That's why most of the time you see the mass air with an alchemist for minus armor.
Да и апгрейды на финдах есть.
Gets a little easier. Mana burn. We have to have a lot of mana burns here. 5-4 heroes. Once again, we see dual undead heroes.
Давай, койл новый Demon Hunter нового есть. Туда же еще койл можно кинуть.
And we see a Demon Hunter suffering as so often as well. This is looking more and more dire. Yeah.
And look at those fairies going down. The mana flare doesn't even protect them too much. It still takes
нового Демона Хантера и койл. Нет, на развороте. Нет, нового Виспоп. А где ферики были? Ферики только сейчас подлетели. Ой, шикарный койл. Закопка тоже шикарная, просветки нету. Покупает просветку, светит.
Invoke potion is required. Some fiends going down, destroyers up in the air, also damage against the statues, but still so many fiends left on the field. No heals.
Хорошо, что 20-й здесь выигрывать должен. Опять разменивается в плюс 73 на 50. Демон Хантера мало хп, стаб, там у Двайла пустые, утро.
Yeah, try hero, try orb. That's the damage dealer basically. Fairy dragons all flutter, DK trapped in an entangle. Can't get out.
Телепорт. Я думал, сейчас на развороте как-то бутылку маны пропивает ДК, минус Демон Хантера, вот это вот все, но Разводит, заставляет все-таки 120-го отступить на телепорте. Кликни обсидианку. Потерял 7 лимита на отходе. Вроде телепортировался, и не все телепортировалось. Дестройер, тележка.
Kind of surprised he's not making more ghouls to just have more lumber for more upgrades, but I guess he feels 1-1 is good enough for now, as Lawlight is still just spamming mass ferries. And of course, at this stage of the game, it's easy to say, you know, bears would be better, but they would take probably too long to transition into.
5-5 от Деда.
Way bigger. Army value
4-4 альфа. 5 левел Демона Хантера получать негде, только если в сражении. Там дуэлы до сих пор пустые у Лолайта. Он покупал, конечно, искусственную ночь, но да, дуэлы пустые. Лолайт понимает, да, что хрен здесь отобьется, видимо, да, поэтому решил напасть на Мейн, на Калитов.
With 30 dragons, you're not going to get far against that. So understandably, Lawlight is going for the counter attack. Sapper coming in, trying to connect big against the Ziggurats. Gets only one of them.
Демона Хантера убивают. Став есть? Ну кого вы показываете?
From the defensive TP, so he's going to lose a bunch of ferries here once again. It's 3 going down at least.
And that's level 6. Is it Aura 3? Keep an eye. Didn't choose yet. Ah, there it is. Aura 3. No animate that shenanigans. Yeah, can't keep.
А вот и шестой демон. Ой, пятый демон, шестой ДК.
A lot of the acolytes, so economy at the moment better for Lawlight. Can he make something off of that? 600 gold only.
Но по лимитам что-то как-то совсем все плохо у Лолайта.
But they might be going to 1-2-0. Not that
жесть, там армия 120-го.
For the Korean.
10 финдов, 4 обсидианки, дестройер.
Lawlight very much aware that without the expansion he has absolutely no chance. At the moment maybe he has a 5% chance.
Опа, Койл отличный, Диспл отличный.
Oh, misclick on the mana flare. Whoops. Activated everywhere. Comes quickly out of it though once again. And we can see the piercing damage against the light armor just doing so much.
5 диспелит прикопку, но финда забирают.
One more fiend kill.
Оу, Демон Хантер, Койл Нова, минус Димка. Понимаю. Просто за секунду.
But they do have a big weakness, exploited nicely by 1-2-0.
Yeah, Lolite was doing a lot of things very well this game, but just that timing by 1-2-0, which I think was really smart, because that timing was, I'm gonna attack, and if you've massed and stayed on tier 2 and gotten upgrades, then you're gonna have too much, and I'm just gonna TP out, then get a lot of fiends and then just win the game. But if you went for tier 3, and then you won't have as many units perhaps as you should have, and this could be like a weak timing of yours before you have like a critical mass of air against the amount of fiends that I have right now. So he gets there, and 1-2-0 looks at his army and is like, you don't actually have that much. I can just fight and win. And he does just that. Lolite caught a little off guards. Surprised he didn't.
2-0, да, многие 2-0, 2-1 в пользу Муна. Конечно, Мун отлетел 2-0.
Great game by 1-2-0. I gotta say, I'm so impressed with this guys playing today so far. This is the highest level.
Здесь 120-го не верит. 2-1 в пользу Лолайта. Не думаю.
Now if this is Lolite's go-to strat or if he has new weapons in his pocket. It was pretty much only the one timing of 1-2-0 that kind of ruined his entire game plan. If his strategy is so fragile, do you want to really rely on it twice?
Yeah, that timing was cool, and I was surprised how well it worked. Like, when he attacked into the main, he had 4 fiends, I believe, maybe 5. But he was going up against like 15, 16 ferries. And he still was able to win that fight with great kiting, and maybe not the best target by Lawlight. And yeah, this was absolutely great timing to take the wind out of the sails for Lawlight. But even if he doesn't play that timing, if he plays defensive, he's still gonna have 70 supply fiends.
Когда 5-5 он деда, надо брейсеры каждому герою.
But just with that timing, it was even better.
По виталити покупать каждому герою, по брейсеру каждому герою. И тогда ты будешь знать, что герои не отлетят.
So yeah, I would expect something else. Either Dryad expansion,
Но
or
где
Mass
их
Archer
взять?
expansion, although that has become rather rare.
Who's gonna follow Chemico into the winner bracket, into the quarterfinals next Saturday? 1-0. He could be the first one to get a back-to-back championship here in fall and winter. He is in stellar shape. We all know that. Third place in the ELO ranking. But okay, Tidehunters is also 1-0's pick.
Yeah, 1-0 is the second best performer this year, by the way. This is worth mentioning with 47,000. That's a good chunk of change. He's just right behind Modus on 48,000. So literally $1,000 apart from one another here. And Lowlight has also done very decent. You know, he's in 5th place in that. He's had a bit of a slump around WGL time. Like, he's been up and down. But it really feels like he's peaking right now also
OnlyFan.
at this current time. Unfortunately, in that game 1, there was a couple mishaps that I think led to his demise. If he fixes all those little problems and little issues that he had, I think he might be able to do better and maybe get the win here. But 1-0 is getting really close to flawless himself with the execution.
Yeah, he's real scary again. Pretty much like he was in 2015 and 16. Can he make it a 2-0? Or is Lowlight striking back here on Tidehunters? Let's go. Spawning in the upper left with a 1-0 lead is 1-0.
А ты что, не OnlyFan?
Facing the lower bracket if he's not winning this map. Bottom.
Я же не говорил, что ты не женек.
This could be a Demon Hunter play by Lowlight if he wants. This is a good map for Demon. You can, even without Ancient of War, creep fairly reliably in the early game. That's what you want with a Demon Hunter. You want level 3 fast and boots. And then you're going to be really strong. If you do that, though, obviously you're playing passively, and the enemy can try to exploit that by fast expanding. That is the big difference on this map compared to the first one. On Tidehunters, you can expand very easily, whereas on Concealed Hill, it was impossible. Here, it is something that Lowlight has to keep in mind. It's a DK first against the Demon Hunter, and yeah, this opens the door wide to try to fast expand.
Okay then, let's see if we can do it. When Lowlight defeated Happy in this best of 3 ESL Cup, he had 3 very different strategies. So he has a full toolbox to be working with, but same goes for 1-0. Not stubborn at all in his strats. And of course, paired with great execution, that makes for great games.
1-0 sending out the Acolytes. I wonder if he's going to make that snap decision, because of course you have to make the decision very fast whether you want to play fast Expo. With Undead, you don't really want to creep level 3 first and then expand, because it takes much longer. The big strength of Undead on the right map is that you can instant expand. With the Sacrificial Skull, Narrow Tower, all that. And there we go, seize the demon. And now it's adjustment time.
Демон Хантер уже с когтями. Это экспанд, видимо, от 120-го. По крайней мере, землю взял. Но ТП не продал. И Акариту возвращает. Не оставил его на разведке.
But there is an Acolyte going through the middle. It was a Scout Acolyte. Doesn't need an extra one here, but also that one has been scouted. So both players should have a good idea where the opponent is going.
Демон Хантер, экспанд работает.
Right now, but it seems like he is going to try with the Expo. Demon Hunter running across. He's got good items. Ring and Claws, both are good.
Ну, то есть экспанд реально можно поставить против Димки. Гулю, переагрил, койл приходится тратить.
Especially on Tidehunters, look at this detonate. That was great experience. Mana burn kill on the Morgul as well. He finds himself again in a surround. The question is for how long. Breaks the Ziggurat, gets out, archers here, and more mana burn. That was good damage done so far.
Dimar trying to get more experience. Oh,
Хорош. Да, классно. Игулей подсейвил. Отвел. Хорош. Сейчас, правда, диспел, да, и Демон Хантер в итоге все равно выходит с окружения, а Калита, возможно, подрежет. Но скоро будет готов вот Зику Рад. Успел поставить. Успел бы еще бы, если поставить шахту. Цены бы не было этому Акариту.
This is definitely some momentum for Lawlight, who carries this into a tier 2 stage. His expansion should be rather safe, starts the Tree of Life immediately. DK has good health, of course, but no mana, no coil. Should rather focus on level 3, and he's starting this expansion now at the 4-minute 20 mark. This is gonna be a 6.5 minute tier 2. It's gonna be so late.
If I could find this cancel again, that would be amazing. There is a window still to do it. Is he gonna try to commit for it? 1-0 of course has to scout for enemy movement. He cannot afford to have this haunted canceled once.
Не, ну такого Демона Хантера с когтями и кольцом окружать вообще не хочется, но видимо, приходится. Так, просветочка есть. 20-го можно сейчас будет по арчам поработать. Там нерубка доделалась. Да-да-да, отлично. Отлично. Минус 1 арча, минус 2 арча, 100%. Гулей своих доконтроливает Демона Хантера. И 3-й левел. Что возьмет? Койл 2 возьмет. Койл 2 берет.
Denies the acolyte. He saved all the ghouls, kept us around, denies the acolyte.
Да, всех гулей засейвил.
Sick. God damn, is he in shape at the moment?
He's a pretty good gamer. He knows how to use mouse and keyboard really, really well.
Красавец 20-й.
Yeah, this was supposed to be more damage. This wasn't supposed to be backfiring this hard. And a lot of this, not everything, of course, but a lot of this comes down
Панду
to
увидел?
not getting the staff. Otherwise, the Demon Hunter can't just stab
Пора
one of his
Т2
archers
прожимать
or
как бы
one of the
120-му,
nearby.
конечно.
But if the DK
Но на Калитов
gets
сначала
that
восстановит.
item and is good
Идет
at surrounds,
пушить,
then
но там панда уже есть. Там панда
good luck,
уже
my
есть.
friend.
Наверное, против панды не стоило бы приходить сюда.
Looking for more of those surrounds. The ghouls now coming in aggressively. Could have also been not too bad to go Aura 2, but it's coil level 2, is I guess standard.
Я, кстати, ждал второй ауры от ДК.
Oh my
Не
God.
койл.
This is gonna be such a huge timing delay. Normally, when you're expanding more slowly, at least you have the better tech. You're gonna get map control with better tier 2 units. The Dryads
Минус гуля, минус гуля.
But if the lures are cancelled, all those timings are washed away. That ghoul is saved again. Are you goddamn serious? I think he lost one single ghoul so far this game.
As much as I love Lawlight as a friend, but
Хорошо контролит 20-й. Очень хорошо контролит.
He's almost saving every single unit and not even close. If Lawlight wants to get killed, he has to use wisps against skeletons. There's a ghoul here on what is it? 9 HP. There's a ghoul here on 24. There's 2 hurt ghouls in the middle. There's another one here. This is almost perfection.
Yeah, that was amazing. 6 rounds, amazing control. Maybe the expo timing could have been a bit earlier, but as far as just pure mechanics go, unbelievable plays by 1-2-0. Losing only 2 ghouls so far. That is ridiculous. While his tech is coming up now. Not the fastest of all techs, but especially with how he slowed down the
Виспов
Dryads.
подрезать. Виспа. Есть жмана на койл.
There's more corpses in the main. Gets rid of a wisp once more. Incredible. Ghouls are healing up, of course. Tier 2.
Зикурат надо ставить. 20-й делает Зик. На экспанде, видимо, да, заказывает. Подбежал еще арчерку, подрезал. И еще, наверное, арчерку подрежет. Хорош. Ну, айтемы мы смотрим. 2 когтя уже есть у Димки. Плюс кельтовасы выпали. Плюс 16 получается, да, урона. Плюс арба будет. Плюс 21 на Демона Хантере. Такому Демону Хантеру нужны брейсеры обязательно. Колечко вот есть, а брейсеров не хватает.
8 minutes 50. That's so late. The timings by 1-0 off the charts. Goes for an undead shredder.
Really? Alright. You still had like 6-7 ghouls, that's normally enough. But the good thing with
Ну,
that
скорее
is
всего,
you can
шреддер
start
берется не для
with
того,
all the moves to
чтобы
fight. I guess that
дерево
works out.
добывать, да, гулей, в принципе, достаточно для того, чтобы еще, наверное, закрепить побыстрее точку.
Understandable, of course, with a panda on the field that Gargs don't look too enticing.
Да и гулей на Т3, как сделает, там Френзи
Okay,
возьмет с собой,
Panda
а
will get level 3.
Шреддера
At
оставить.
least he's gonna get that. Demon Hunter has great damage with plus 20.
Воу, хороший
Okay,
койл.
scratch that. At least he's gonna get
Отличный
that.
койл.
Not in 1-0's house. Throws the coil from downtown.
Oh, this is one of those games, man. This is one of those games where you're just feeling yourself.
Такое чувство, что 120 на кросс-же каком-то.
1-0 must be feeling great. Double slaughter before the tier 3. That's kind of surprising. He doesn't just want to make like 4 wagons and kill Lawlight, does he?
It's possible, I guess. I mean, what else do you want to go for? Mass
For start with
statues?
statues. I heard they're pretty good units.
Well, he did play 6 statues in his first round match at the same time.
Так, брейсеры есть на маркетплейсе? Должен покупать, хотя денег нету ни хрена на маркетплейсе, на брейсера.
Meat wagons.
He is going
У Лолайта вообще денег ни на что
He can
нету.
pull all the ghouls now because he has a shredder. And once again, Lolite will not expect this push.
Блин, ну
at
там
all.
протектор. И панда третья.
Yikes.
Really
No, I
impressed.
thought he had time. He thought the undertech was of course slow because of the expo. But 1-0 just says, guess what?
А что-то как-то протектор-то падает.
We
It's a,
just go tier 2.
it's a not a, I don't want to say common thing, but he does it more than every other undead.
Вау,
Just when
Койл
you
Нова,
expect
Демон
tier
Хантер
3
отправляется на
and when you
базу, да,
expect you
снова
have more
Мунвелла
time because
прижимать.
the tier 3
Или Риджуве.
is so good and the orb is so
Или
important.
Риджуве. Скоро будет готово Т3, Медведи. Наверное, попытается 120-й, просто пока Т3 нету, снести сейчас базу. Передал бутылек маны. Ну да, тут Риджуве, блин, надо на пофиг, наверное, пробовать сносить базу.
When tier 3 is finished, for Lola is gonna be really strong with the orb.
На
but he
пофиг,
doesn't
на
have it
пофиг,
yet.
просто
He doesn't
берем и
have the
сносим
bears yet.
базу.
There we go.
Но он не убьет этого Демона Хантера, уже медведя готовы. Все надо сваливать. Свиток жми. Свиток, 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 120-й. Есть свиток. Иллюзии танкуют. Ой, пора сваливать. Делай ТП, делай ТП, сейчас лича потеряешь еще.
DK with the mana potion has to use it soon. Demon Hunter dropping low as well. Level 4 Demon, very strong. Gets the connection against the Fiends, and 1-0 lost a lot of army here. And the advantage may have slipped away. Was a cool play. By the way, tier 3 has been started now behind this.
Сколько же иллюзий у Лолайта, жесть. Две палки было.
The illusions, of course, amazing. Decay a little far away from the rest of the army. When is the Demon Hunter coming back? The Moonwell here in for the rescue, but mostly regenerating mana. Yikesy. Another Fiend goes down. TP forced. And Lawlight holds and is back in the game.
Не очень, да, был забег. Подготовился Лолайт, успел как раз таки у него доделался апгрейд. Но он сражался без арбы, единственное что. Наверное, с 20-му все-таки стоило на пофиг просто врываться, вбивать базу и телепортироваться. Тем более там подъехали мидвеганы. Свиток у него был, если что, да, там панда бы закинула пару дыхания, свиточек бы сразу, и реально можно было попробовать, наверное, снести экспан.
So this Demon Hunter is so sick. Plus 28, plus roar on top. Panda has 2 mana potions now. Love to see it. And the Lich is underleveled, like heavily underleveled. He needs level 3 to nuke the heroes ASAP. And what do you do with these meat wagons late game? I mean, you can go Disease Club, but they're also very fragile.
Yeah. If they got well positioned, they're very hard to reach. And
переживая за финдов, за эту кучу финдов, потому что панда раскачивается, сейчас уже будет 4-я.
Thing is, we still have lots of
Там 5-й левел получит, финды вообще будет отлетать. Поэтому нужны, не знаю, большие, наверное.
First armor upgrade also coming in. Lolai had to just mass pump, try to defend. He's got no upgrades at all yet. He needs to catch up there.
Upgrades for 1-0 coming. Burrow finished. Defense upgrade finished. Destroyer upgrade 50%. And then, of course, we don't have Roar. We don't have the redo that kept the Demon Hunter alive for such a long time. We got now Helm of Valor.
Третий апгрейд на атаку.
Will always be in focus fire, so having more damage in combo with more HP. Definitely.
Надо забежать на базу, арбу взять.
Dude, this Demon Hunter is plus 33 before Roar.
Yep.
Is he gonna be like plus 50?
Что, вперед?
There's gonna be some sick damage.
4 обсидианки, но это будет 2 дистра, скорее всего, да?
Maybe a little bit more. The Agi does count on top.
He needs an Invo Potion though. Like, there's no way he can't play this without an Invo Potion.
Bro, you can't drop damage for Invo Potion, come on!
Remo.
This is too good.
I guess he disagrees. Hands over the claw. He's still plus 28.
I want to see the roar. Where is it?
Армия серьезная. 78 лимита. Дестройеров 2 поднял. Иллюзий на деку. Да, дестров, конечно, медведи просто как картонные. 5-й уровень ДК, 4-й уровень Лич, Койл Вабома, на развороте, мана закончилась.
Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire again. Big DPS right there. No heal scroll on the side of the undead, but the bears are just getting completely destroyed.
DK.
No armor upgrades.
Ай-яй-яй-яй, ДК. Крест есть, все, вижу. Все нормально. И плюс есть бутылек у Лича здесь. Лич переживет. Лич переживет эту атаку.
Desperately trying to go for heroes, but that will not be good enough. TP transfer. Demon Hunter has to use that TP to get out. Saves the rest of the army, but the rest of the army.
Хороший размен. 72 на 50.
Oh my god, those bears. 3-1 fiends against 0 armor bears.
Дестройеры остались. Обомов убили. По-моему, 2 обома было.
Yeah, now they're suffering. Everything is suffering, basically. There was also no weaving in and out possible, so the undead heroes had a lot of mana to use during that fight. It's rough. It's real rough.
1-0 with a terrifying army right here. 78 supply, basically the perfect comp. Behind it, because why not?
Это, похоже, 2-0. Блин, там такие артефакты у Демона Хантера. Еще на красной точке сила ловкости выпала.
No Nature's Blessing couldn't afford it. Couple of more shots and then this tree is gone and then the winner bracket for Lawlight is gone too.
Медведь даже подойти не смог.
He's focusing on the lich very hard but doesn't burn the DK and then there's a coil. Good DK position for 1-0. Focus fire ends up on the A-bomb. Here's the mana burn finally. So A-bomb.
Лича может потерять, свитки поражать. Да, первый свиток прожимает. Есть еще один свиточек. Падает обом. У Лича проблемы. 5-й уровень Лич. Ну, Frost Armor, опять же. Сейчас на развороте можно убивать Демона Хантера либо Панду. Да, красава. Тут 2-0. Он даже сейчас моностилинг поражал в битве, чтобы Лича подлечить. Красава. Ему ровно хватило. И еще один экспанд. Экспанд у Лолайта падает, а с 20-го еще один экспанд встает.
But it's not too early. It's the win for 1-0. Decisive 2-0. And boy, his tier 2 didn't really work out too well, but it didn't matter at all.
2-0,
And what a
2-0.
series from 1-0. He's looking so incredible right now. I don't know if you can show it, but I made a tweet that perfectly encapsulates how I feel.
Что, с
about his
голосом заболел?
performance
Нет,
right
все в
now.
порядке.
It's a little strange on ladder. He wasn't doing so good recently, and then he's been inconsistent at times in certain tournaments. But it feels like nowadays in tournaments he's just on absolute fire, and he's looking like he could be the best player in the world right now. I know it's early in the tournament. I know he might crash and burn in the quarterfinals, but yeah, that's the one.
That's how you spend the time when we are casting, huh? Making memes?
It took me like 30 seconds.
Damn good content. The chat will probably not agree with you, but man, today he looked incredible. Absolutely incredible. Map 1 yesterday was a little off against Sock, but that's about it. The map 2 was great. Map 3 was great. Starting off great today. What a beast. And he finds himself in the quarterfinals now. Once again, third time in a row here at DreamHack. And like already a quarterfinal of 1-0 versus Moon is possible. That's insane.
Yeah, of course, the quarterfinal is gonna be amazing regardless. Jimiko 1-0, our first place finishes from Group A and B. And if Focus now follows in the next one, we're gonna have 3 out of 3 races so far. Nice in the top 8. But yeah, that was a sick play. Lawlight gets punched down to the lower bracket. I feel like the hero choice also there was off. Like, if you want to play Demon, shouldn't you play it on Concealed? And if you want to play Keeper, shouldn't you play it on Tidehunters? If you play Demon first, it's impossible to prevent that fast expansion. You just can't do it, especially when 1-0 pulls out these crazy plays.
Let's ask him what led to this performance. We have the winner interview after just a tiny little break, and then we have 2 more matches in Focus vs Fortitude and the derby of the 2 WCG winners from Korea in Lin versus Remind. Be right back.
Смотрите, Фокус последний раз, когда Романтик играл за эльфов, встречались они на ESL Open Cup, выиграл 2-1 Романтик. А Захумов уже проигрывает на Африке ТВ. Все недачи-то ушастые отлетают. Что Мун подкачал сегодня. 120 на каком-то кураже реально контролил сегодня. Очень круто. Что в первой игре. Что во второй против Лолайта. Как он гулей сейвил. Я думаю, сегодня будет 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 катки, но в итоге пока 2-0.
哎，你觉得那个太阳角会是你的 就是最爱的地图之一了吗？
第2张地图吗？
对的，PH。
这张图对于 UD 来说是挺好的吧？我觉得。好像可能6-4开。
I pretty like Thai Hunter actually. Like I feel like I have 60% chance for the undead. Yeah, so it's one of my good map, I think.
Okay, then tell us about the two maps. On Concealed, you had a pretty good early game where you got so many last hits. Was that a key to victory already, that the keeper didn't go level 2 after harassing you?
在第一张地图系列上面，那个你拿到了很多最后一集就是直接反补或补掉了小兵或者野外的怪物。那你觉得就这也直接导致了就是对面的 KOG 没有到达2级，你觉得这是胜利的关键吗？
我觉得这个倒，因为前期其实就是用金龙这个打法 ，CH 是
Ладно, переводчик-то переводит же, нормально.
对自己的小路不是很有信心吧，所以用了鸟。
我重复一下，我问你一下，因为你那边麦克风可能有点问题。你是说前期其实5-5开，然后你觉得他没有自信心用小路，所以用金龙跟那个鸟骑，对吧？
啊，对对对，然后 CH 地图不太适合。
OK， 了解。好，on CH actually the early game I would say only 50-50, but he played with fairy dragons and hippo riders. I think CH is not the good map for this strategy. I think he's not confident in his Dryad play, so I think that's the key I win.
All right then, we have more questions from Todd.
Lollet is known for his Warden play, so was there any concern from you that he might use that, or are you very confident in case he was to go for Warden?
就是你有，因为 Lollet 一直都是以 Warden 出名的暗夜选手，你有担心他会用 Warden 吗？还是觉得即使他用 Warden 也没什么问题？
是相比于 KOG 来说，因为 KOG 打 UD 是有一点优势的，前期很大概率能拿到优势，所以就没必要用 Warden 这个英雄，而且 Warden 后期也不是很厉害吧，所以我不是很担心 Warden。
I would say, actually KOG is very good in this matchup. The KOTG is always can get the advantage in the early game, so I don't think he will use Warden. But if he use Warden, I don't think Warden is very good in the late game in this matchup. So, yeah, that's my answer.
And then in game 2, once you see Demon Hunter, are you just thinking this is almost like an easy game for you? You just know exactly what to do, expand and do everything right, or do you still think it could be dangerous in certain scenarios?
在看到第2张地图上面，他用了 DH 首发。那你看到 DH 首发的时候，你当下是什么感觉？你会 会觉得这可能有点危险，还是说你觉得其实就是在你的预料之中，你就只要照着计划一步一步走就可以获得胜利呢？
其实 TH 这张图我有想过 Lollet 选手会用 DH， 因为他打 UD 我看过很多场，他是偏向于 DH 和 Warden，PUBG 用的很少，所以有 DH 有想到 DH， 然后我也是用了一个开矿的战术吧，打 DH 开矿会好一点。
Actually, this might. Okay, sorry. Let me do it again. On Time Hunter, actually, Lollet plays with Timber Hunters and Warden. So I watched many of his games. So it's one of my I have thinking about it. So I have think about the counter strategy. Like I play with the expansion, so I think this strategy is pretty good against Timber Hunter first.
You played in the grand finals of Pet Cup against your friend Colorful recently, and now you advance to the next round, but he's in the lower bracket match. Are you hoping he's gonna come through so you can have another match with him? And do you have any words of encouragement for him, maybe?
在最近的特斗杯，你和你的好朋友彩色来了一场对决。那现在彩色在就是败者组，你有想要他晋级上来，然后你们来一个再打一场吗？
最近打暗夜有点多，不是太想和暗夜打，希望能遇到令神吧。最近打兽族感觉 UD 又不是那么好打，所以想练习一下。
No, I don't want to meet him because I played so many NAF recently. Play against NAF so many times recently. So, but I hope to play against Lin because recently, like I feel like Andes is not good in playing against. Oh, I want to practice with him.
That matchup materializes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. 1-0. See you Saturday. Next Saturday.
好，恭喜你，谢谢你，下星期六见，拜拜。
Damn, that was a rough job for Wong here. Not only having to translate, but also guess what's coming through the connection from 1-0. It's lagging a little there, but better lag in the interview than lag on the battlefield, right? We got two more matches here for you, everybody. Focus versus Fortitude, Lin versus Remind 2 times, or versus Night Elf. But probably a very, very different style from both sides. We will start with Group C, of course. Focus versus Fortitude, the old LP Club battle. Be right back.
Easy катка. Да, не получилось пацанов застроить. Он красава. Соло выиграл.
Ты звал меня? Мой гнев на вас. Чего? Ты звал меня? А это мое терпение истощилось. Я готов мстить на еду. Я в уважении тьмы. Чего? тьмы. Я готов мстить. Мое терпение истощилось. Да, иду. Я готов мстить.
Где ты?
Да начнется битва.
Где ты? Куда Бист-то делся?
Наконец-то. Да начнется битва. Ты звал меня? Мое терпение истощилось. Я воплощение тьмы. Я воплощение тьмы.
Приказывай. Проси, да будет так. Слушаю. Я согласен. Я поклялся служить Нерзулу. Почувствуй зов могилы. Слушаю. По славу тьмы. Так предначертано
There we
судьбой.
go, Remo. We have a little bit of bro time here. Todd has better things to do, opening the door, you know, getting the mail in. Let's talk about Warcraft. Let's talk about Focus versus Volocek.
I mean, you don't never know what it is. Maybe it's the Christmas Carol singers coming out. You don't want to miss it. Yeah, we have the next match coming up, third one of the day. Focus, who has been looking really good so far in the groups, and beyond just the group stage here, right? Focus has been looking really good lately. Is all the way up at the kilo point right now. But he's very high up there. He's been looking very strong lately. Absolutely decimated Mikhail on the first day. That wasn't even close. Now going up against Fortitude in what some people might be surprised with, playing Night Elf. Fortitude has been playing a lot of Night Elf, off-racing against Birds specifically, will be doing that again today, and he's got pretty good at that recently. We saw him yesterday against Fly, where he looked really convincing. He looked really strong, and Fly pretty good.
Yeah, I was especially surprised on how he uses this early archer to disrupt the orc creeping, but of course it was also game tape for this handsome man for Focus. He might know that this is happening. He can react to it. He has that little advantage, and Fortitude needs some new tricks up his sleeve if he wants to be competitive here today.
Yeah, Focus is supposed to be an entirely different beast here in this matchup than what we saw from Fly. Fly once upon a time was the gold standard in Orc against Elf. It feels like he's fell off a little bit, you know, maybe with Infi and TH. When they stopped competing, maybe he lost a little bit of the fire as well, even though he's the one out of the three that is still competing and taking part in the DreamHack, and we're happy to see him there. But yeah, Focus, honestly, this guy, I feel like he will never get ever the respect that he deserves, because he's so consistent, he's so good, but he's not quite a championship caliber player, or at least not as much as some of those other guys out there, you know, like the Lins, the Moons, 120 and all of them. Fortitude, on the other hand, he's been a player that has shown a lot of promise. In the past, he was only human, and nowadays he's trying his hand at multi-racing, and it's fine that he's starting to pay off here with his Elf really coming together and playing stronger and stronger every tournament.
And you've seen him there, laying back in his chair, big breath. Might be a little bit of stress on him, a little bit of pressure. He needs a deep run in this tournament here, and he's the underdog in this matchup. Probably not a super favorable group for him. Focus, I absolutely adore his play versus Night Elf. He's one of the very, very, very few players that can threaten Moon in this matchup, who's otherwise the dominator, with a very own style, especially on Tide Hunters. Focus oftentimes plays Farseer, but Tide Hunters is out, as well as Autumn Leaves, Shadowgrave, and Last Refuge, so we once again see the beauty of Echo Isles as well as Concealed, and if we need it, Northern Isles as a decider. We have our gamers ready, we have our gamers on the map. Korea versus China were once playing for the same clan, not anymore though, or only Fortitude remaining for the Lao Pao Esports Club. But okay, enough with the talks, we got Focus versus 40. Alright Todd, are you ready for this match, or do you have to get some groceries, open the door one more time, talk to the mailman,
What? I'm ready, yeah.
Good to know, good to know. We got Focus upper right with a Blade Master opening. We got Fortitude with a Keeper opening. This is very standard.
Yeah, Focus is supposed to just play really solid here. It doesn't need to do anything fancy. You know exactly what you expect when you face Fortitude. It's gonna be Keeper, Archer, Hunts. Then he'll go back into Archers. He'll expand. And he was very good at getting a lot of army at the right time and hitting the right timings when he was playing against Fly earlier. And
Месть за Флаем.
he knew what to do, like whether it was early, mid, or late. Even though we didn't really get to see like some of that super late game Elf against Orc matchup.
Yeah, we have to mention this. Fortitude had to practice for 2 orcs in a row. First Fly, now Focus. Different play style, different execution especially. But in the end, it's a little bit of an advantage if you have the same matchup twice in a row. And Focus going for an item first, then heal up, and then probably early harass.
The transfer traps. One of them gonna snare, then the other one was trapped behind the enchant.
Флай вчера 2-0, по-моему, да, отлетел. Хорошие артефакты, в принципе, что с одной и с другой стороны. Цирклетка для Кипера, когти для Блейдмастера.
Absolutely not, but to each their own opinion.
Припел, магазин готов, продаем телепорт, закупаемся, хилимся. А может Бору отменить? Надо было Гранта оставить, наверное, с трендами разбираться, а Блейдом бегать за Кипером.
Welcome to the dark side. If you can't beat them, join them.
I don't think we should expect this from Focus, like ever.
Что за персоналка побежал? Видимо, романтик. Нет, магазин, думал, за персоналкой. Так, фокус. Что-то на маркетплейсе, может быть, купит. Вот какие тут артефакты интересны на маркетплейсе. Цирклеточка, найс.
That should be easy. I think 40 scouted for it a little bit. Didn't see Focus there. Was spending quite some time in Windwalk. So this is uncontested. In the meantime, 40 picks up the staff teleportation. We've seen the impact of that item throughout pretty much the entire tournament. Focus also starting off with grunts. Got pretty hurt. Oh, he sold the item. I didn't see what it was.
Значит, мимо пробежал, никто его не тронул, хилку не сбили. Айтем, видимо, продал какой-то. Тут застройка. Что? Еще одну цирклетку купил Фокус на магазине. 2 цирклетки, когти уже у Блейда. Что магазин, видимо, отдаст, да?
And he just does the same.
Магазин, видимо, отдаст. Ну, внутри отстроит. Сейчас закупится, возможно, еще. Арчерку, кстати, подрезать было, он все равно не смог, просветки нету.
I was about to say in the early game, like, we haven't seen too many distractive APs yet in this tournament, but here it is.
Yeah, I think didn't Fortitude skip those entirely in the series against Fly, so maybe that's like a bit of a mind game.
Взял такой на пофиг, пришел, воткнул протектор, отменил магазин, и орк пока ничего с этим сделать не может. Но у него стоит все, он ждет, магазин отстраивает, внутри доделал СТ2, второго героя Shadow Hunter, и Spirit Lodge, и Блейд в инвизе в итоге не дает прокопать протектор. Круто.
And he blocks again. AP is with that in burrow range. So smart.
Кипер сейчас потратил прикопку на Блейда. В итоге минус 1 прикопка, да? На Гранта не сможет делать. Выходит СХ, ставится, наверное, змейки, да? И это без проблем должно, наверное, отбиваться. Не потерять бы Борроу.
Otherwise he can't go for shaman. A little more attacks, a couple of more
attacks. Да, Борроу потеряет.
Oh my god. He didn't even start another one.
Ну, разменялся на протектор.
Is just flowing ahead here.
Focus was sure he could save this, but he can't. I know he's on 32 out of 31 supply.
Хекс, да.
He's also very, very broke. Like, if he piled up resources, he could go for the Adept upgrade, wait for the Burrow, and then go into Shaman production, have at least something going for him. But he's so broke, and that already worked way too well for Fortitude, who also arrived on tier 2. Getting more Oh no, the
Что, все равно застройка будет? Два виспа сюда подводят. Но бутылку надо купить, наверное, на магазине. Церкветки передать, подлечиться пока, а потом церкветки обратно поднять. Скаут, да, это застройка какая-то с центра карты. Проверяет рабочим, только что проверил. Фокус, не знаю, Вижена хватило или нет. Ночь, в принципе. Скорее всего, не увидел протектора.
Fragile little owls, indeed. Okay, more pressure with an alchemist now. Focus goes into the main basing. What the hell are you doing? What is up? Why is there no expansion? What's your plan B?
Экс.
Incredible.
А чё, врывайся, поржа у тебя есть. Текст сделал, надо врываться.
He needs to read into the fact that there is 2 APs that are gonna head his way soon, and he has no army, so that means no demolisher. And those APs are gonna be very dangerous.
Что Ката будет делать? Да, Ламбермил пошел. Катапульта нужна.
Love it. He's always had his very own mind. Also in playing human, when other guys were towering with 500 towers in their own bases, he was the one with the tier 1 tower push. When everybody said that tanks are absolutely useless and unplayable, he played a million of them. So yeah, he
lost almost every game with them.
And he made a top 3 WGL. That's not bad.
Опа, минус Ламбермил.
Oh my god, the Berserker.
И минус Борроу, да?
Almost died at the Merc camp here.
Whoops.
Нет, Борроу не отменит, конечно.
With the APs, he made a war mill. Fortitude moved in and killed that war mill, so there is still no access to demolishers. Now Nature's Blessing completed. Possession protectors, they're sprinting to get to position.
Прикопки. О, это какая-то минус Кипер сейчас будет, да. Блейд просто псих с такими артефактами. Вырезает Кипера очень быстро. Пошла замазочка.
Forgot to restart Keeper here for a little bit. That was a few seconds late on that. That's a lot of shamans. They're not the best at fighting protectors. There's the 3rd protector on the way here.
Would love to see a shop for Staff and Clarities.
Может быть, также, не знаю, ворваться. Как Блейда-то видит? Подождите, не пойму.
Another peon moving out to deal with the Sentinel. Blade Master at 50%. Of course, there's no entangle now. He can be a little more brave.
Yeah, those APs are really hard to get rid of here. He needs to be patient. Maybe wait for like 50 supply and then go. But with the war mill,
значит, 46 на 38. Только что было 35. Кипера здесь пока нету. Восстанавливается. Отдает алтарь. Фокус. Не проблема, я думаю, да? А Блейдом бы сбегать, бутылку реально себе купить. Сейчас попробовать, может быть, ворваться, пока Кипера нет. А, видит Блейдмастера, потому что сова с Хантеровски на дереве висит. Закупиться бутылками нужно Блейдмастеру. Ну, блин, Кипер вернулся уже.
As you said, and the shop will go down one more time. If Focus is not intercepting this, he is for now in the shadow of
снова в Кипера просто врывается.
The target is just the keeper. It's like, is it Groundhog Day? I just came back. Come on, man, cut me some slack.
Блейд нарезает соло. Не, 3-й левел, 2-й уровень. Шоу Хантер, появляется хил. Отлично, здесь разменивается. Ну, это первая за фокусом должна быть. Падает Грантед Протекторов. Следующий под руку попадает Алхимик. В итоге Старкрафт. Смотрим Старкрафт от Романтика.
right now.
The demo
And
is
that
out.
Demolisher is putting in work plus the burrow. I think he's gonna hold.
Тут ГГ. Тут ГГ. И катапульта уже выехала.
If that's the case for everyone.
Nope.
Okay. Not great.
You're stuck?
I think I am.
Do you want me to
Два
spray
героя
on
в
the
алтаре.
squad?
Please.
Контря здесь забирают. Протекторы отменяют. Катапульта есть. Орк должен аккуратненько здесь на самом деле сражаться. Грантов битых, наверное, отводить. И больше героями впитывать урон. Чтобы армию свою не растерять.
Connection to China, you know, sometimes a little wonky.
Can you see that?
Там, по-моему... Где они играют, интересно, NetEasy? Или нет?
Yes.
Если NetEasy, то у них должно быть, наверное, переподключение.
Booster, right?
Here we go. I think I will go for the clean feed. That might be even better.
Okay, I think if I turn on
Неужели
booster, it also
переигровка
looks pretty
будет?
good, but yeah, up to you.
Посмотрим.
Stressful.
We adapt and we overcome, just like these players, Neo. And yeah, focus held, and he's moving across the map for the tower rush right now, and I think he's in a really good
Нет,
spot.
там,
'Cause
там
keepers
пошло
only have one
сражение.
game.
Картинку нам не показывают, там вроде как звуки с игры есть.
Man. Sick game, unfortunate disconnect, but here we go again. I'll try to get a better feed for us in a second.
Слетел оверлей, к сожалению.
And yeah, I don't know how Fortitude is supposed to hold this. He has double scroll, but he doesn't really have the units for... Oh my
Ой,
god.
алхимик, алхимик!
Come close
Не,
enough.
телепортируется нормально, да.
I love how he was trying to get a second chance for focus. He's like, nope.
Ну, сейчас можно опять так же Кипера просто ворваться и все. Да, Кипер он вылез, сразу же на него пуржа, Хекс, да, Хекс минус Кипер снова.
He's gonna die before he can use any scroll, perhaps. Yes.
И теперь алхимика можно вырезать.
Man, how often did this keeper die in this game now? Incredible. Alchemist levels up, alright.
Минус алхимик, да? Пуржа,
But he's getting focused. Just
спиток скорости,
focus playing
нарезает
like
Хекс.
an undead here. Hero focus
Даже без
galore.
Хекс справляется.
Yeah, these hunts stand on their own
GG.
here. No StarCraft comeback with just pure units. And Focus wins map number 1.
Oh man! Echo Owl's
Европа 18, по-моему, да? 18 же.
This, but hero, like, how many heroes did he kill? Like 5 to 6?
Yeah, probably 5.
18:00. Happy Johnny X Lord dies.
Every time Moon does it, the AP push, it always works out.
Через 2,5 часа.
So much damage, and he either wins the game, or he expands across the map. It always looks so scary, but turns out it's a bit harder to do than one might think. Focus defended that pretty handedly, I would even say. Like, he lost one ghoul, one grunt, and one burrow, and that was it for a long time. I think he was always in a good position there. When the 1 mil got cancelled, was kind of scary. It seemed like Focus was playing with fire a bit, right? He had the peon across the map, didn't see an expansion forever. If he had played it safe, he could have just made a war mill on the way to tier 2, but didn't do that, so it got a bit scary. But he still holds and takes the 1-0. He is the favorite in this match, and we're kind of expecting him to take first place.
And what we didn't expect was this hero focus, that tower push, seemingly coming out of nowhere.
I like the idea, it's just maybe the execution was... Honestly, overall, I thought it was pretty good. There was probably just a few mistakes in there that unfortunately prevented him from getting the win. Focus stayed patient under pressure here. He showed true grit in the heat of the action.
If that's a Western reference, I appreciate that. That was a great film. Yeah, when Moon played this, oftentimes he's a lot less committal. He makes 1 AP, and then that creates a ton of space, and he expands on his side, and then he's gonna have the 2 base income soon after. But making 2 APs, 3 APs, of course, you're super all in. And once just a single Demolisher is out, that's so much siege damage against these APs. Demolisher is not the best unit in the game. We see him pretty rarely, but against APs certainly work wonders. That Blade Master also, his inventory, so value, right? He found the claws or circlet at the first camp. I think he found the claws, bought the circlet at the marketplace, ran south, bought another circlet, so invested a lot of time, but those items on the blade being super value, as so often.
Alright, I'm back on the server. And we can go for map 2, fingers crossed. Focus breaking a sweat quite a bit, but in the end prevailing once more. So he could follow Chemico and he could follow 120.
Хоги вчера отыграл.
If things go the way they're supposed to be. Fortitude now with a concealed hill pick.
That's a pretty balanced map, all things considered. If we go into the super late game,
Ой, тут у меня еще и жук есть.
huge armies, Orc will be favored with the fountains, which are so good for them. But oftentimes it's about the early game. With Keeper and Night Elf, you always try to get ahead. You try to get some kills early, expand early, get the big army, and overwhelm. That's exactly what happened against Fly. That's exactly how he was able to win against Fly. So for focus here, it's going to be extremely important to play safe and not fall behind early. And this could also be a map for Farseer.
Wouldn't mind to see that, you know. I'm a big fan of that. But knowing focus, this is rather a Blade Master, and I wouldn't be too surprised if he has already adopted to Lin's new playstyle with the mirror image. Let's go. Focus has match points. He starts in the bottom left-hand side. I don't see a war mill. I don't see a skip barracks. So I'm kind of sure this is going to be Blade Master again.
Yeah, it should be. Focus, it just looks like he's maybe the one level or two above Fortitude, I would say, in this matchup. He just has to make sure he doesn't get tricked somewhere along the way. That kind of almost happened last game, like that first AP. Losing the burrow, it looked a little dicey for a second, but he recovered really well, and then he knew exactly what he had to do from there. So just scout a lot, just like he was doing. He had a peon across the map, scouting everywhere for a tree, checking the main base, and that's really what kind of saved him as well.
Blade Master confirmed. I will not see the beautiful Farseer play by Focus versus Orc, versus Night Elf. Shame! But yeah, understandably so. It's such a big map. You want to cover so many spots at the same time. But yeah, does he have to look out for these trees of life in this matchup against Fortitude? Or should he rather scout close to his base for yet another tower push?
Well, you can do both. That's the beauty of it. Right near your base. Sometimes with Grunt in the first place, but then when Keeper could be around and start entangling them, you'll check more with Peon. And across the map, you want to keep that Peon alive, which makes me curious whether Fortitude might put any emphasis on trying to get rid of that guy, because right now he's even attacking the Hunter Soul. How dare he?
Блейд. Ну, Форсера мы увидим, я думаю, от Лина. Фокус через Блейда катает.
I don't know, you get enough archers, they're the ones that are gonna cut the blade into hits.
Well, yeah, that does take some time, though. Blade Master decides to go for Windwalk first. Only creeps the item this time. Ring of Protection, not that great. On both sides, actually.
Там и там колечко.
What are the chances of mirror image today, I wonder? I feel like if he just kills...
Начал крипить. Блин, начал крипить и подходит Кипер. Кипера, правда, тренды на первом левеле, поэтому нормально точка забирается. Ну как? Нейтрал один.
Or start another Smurf account and playing Orc, going mirror image in every matchup, every single time.
Так, хилку кинул. Рабочего не отдал. Рабочий здесь что-то сагрил, нейтралов за ним бегали. Отыграл Фоги, это типа проиграл? Нет, Фоги вчера 3-0 выиграл спираля.
They're so mean, they're so angry. Yesterday,
Фоги в полуфинале.
Archer plays were pretty damn good, but that is a little greedy.
I always do these turtles who are snapping turtles, man. These things don't joke around. Don't feel safe around them.
Сегодня четвертьфиналы будут доигрывать.
Did they ever bite your finger?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I would be unable to play video games. If that's the case, my finger would be gone.
Big lasted here, nice entangle, but the Blade Master gets out of it rather quickly.
Да, все под контролем, добивает. Рядом нету хантресок, нету арчей, поэтому прикопки на гранта, ну такое себе, грант здесь выживет в любом случае. Да, ханты далеко. Ханты далеко, протектора. Фокус грамотно, конечно, разведывает. Кстати, вот сейчас будет прикопочка хорошая. Потому что хантрески подходят. Да, прикапывают битого гранта. Добивать нужно. Ну, слушайте, 3 прикопки на одного гранта. Кипер потратил. В итоге гранта все равно добивает, экспу за него не получили ж, да? Или получил? Не пойму. Экспы много, что у кипера. Скорее всего, получил. Все-таки, да? Не получилось добить гранта.
I don't see any wisp crossing, so this might be more of a normal approach by Fortitude, but then I'm missing the expansion.
Хорошая разведка. Протекторы тоже проверяют. Экспанд проверяет иллюзии.
Actually, he found illusion, one of illusion, so he's like, okay, I don't even need mirror image. Sorry, Remo. Then he just uses that for scouting.
Yeah. Can't get out of entangle with that one, but you still get the coverage that you want. You still get the information that you want. Fortitude is struggling really hard for that level 3. Still struggling hard with that level 3.
It's only 80 mana, Neo. I'm the coach and I love that spell.
Okay, Remo, okay. One day people will.
Ну так, ну можно, наверное, сейчас с Shadow Hunter'ом выйти, да, хотя бы оранжевую точку ближнюю к Мейну забрать. Потому что что? Нет. Ну, Блейд контролирует, в принципе, Кипера, да, знает, где Кипер находится, и в итоге с Shadow Hunter'ом пытается выйти, прокрепить что-то. Так, Алхимик вторым героем Романтика, все стандартно, но экспанда нету до сих пор. Ставит экспанд. У себя на базе, видимо.
Shadowhunter goes Serpent Wards first, but I think he saw the Archer, so he knows that he's gonna be Creepjack probably. Shaman against Entangle.
Ну, сейчас первые шамана выйдут, можно, в принципе, выходить будет. Потому что будет диспал. У себя на мейне, в общем, экспанд. Романтик влепил. Значит, Блейсинг. Крепит магазин сейчас у фокуса. Докрепливает. Зеленую заберет.
Wasn't the greatest play indeed.
If he gets fly on the interview, like he's gonna hear about this for sure.
A Todd never forgets. Finally level 3. It took him 7 minutes 20 seconds. Usually way too long. There's a what? There's a tree next to his gold mine.
Смотрите, где ставят. Экспанд. Прямо внутри.
I don't think he has. No, he does have nature's blessing actually. Maybe that's why. He's like, yeah, whether I make it to like close to the expansion or here. I'm pretty sure that Usain Bolt still runs a pretty fast 100 meters.
Фокус хорош, конечно.
I'm not so. That still takes forever. It's gonna be a 10-minute expansion. Even later.
Imagine the blade's gonna see this. They're gonna be like, what?
Are you kidding me? Yeah. Like, hey, I got my.
Увидел базу.
Oh man, yeah, I think the Tree of Ages got his little brother with him here. Good juggling though.
You could block it actually. That would have been so funny. It stands in the way. Instead, it's going for Wisp right now.
Oh man, if that was supposed to be like a secret play.
Единственное, что в плюсе у Романтика, у него контроль по карте, он забирает точки орка. Забрал, докрепил магазин, забрал зеленую точку, сейчас забирает обсерваторию. Это фокуса будет сложновато получать третий левел на Shadow Hunter'е. Блейд с персоналкой, в принципе, там бегает, кошмарит весь поп на манвелах. У Лина другой стиль сейчас совсем против эльфов. Кристалл Болл выбил. Второй уровень апнул. Ну только на этом я видел, как крипят на самом деле в фонтан. Фонтан вот так вот приходит с виверной. Со змейками крепит фонтан, третий уровень Шедухантера получает и идут сразу же в атаку. Свой экспанд, да, ставит? Свой экспанд, да, пошел от фокус, закрепил шахту, ставит эксп. Ну, тут тоже Кристалл Балл. Вот против Блейда Кристалл Балл хороший артефакт. И третий уровень алхимик уже. А вот с Ихе негде третий левел получать. Он сейчас выманивает на красной точке на центре, хочет забрать этого огра. Командира огров. Прикольно. Опять же выманил. Худ. Интеллект, ловкость, как я понимаю, 5-5, да? Да, так и есть. Есть третий левел, Шедухантер. В романтике, кстати, разведки нету. Не знает об экспанде, скорее всего, ну, догадывается, конечно. Вовремя кода подходит. Блейд падает с инвулом. Какая-то отдача, ребят. Сейчас прикопочка еще, да, на отходе, нет? Не доконтролил Блэдмастера. Инвул не прожал. В итоге сейчас экспанскость, скорее всего, потеряет. Да, жалко, конечно, экспанд почти достроился. Надо отменять. Блин, как же эльфы реально хороши.
Yeah, very weird. I think he just kind of misread the fight a little. Even if he uses invuln, he didn't have a salve anyway to start healing that back up. And it's Seeding Waves level 1 because it has to be Support was level 2 for the piercing. So it's just not a fight he should have taken.
Got a little greedy there. Blade Master almost back. Now we got ourselves a series. 10 supply lead still. Fortitude mining from 2 bases. Huge echo lead. Heroes are looking a little better as well with the Alchemist close to 4, the Keeper close to 4. Items look hot as well with healing on the Alchemist, healed Scroll on the Keeper. Has to do a lot with Lightning Shield, but man, everything he focuses is just dead.
Сбивай сеткой. Хорошо фокус контролит, очень хорошо. Как только там хилинг спрей, сразу же сеточка от райдера. Заканчивается инвул на Блейдмастере, сейчас Блейда будет убивать. Блейд живет только за счет инволов. Инвола нету, все, Блейд отлетает, и бутылка не поможет ему. Там такой дикий фокус залетает. Там вторая ситка, вторая прикопка, все, минус Блейд. Нужно пружу прям наготове все время держать. Не, ну фокуса нет, экспанда нет, денег, как-то по лимиту позади, тут просто телепорт. Рано, наверное, сделал ТП на романтик, мог подождать чуть-чуть, да, чтобы...
they are the buffer unit for the
Сейчас
archers to do
разбудит
the
просто
damage.
нейтралов.
We don't have a stab though. So hero focus could always be the play.
Можно птычку сделать, просто нейтралов разбудить кипером, чтобы с двух сторон как бы здесь орка зажали.
Shadowhunter also a little bit of in a weird position. Lightning shield again. He's fighting an orc at the fountain.
Blades инвол в этот раз прожимает.
It's just an overwhelming night elf mass.
Проигрывает, если фокус здесь сражения, то это 1-1, да. Да, это 1-1.
It was Windwalk. Even went crit 2 here at the end after getting level 3. What the hell? Come on. I mean, I know Remo was wrong about the last duel being a good movie even before I see it, but he's right about mirror image, guys. Give him a chance.
Чё так дистров-то много?
Both players are winning
Пашка медведей, что ли, будет?
maps, and now we finally have a third game coming up. So far, Chemico versus Moon was a 2-0, 1-0 versus Lawlight was a 2-0, but these two go back and forth. The decision will be made on Northern Isles, but first of all, we take a little break, let these guys breathe a bit. Right back.
Да я же жму, господи. Чуть мне обсидианки сносят. Нормально, у меня сам прожал. Нет! Нет! Да ты запарил меня. Ну, вы видите, не знаю, кто там, поэтому, блин, приходится качать там Frost Armor. Я бы Dark Ritual бы просто бы взял бы, конечно. Что-то мне Frost Armor ни о чем вообще.
Decision time on Northern Isles. Remo Demo, what can we expect from this upcoming map in Group C?
More of the same, I would think, as far as opening goes. Keeper, of course, Ancient of Walkthrough, pretty safe. This is also a good Blade Master map. You can get some nice consumables, you can hope for those illusions or sentry wards to have good scouting. You can go for some items at the marketplace, perhaps. This is also a Farseer map, possible Farseer map, but Focus doesn't seem to favor that so much.
Not at all, right? We haven't even seen one attempt, not even from the map picks and bans. I saw Autumn Leaf's band, Tidehunters band, and yeah, very much Blade Master focused here.
Yeah, I can't fault him for that. I don't think Focus has to do anything special. He doesn't have to try and mind game too much with the Farseer build, in my opinion, necessarily. Just rely on your good fundamentals. You know, go Blade, Shadow, and play solid. Don't try and get like, quickly into the game against a Fortitude who we've seen actually in his previous series against Fly. Breaks up keep very quickly and likes to fight. He doesn't wait for 80. He's like, no, 60, 65, 70, that's brawl territory for me. I'm just gonna go out and start fighting immediately, and Focus just wasn't ready at all for that.
Okay, but we are ready for the deciding game. Chemico 1-2-0 plus one of these guys. Who's gonna follow into the quarterfinal? Northern Isles will decide it all. And it might be Fortitude's biggest strength that he's a little more unpredictable than all the other Night Elves. So, what uncommon thing does he come up with here?
I think they must just play similarly to what they did last game, but maybe Focus just doesn't get fortified as early as he did, because actually he kind of did nothing. Because he was the expert that got targeted while he was being built anyway, it didn't matter much. And maybe it just might go to...
Блин, ну, бутылки у меня все, конечно, удаки, блин.
They're pretty terrible against archers. In this case, like, you didn't really do much. Like, obviously, you want to have that in your end game composition, your 80 supply army, but maybe not that.
Чё неубиваемый-то?
Blade Master confirmed, Keeper confirmed. In the Americas region, we've seen Warden versus Farseer. The Wild West once again showing what is possible, but here in the Asian region, mostly standard. And why not? It works so well. How fast can we expect these expansions? Will Fortitude once again expand in his own base? Protecting that second base for so long and not exposing it to the blade, turns out, was a good move.
Yeah. He raised, quote-unquote, that tree from the main to the expansion, and I guess he was really safe. Like, how are you ever gonna find... Like, you're probably looking everywhere when you look for that tree, except inside of the main base of the elf.
Yeah.
That would be next level. But one way he could have done it is maybe if he had mirror image, you know, I'm just saying. It makes me to see... I mean, I know, like, we're hopping it on, and I feel like even though Remo's not casting, I have to take over that role. Like, every time I see a Blade Master being entangled for a few seconds, acid bombed and targeted, I'm like, he could have broken away from that. Like, very quickly. And, like, pulled back, you know, or, like, just... I don't know. It looks so weird to see that blade trapped, even though, like, he's choosing to be in these shackles, Neo.
Yeah, and they hurt. They hurt a lot. Focus fire with acid bomb and entangle, and all the archers, once you got, like, 60 supply or something. It really, really hurts, and that's why Blade Masters would love to have at least one ring, I guess, against that spell. Against that Scroll of the Beast for Fortitude. Mostly for Night Elves, not the greatest item because they got Roar anyway, but here, that's a monster item to go for base races.
Лича потерял и неубиваемый не стал.
Yeah, it would be good to save that up until he has like 50 supply plus.
Лича не должен был, конечно, терять.
Only 10 start using it. Blade Master going for this archer. It's gonna be able to get it because it's not night yet.
Oh! Run, little archer, run!
Wow. What a save.
Indeed.
I thought he had speed scroll earlier to make sure he got it, but maybe he thinks it's best to save that.
А ты не можешь не говорить, что мне делать на стримах? Да, у меня две карты микро, это не новая карта, старая, наоборот, карта.
This was all about the staff, and Blade Master got it. Also, of course, one of the ways to get out of that entangle, and this is so important, having this item, having the mobility, just needs a target to staff onto, then it should be fine.
That blade's trying to thieve away. He scrolls so he can pick up the item, and he gets a mantle. Is that entangle? There is, but he knows that he wouldn't be able to get it anyway, so he's just gonna let the blade escape. And Fortitude must be feeling very comfortable here in this game, because I don't think that tree should ever get cancelled. Like, he can just run there and entangle the blade if the blade shows up to try and cancel it. And once he has that expo, he can just very easily break into low upkeep, make a lot of units, and Scroll of the Beast, honestly, like, there's a few dream scenarios where if you push the orc base, even if he's here, you just press that and you're like, well, fight me and lose, or don't fight me and lose.
Yeah, kind of true. Hands off the keyboard with a lot of hands with the Scroll of the Beast on. But Focus has shown that there's
Happy
not only one way,
18
but
часов
multiple
сегодня
to get rid of a Night Elf
вечером.
expansion. One is, of course, kick the tree. The other
Пока
one is let
нубасов
the tree
каких-то
come
смотрим
up,
днем.
let the Night Elf roam in the middle when the Alchemist is out, and put the Blade Master on hold next to the Entangled Gold Mine and just cancel the Entangled Gold Mine.
Mana penance. Sheesh, this keeper is gonna get really scary. He can
Профессиональный
trigger
игрок
trees
нет.
very easily. He could literally start running across the map.
Yeah.
And then do another camp with just units. Get
Я
them
мало
to
играю.
start entangling away. But there's already a lodge underway here for Focus.
Really cool wisp in the upper right hand side for Fortitude. He knows exactly when creeping starts. Could also be used for a sneaky AP, but I don't think he has the resource and time for that. Look how he protects this wisp there. The keeper just moves in front saying, leave my buddy alone.
Buddy, that's his baby.
I don't know
Precious.
I don't know how that works with Night Elves, but if a wisp comes out of a keeper, I don't know what happened there.
What do you mean? It works like for humans. Storks deliver the babies.
Okay, maybe you shouldn't have skipped so many biology classes to play Warcraft, Todd.
I couldn't. I had to go to Korea to become pro gamer when I was really young. Shadowhunter enters the game with a ring +3, of course. What's going on with all these rings? Like, this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, as I said, on a Blade Master in this matchup, I really don't hate it.
Опасно так гулять
Thanks to Acid
фокусом.
Bomb, basically
Без
counters
шаманов
Acid Bomb
пока.
up to a level. And this is what I meant, like, just put the Blade Master on hold next to the gold mine, chop it down, no tangles here.
What are those hunts doing on the right hand side?
They
They're like,
Сейчас еще Блейд тут не отменит шахту и отдастся. Он сейчас прикопка, оситка, да, Блейд убегает. Шахту не отменил.
There is now shamans truly entering the field. +1 armor is on the way as it should be, and Focus should creep that expo and then take it immediately here, so that it's not too delayed compared to that of the elves.
Focus, I think, saw Fortitude coming. It's a weird moment right now. Fortitude was ready to jump on the Tuska camp. Focus initially dodged that, went to the main, saw his opponent is coming over.
Не, ну тут это, спрашивают тебя, ты профессиональный игрок? Такой, да. А какой игры? Warcraft. Извини. Сразу же, извини. Как бы, а он еще жив? Warcraft. Помню, когда-то в детстве играла, да? Обычно так говорят.
Instead he came back around the expansion. I mean, to be honest, this is so perfect for him to be able to be there with everything, knowing that the blades across the map, because now he can steal the item, he gets the experience, a ring +4, what else? It was already written in the stars.
Кольцо стырил.
Unbelievable. You know, on Netties they had this little weird thing on the ladder where you constantly got Terrana stand like a year ago or 1.5. Maybe it's the same now with items.
Hopefully not. It's still completely random. And you might actually sell that. I guess there is some space on the blade, so we could save that to transfer it later on. The Fortitude wants to break that 50 supply, but Blade's preventing that by killing all the Moonwells.
Что-то прессинг какой-то, да, от романтика. Как фокусу экспанд-то ставить. Ай! Что-то как-то и Shadowhunter не третий, и Блейд до сих пор 1-го уровня, без критов.
into slowing him down. Usually, when you get the alchemist, you stay in the middle, you go for the merchant, you go for the marketplace, get these huge unique camps. But again, Fortitude is just playing Night Elf a little different than anybody else.
Что-то точки забирает все артефакты. Орка цирклет, ну и все. И инвул на 15 сек. Ок. Да. Слабо. Слабо. Что-то робот душит, короче. Кто там обещал веру в человечество потерять, если орк проиграет здесь?
This inventory for Fortitude is real scary. Blade Master's no real force with level 2, but the carry is gonna be the Shadow Hunter. Again, Serpent Wards 2, Heal Wave 1, and now we siege this Tree of Life, who has no nature's best.
Yeah, the alchemist needs to heal up quickly here. Is 3 Moonwells to work with.
Нужно задержаться как-то здесь.
Yeah, the main base. And he could even give him the mana pendants behind this.
Вау, классный мув. Классный мув, да.
Almost no repair possible. There is a detonate, so the lightning shield is gone, but damage is done
Виспор всех минуснул.
I think Focus is happy with just killing this entangled gold mine, retreat. Here's the scroll of the beast now, the moment we've been waiting for.
И вот орку бы отсюда, наверное, телепорт как-то потом сделать, но... Как отсюда сваливать? С этой скорости. Неплохо, неплохо, неплохо свалил.
That was super well done here, I gotta say, by Focus, because not only he sniped the entangled gold mine, he forced the scroll of the beast, and now he's able to fully disengage. That was literally the best possible thing he could have achieved at this point, because now Fortitude is not mining from the expo for a bit.
Xpan в заказе, да, там наполовину готов. Класс на самом деле, сейчас Фокус ворвался.
He's finally gonna add the Kodo here from the bestiary after expanding, long after it.
Yeah, and he skipped on reinforced defenses, right? So that opened up some slots in his build order. And this time it looks a lot better. Shadowhunter is empty though, and I think going mirror image here now, looking at the Blade Master's inventory, makes a lot of sense. There's not a single damage boosting item except the circlet, so the crits won't be too high anyway. So yeah, better safe than sorry, not going for the glass.
Давай, Блейд, врывайся. Винвок, ворчит, Селесов, да, так и есть, врывается, нарезает. Минус арча. Ну, блин, гранты битые, нужно хилинг вейв кидать. Свиточек прожал. Ай, Блейд сейчас умрет инвул на 15 секунд. Отлично, сейвит.
Oh man! 2 grunts very hurt. Sick fight.
Неплохо. Неплохо. Слушайте, посражался еще. Сейчас отойдет. Инвул купит. Свиток купит. Экспанд работает. Да, скупит он свиток, купит инвул, конечно же, у него денег на все есть. Это же не эльф, я забыл.
So that's actually very nice by Focus to have been able to achieve that through that last fight. I gotta say, I thought he was almost out of it with the way this was going, but he found some really great fight for himself. And now he's fully back in it.
And
because of the mirror image.
Yes, of course, that's the only reason, this mirror image. Mana Stone, very good. Fortitude burned through all his consumables, not a single scroll remaining, no potion remaining. He's always incredibly late with his shop, so he doesn't have a Staff of Sanctuary.
Ну и все, наверное, под свою базу, под вышку, под магазин, магазин отстроил. Райдеров добавляет. Инвул обязательно успеть купить. Да, инвул свиток забирает. Прям перед носом у кипера. Сейчас кипера ловить будут. Черт возьми.
He wants to fight at his shop with his tower, with the burrow. Fortitude ain't having that.
Oh no, 51 supply. Not like this.
Guess that's not gonna be the case for much longer. See, 54. Couple of items now. TP and a heal scroll. Entangle, focus fire.
Блин, на гранта тратишь диспал, тратишь на него хилинг вейв, и все равно он отлетает практически. Будь здоров, спасибо. И приходится еще за маску на него тратить.
Not yet, he's just parking there. Oh, the upgrades.
Прожорливый
2-1, that's fine.
грант
1-2
получается.
for focus, that's great.
Нормально такая замануха. Сейчас кода ловят, кода.
So exposed. Purchase his way free, but there's no speed scroll here. Coda already at 50%. Trying to turn this around with a heal wave now. Is Focus really eager to kill this tree of life? Does he have to do that?
Just taking the wisps.
Во-во-во-во-во, да, виспов очень много. Всех, видимо, виспов с шахты просто вытащил сейчас.
They were all clumped up. Focus, does he have a TP? No, not really. Can't break out of that fight.
Какие же... Ну, тут позиция, в принципе, наверное, у романтика лучше. Арчерки сзади стоят, стреляют, к ним не подойти. Такой ситок защиты был хороший еще от романтика. Слушайте, а фокуса больше по лимиту. 4-й уровень Shadow Hunter. Блайд под инволом нарезает.
Healing spray here for a while, but the archers at the back still going strong. Some of them are injured. The healing spray value would be absolutely insane here. He could land that really well. And Focus actually ahead in supply right now. He's killed so much in that fight.
But he sends the reinforcements into the back of Fortitude's army. They got a lot of hits done. And that was a fight where...
Не, романтик красава. Но он хуман, да, за эльф играет очень хорошо.
So he has nothing to work with anymore. And Fortitude is going for the throw. He's like, hey, you ain't retreating here, not on my watch. But this might turn the fight around if it's a more open battleground. It was one more heal self here, but that was the last thing that Focus could work with.
Mirror Mage uses immediately after Entangle here. Finger on the trigger. There's a Temple on the Keeper. He might have to transfer that to the Alchemist. Fortitude's losing everything. Focus. What a sick game here by him.
Yeah.
He was starting to trail really far behind in supply. Night Elf expanded very quickly. Just
лучший.
stayed in it. Expanded himself. Took his time. Took the
Лучший фокус. Я говорил, что фокус посильнее, чем Флай. Алина еще, наверное, да, посильнее. Правда, у Лина сегодня будет ремайнд. И последняя встреча там в пользу ремайнда 3-2 закончилась. Тут, видимо, я не знаю, уж надо Т3 делать, романтику переходить и добавлять третьего героя, арбу, вот это вот все. Продолжает сидеть на Т2. Сделал апгрейд на защиту. 2-2 сейчас апгрейды. И Хантрес подстраивает, устанавливает лимит. Хотя какой, да, Т3 его просто задавит, если он Т3 нажмет. Наверное, надо сначала лимит отстроить, хорошо посражаться, но у Фокуса все слишком хорошо в этой катке уже.
He never attempted to go for tier 3, so he's never gonna have marksmanship. He was really relying on being able to win those fights, but the opposite happens. He's gonna tap out, Focus, moves on to the playoffs.
Again, he is a constant in the round of 8. He might not have the most tier 1 titles or premier titles to his chest, but he's just always there.
Какой этот раунд? 9-й? Давайте переиграем его, лича не будем отдавать.
But that was a bit closer than I expected, to be honest. And Fortitude did well, has a good shot in the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Focus perhaps was a little too much concerned with Farseer play recently against Night Elf. Compared to Lin, his Blade Master does seem just tiniest bit rusty. Especially map 2 and 3, there was certainly something possible for Fortitude. But in the late game, Focus does pull through here in the end. 40 drops down to the lower indeed, and Focus is gonna once again have a good showing.
Yeah, I'm really curious what the keys here were.
Да чё, куда меня дестройеры-то полетели?
It was an interesting series, far from the norm. And Focus, of course, gonna tell us all about it.
now?
We do the interview right now, Remo.
Alright, wasting no time here. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, after this we have one more game for Asia today. Lin versus Remind for the first place finish out of the group stage. Lin there supposed to be the favorite, but Remind, we've seen him before, look really good. In fact, beat Lin before, previous season.
I think Focus is ready.
Alright then. Let's join him.
Блин, меня сбились, я не знаю.
We are going into the winner's interview once again in the round
у меня
of
это
8
не
is
работает?
Focus. You had to go all the way today, full out best of 3. Did you expect some surprises by Fortitude, like the tower rush on Echo Isles?
오늘 고생하셨고요. 오늘 지금 그 BO3의 모든 경기를 다 하게 했는데 뭐 포티치 선수가 뭐 타워러시 같은 거 할 때 좀 놀라진 않으셨나요?
타워러시는 솔직히 예상 못해서 놀랐는데 초반에 워낙 시작이 좋아서 질 것
Это
같진
что
않았어요.
такое? Массабому? Без апгрейда?
I didn't expect that he would do tower rush, but my start was kind of good, so I didn't think that I could lose.
Alright, then on Concealed Hill, it looked like you had the lead for quite some time, but then the fight happened in the middle of the map and you lost your Blade Master. What was up there?
그 두 번째 매치에서는 처음에 계속 이제 시작이 좀 좋았던 것 같은데 중간에
Нельзя
전투하면서
превращать.
이제 블레이드 마스터를 잃었다고 하네요. 그래서 혹시 어떻게 된 일인지 좀 궁금해요.
Воу-воу! Каких нафиг грифоны против Обома? Вы
블레이드
честно?
마스터를 잃은 거는 실수였는데 원래 거기서 싸우면 안 되는데 나이트가 멀티를 늦게 먹어가지고 제가 당연히 이길 줄 알았는데 병력이 생각보다 많더라고요. 그래가지고 그냥 불마를 잃은 거랑
Да жесть,
상관없이
жук отлетел уже.
싸우는 판단을 했던 게 그냥 거기서 이미 진 것 같습니다.
Well, of course, you're right. It's my mistake. I shouldn't have fought on that fight, but I thought Night Elf had a fast expo, so I thought I could win.
Не
but
нажал.
As you could see, I lost the game.
Mistakes happen, I guess. I watched a lot of your games versus Night Elf in the past weeks, and you oftentimes went for a Farseer, but not today. What's the reason for that?
이제 리오가 포커 선수의 많은 게임들을 좀 봐왔는데 한동안 파시어를 많이 쓰던데 오늘은 좀 쓰지 않았어요. 그래서 혹시 왜 그랬는지 좀 궁금합니다.
두 번째 경기 치고 나서 고민을 좀 했는데 어차피 승자
아예예예.
한 번도 기회가 있기 때문에 블레이드 마스터가 제가 좀 마지막 경기에서 블레이드 마스터가 통하는지 한번 실험해보고 싶었습니다.
As you know, I got one more chance, even though
Эй,
I
сражаться!
lost the game. I thought a lot after the second match, after I lost, but I just kind of wanted to try if the Blight Master strategy would work or not. So I tried.
Alright, and you succeeded.
А как грифоны развалились? Что я не понял. Там иллюзии были, что ли?
Might be muted.
Oh yeah, sorry. It seems like Mirror Image is one of the most important things to have right now against Night Elf, but yet in game number 2 you went for Windwalk and
Лежать,
Strike.
ссать.
Do you think in retrospect maybe that was a bit of a mistake, and how much does that Mirror Image, you think, change the matchup of Orc against Night Elf?
네, 최근에 그 블레이드 마스터가 이제 윈드워크랑 그 미러 이미지를 쓰는 게 지금 약간 트렌드가 돼가고 있는 것 같아요. 근데 이제
Дистры развалили. Ну, возможно, там, да, было маны много у дистров.
그게 뭐 실수였는지.
Потому что он свиток наюзал.
또 요새 이제 나이트 F 전에 있어서 그가 이제 블레이드 마스터가 미러 이미지를 쓰는 거에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 실수였고요. 그게 블레이드 마스터가 다른 종족전을 할 때는 미러 이미지를 안 찍다 보니까 습관적으로 2레벨 때 미러 이미지를 크리티컬 스트라이크를 찍는 실수를 했는데 제가 생각하기에는 나이트 엘프 전에는 일단은 무조건 미러 이미지를 찍는 게 좋은 것 같습니다. 미러 이미지가 있으면은 사냥하는 것도 쉽고 정찰도 되고 생존 능력도 좀 더 뛰어나지기 때문에 미러 이미지를 무조건 찍는 게 맞는 것 같습니다.
Well, actually, it was my mistake. I tried to use mirror image, but beside Night Elf, I most of the time I use Critical Strike beside Night Elf, so it was my mistake. So versus Night Elf, mirror image
Нормально
is
мне.
really good. It's really good for cripping and good for surviving and so on. So that's why I think the mirror image is the most
ТК сдохнет.
the best skill of the Blade Master versus Night Elf. I think.
In game 3 on Northern Isle, it really feels like at some point things were getting worrying for you because he got a Scroll of the Beast, he got expansion quickly, and then he was starting to get a lot of units. But you found like the perfect fights, you bought a lot of time and stuff. So how much trouble do you think you were in that game, if any, or did you think it was fine all along and you were always going to be able to trade well?
이제 마지막 경기에서 조금 이제 빨리 멀티를 하고 그리고 이제 좀 포티스 선수의 좀 강력한 압박을 좀 받았다고 하는데 포 선수가 생각하시기에는 그런 그 게임 흐름이 계속 압박을 받고 좀 힘들었는지 아니면은 이 정도 충분히 좀 막을 수 있다 이렇게 생각하면서 천천히 게임을 풀어나갈 수 있었는지 좀 그렇게 궁금하다고 하네요.
계속 힘들었어요. 생각보다 포티투스 선수가 잘하더라고요. 무난히 멀티 짓고 상대의 금강 깨고 위습 잡았을 때는 이겼다고 생각했는데 계속 나이트 F가 저보다 레벨이 계속 높아가지고 끝까지 질 수도 있다고 생각하고 좀 긴장하고 있었습니다.
Yes, he was really great. I thought I could win easily, but I thought
Easy.
from the first beginning, I kind of got a lot of advantage, but he was really a lot better than I expected. So I was really nervous at the time, but I could win the game anyway.
Are you impressed at all by Fortitude? Because he was a human player for a long time and now he switched to Night Elf and he's challenging you with his second race. So does that impress you, or do you think most Warcraft players, they can switch races around and learn them pretty easily?
일단 포티튜드 선수가 그 휴먼에서 나이트 엘프로 바꿨다고 하는데 그런데도 이제 이렇게 좀 포커 선수를 좀 궁지에 몰아 넣었지 않느냐. 그래서 포티튜드 선수가 생각하기에 좀 이런 부분이 이제 포커 선수가 생각하시기에는 포티튜드 선수의 이런 실력이 좀 되게 뭐랄까 인상적인가, 또는 보통 일반적인 워크래프트 선수들이 이렇게 종족 변환을 하는 데 있어서 좀 쉬운 편인가, 그 포티튜드 선수의 이런 종족 변환에 대해서 좀 생각을 좀 묻고 있는 것 같아요.
예전에는 지금 포티튜드 선수가 대단한 것도 맞고, 아무래도 지금 상태에서 특정 종족전이 몇 개가 너무 지나치게 패치 때문에 쉬워져가지고 나이트 엘프 대 오크전 같은 경우는 키퍼 투어만 어느 정도 할 수 있으면 준비하기가 쉽기 때문에 아무래도 패치의 영향도 좀 큰 것 같습니다.
Well, of course, he said he's great. Well, he's great, but I think because of the patch, especially Night Elf versus Orc, it's kind of unbalanced. So that's why I think it is kind of affected. So he could deal with the game really well because most of the time.
Давайте еще одна пара. Берут интервью пока.
Then they can play easily versus Orc, so that's why.
Что такое?
Okay, you say it's imbalanced, but so then what do you think is the biggest problem, or like what would you like to see changed if you find the matchup difficult, balance-wise?
Pardon, sorry, Toad.
Лин Ремайнд остались, потом уже Европа,
so
18
what does
часов.
he mean exactly? Like which part of it, and is there anything that he would like to see changed specifically?
Okay. 그러니까 좀 이게 좀 언밸런스하다고 하셨잖아요. 그래서 어떤 부분이 정확히 좀 언밸런스인지, 뭐 어떤 게 좀 변화되어야 되는지 좀 궁금하다고 하네요.
언밸런스라고까지는 아닌데, 언밸런스라고 하지 않았고 아까 전에 쉽다 했잖아요. 근데 이게 나이트 F 같은 경우는 키퍼 투어를 해가지고 그 키퍼 투어 전략을 가서 그 여러 가지 전술을 변형하기도 쉽고 좀 주도권을 가지고 여러 가지 전술을 할 수 있는데 오크 같은 경우는 좀 더 계속 수비적으로 해야 되기 때문에 나이트 F 쪽에서 좀 더 쉽다고 얘기를 한 거고요. 그리고 제가 뭐 여러 가지 선수들마다 의견이 있긴 하지만 저는 아마 키퍼나 RK를 조금 너프를 한다던가 아니면은 그러고 나서 좀 더 후반 유닛을 버프를 한다던가 이게 너무 초반 유닛을 많이 쓰지 않는 쪽으로 패치를 해야지 나아지지 않을까 싶습니다.
Actually, not imbalance, but using keeper with two word plays is it has a lot of advantage. So like they can lead the game. So as an old player, we have to defense all the time. So that's why they have a lot of choices. That's what I meant. And I guess keeper and alchemist, they're gonna be debuff, I think. Yeah, that's what I think.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck next weekend.
Thank you.
See you then, Focus. Bye bye. There we go. Two-time semi-finalist Focus once again a step closer, at least in the quarterfinal already. But I guess he will only be happy if he reaches the top 4 again. That leads us to our last map of the Asian region before we move over to Europe. Two absolute Korean Warcraft legends meeting each other in Lin and Remind, and they are of course very, very close when it comes to the EPT points. We see Lin at 325 and we see Remind at 310. The 60 points already calculated in. Chemico made a big jump by making it into the round of 8 already, surpassing, for example, Lawlight and Fly respectively. So who's gonna make the big jump here? Lin almost securing
Опять
the
этот
spot, or
эльф,
will it
который
be
ливает
another Cinderella story
против
for
нас.
Remind, who really no one expect to do great here, but when it's
Atlantis.
DreamHack, Remind shows up. Can he do it again and again and again and again? We'll see after a little break. Don't go anywhere.
Так долго начинается.
Чего?
Жизнь занерзула. Ваша воля
Надо было
исполнится.
быстро героя делать, конечно. Ну ладно.
С радостью. Да свершится предначертанное.
На этой карте я крайний, блин.
Они ждут, нужно больше золота.
Дайте сотку голды. Не жадничайте. Отлично.
Я жажду служить. Где прольется моя золото? Ваша воля исполнится. Исполню с радостью.
Да иду. Да иду.
Склоняюсь перед вашей волей. Нельзя.
Да как не помещается-то?
Жизнь занерзула.
Это же рассчитано было.
Нельзя сотворить.
До мелочей.
Да свершится предначертанное завершение золота. Я жажду служить. Нужно больше. Постройка завершена. Постройка завершена. Постройка завершена.
Успеем сыграть, не успеем? Наверное, не успеем.
Прольется моя кровь.
Придется ливнуть тогда.
Нужно больше золота. Нужно больше золота. Нужно больше золота. Постройка завершена. Чего желает мой повелитель?
Я готов мстить. Мое терпение истощилось.
Постройка завершена. Нужно больше золота. Нужно больше золота.
Я воплощение тьмы.
Last game of Asia, it's the rematch of the fall quarterfinal where we have Lin versus Remind there. It was one of the biggest upsets of the entire tournament where the returning Remind took out the War Chief with a 3-2 and advanced into the semi-final, which puts him into a place where he can still make it to Stockholm. So can Lin get the revenge, Remodimo?
Yeah, that was a Super 6 series. That was really fun. Remind playing his own style with bears most of the time. Full best of 5. He edited it out 3-2, and that shook up the EPT so much that surprisingly Remind suddenly had a chance. And surprisingly, Lin suddenly was in danger of not making it. So it threw 2 players into the hot tussle. Right now, Lin has a slight point lead over Remind by 15, but both are still in that hodgepodge with all the other players. With those 7 players around 200, 250 points, hoping to make that cutoff. Lin has looked really good lately. Also in the group stage here, completely destroyed Alice in what was as close to a perfect game as you can imagine. And Remind also very, very strong against Colorful. Knight of Mirror, as always, is where he impressed us. However, before this group stage, Remind, we saw him in some qualifiers, in some tournaments. He was struggling a bit. Seems like perhaps his fall shape isn't with him anymore.
Well, if you look at the game against Colorful, then there he looked really, really good, but that has always been his best versus Knight of Mirror. Using bears. How likely is it that we will see bears here in this matchup, Todd?
Honestly, I feel like Lin is just going to show up much better prepared than last time that they faced. And I kind of agree with Remind that he should be a bigger dog than he was. I don't know actually if that's right? Because last time we thought that he also would have a really tough time. But yeah, it should be a very tricky matchup for him, and the secret is probably going to be being able to adapt for Lin. We know that Remind is going to play outside of the box, he's going to play unconventional. In fact, even if Remind plays purely standard, like the same styles that we just saw from Fortitude, that would count as unconventional because that's not what you expect from him. So yeah, Lin has to scout. Luckily for him, as we heard in the interview on Focus, there's this little spell called Mirror Image that's the best in the game or allows you to scout. That was a great interview, by the way. I didn't mean imbalance, but by the way, Alchemist and team ready to be there. Thank you, Focus.
This is Group D, everybody. Who's making out on top, grabbing this extra 60 points? Lin and Remind both could use them. The 2 WCG winners of 2010 and 11, clashing in 2021, a decade later. Glorious. That is the magic of Warcraft 3, and we are loading into the map. The number 1 Last Refuge it is, paving the way into the quarterfinal. Let's go.
Bottom left in the blue, the ultimate weapon.
No.
The best orc of all time. Top right in the red. Legendary singer of old, turning now. Owns the front.
Поливай давай!
For one of his many titles. That's the one of the best.
Ты наказан.
Demon Hunter, here we go. That's what we're hoping to see. As you mentioned earlier in the other cast, Todd, Normally now versus Orc, it's pretty much set in stone. We're gonna see, right? Hunt's Expo, Blade Master Grunts, Counter Expo, Shaman, and all that. But remind, you're stirring the pot. It's playing different strats. Demon Hunter first opens up different possibilities. In fact, Hunt's expansion, not possible with Demon Hunter, but either Talents could be playable, or Bears. Bears is the favorite strat.
We all love bears. Except when we have to play that. I wonder if Lin actually would like to play against 1-0, by the way, because earlier in the interview, 1-0 said, I'm not doing so well against Orc, so I hope that I'm meeting so that I can practice against him live while playing the tournament. That's definitely an interesting approach. You know, I don't personally wish to meet as many undead as possible in tournaments because it's my worst matchup. In fact, I would love to be able to avoid them, but yeah, I guess rigging around happy. Let's get some practice. Let's meet in tournaments. Conor McGregor, if I run into you in the street, I want to spar them and, you know, work on my standard game.
Исследование завершено.
Ладно, ну так вот отходим.
Would be down. From what I've seen, he's very eager to get into brawls with people, even if they're 80 years old. So you never know. Love this adjustment.
Пусть бегает, крепится дальше.
Love this adjustment here by Lin, by the way. Normally on Last Refuge, it's the norm to skip the shop, run to the middle, don't creep the first camp with the green, but rather get the circlet and be hyper aggressive against the keeper. Against the keeper, that makes a lot of sense.
Блейдмастер, Демон Хантер, что? Ну мы помним, да, как Ремайнд играет через Демона Хантера. Он может как в Дриад сыграть, так и в Талоном здесь, да? С застройкой с Дриадами, я помню вот эту вот тему от Ремайнда.
Yeah, I really wonder what exactly we're gonna see out of, you know, Lin in terms of production buildings. Against Keeper, it's very clear-cut. You go for a Lodge, you get Shamans, but against a Demon Hunter, whether it be Talents or Bears, I think Spirit Walkers could be great. Adding Raiders as well, so maybe some 1-1-1 old school. Once upon a time, if you face Talents, you'd always want to have a Torrent Chieftain, but nowadays, even if you go for Shadow Hunter, it's still possible to pull it off. Not sure if, like, if you knew 100% ace Talents, would you actually go TC? I guess we'd have to ask some top orcs what they think about this. What do you think, Remo?
We have seen also Shadowhunter working out, either with level 3 timing and then a tower push with Serpent Wards, or with using Hex, controlling the map, and then playing 2 base, and then playing hit and run, the lane style. But yeah, in the late game, as far as fighting goes, 1 base TC seems to be better. What's very important for Lin to scout the main, he wants to see what's going on, sees the Hunter's Hall. Now, this certainly looks like Bears. We might could go for a mind game here, and still go Talents right now, although that would be a bit weird.
Так, это вард на базе у Ремайнда, видимо, свой, да, вард? Да, это свои варды.
That's his own sentry, though. And Lin wants to make really sure he knows what's going on. He doesn't quite check the main here this time. Using a lot of mana already. Ideally, you would like to save a lot of mana to keep on harassing with the blade on level 2, either seal some last hits of the opponent's creeping, or at least slow them down. But of course, against the Demon Hunter, it is a lot harder to retain that mana pool.
Странно, что он Хантреску начал резать, а не Арчу.
Yeah, I love that there is a totem, and with the Shadow Hunter, like.
Такой винволк.
It's the same thing. Like you need to keep asking yourself the same questions. Like against a keeper, you'd want to expand, set up that tower. But against bears, somebody that
понимает Лин, что где-то здесь вард.
And get bear master upgrades and
Потому
stay
что сейчас
on
был
one
в
base
инвизии, его
for a long time.
Хантреска
You probably don't
била.
want to expand against that. I think it's more. You'd be creeping to level 3 and then kind of seeing
Блин,
where you're
Блейд
at.
соло просто столько работы здесь делает, столько времени выигрывает, не дает крепиться, здание отменяет, бегает, тут гоняется за ним Ремайнд.
Very interesting, by the way, by Lin. Not to harass with the grunts. The blade and the grunts could have put on pressure on these hunts and moonwells and everything, but no. He wanted the grunts also be full HP to start creeping heavy right away with the Shadow Hunter. Hex against the Shadow Priest makes creeping this much easier.
Брайсера.
Master joins.
Хрень.
Be slowing down the Shadow's progress, but this is a hard camp. His damage is going to be appreciated. Big item here possible. Lion Horn, always good.
Таура защиты. Вот это здоровский артефакт. Т3 все-таки, да? Ну, многие спрашивали, что делать против мишек, против эльфа Т3. Смотрим, как Лин сыграет. Я думаю, это кода. Рабочий, кстати, не дойдет на разведку. Ну, зато Блейд сбегает дальше, проверит, разведает. Неплохо так Ремайн крипит. Убивает артефакт здесь на Уорковском магазине. Бутылек. 500 единиц.
Neither merchant was done yet, and instead of just going to his, which is expected first, he goes to the other opponents, because yeah, Lin, if there had been the merchant of Freeman being crept here, he might have been able to get a steal with the blade. He was setting up for that.
You know, no other Night Elf really plays bears or can make
Spirit Walker Adept Training.
It just seems like they're good. It just seems like they're simply super good. It comes down a lot to the map though, right? You can probably only pull this off if the Demon Hunter gets level 3. And on LR, if you creep the Merc Camp the way he did, I guess that's what an
Can't pick up. Oh no, you can't.
Бутылек маны, да, отдавать нельзя было. Это вкусняшка для Shadow Hunter.
You might just sell that. Yeah, there it is. There's such insane value in selling some stuff now. I mean, obviously, greater healing.
Хорошие артефакты выпали с магазинов.
Getting to 50 supply here and getting your upgrade started is gonna have insane value if you remind.
Been playing pretty passive. We don't see walkers much anymore nowadays. They've really fallen out of favor in many matchups. And one of the reasons is they take so long to come online. You need 2 walkers first, plus adept training until they're really good. And that's just so much production time. Where the power spike hits much later than, for example, Shaman do, where one Shaman for one
Неплохо. Можно будет пару мишек поднять в бою.
He actually made one walker into training, and then now the second walker, the war mill is for.
Но у него такое чувство, что вообще продаст, потому что дрядки, диспел. В принципе, циклон будет сложно как-то в плюс использовать. Ну что, вперед на красную точку. Должен сейчас выходить Ремайн с базы. Свою обсерваторию закрепил, выбил крест перерождения. Т3 доделал, скупил арбу, да, и на красную точку, в принципе. О, вышел. Где кода? Кода строится. 1 кодой всего пока. Равные лимиты 50 на 50, но тут, ну, тут тоже один медведь, в принципе, 2 медведя будет. Контраст нужно как-то разменивать, сливать. Аура Турена. Слушайте, ну, Ремайн перекрипил, получается. Он забрал 2 магазина и забрал красную точку уже. Орк нет. Орк нет. Орк красный не забирал. В итоге, я считаю, что здесь эльф перекрепил орка полностью. Проктеш, кольцо защиты плюс 3. Вот он файт, кода подходит, все будет. Там медведи тупят, за контрастскими стоят. Заблочили проход. Будем сетку кого-нибудь скушать. Медведи скушать подойти. 3-й уровень получает Блейд. Еще одна нужна сетка просто. 2 райдера, один просто в... Став. Прикольно. Все равно съедает. Сетка откатилась, еще одна летит. Кода съел одного медведя. Переваривает. Ой-ой-ой, Демон Хантер. Там крест, бутылка. Бутылка первым делом. Да, Спирит Линк, конечно, отличная штука распределения по урону. Тут вроде только что бутылку прожимал Демон Хантер, да, уже снова без КП, его еще успевает Мишку подрезать, потому что крит выпадает на 160 от Блейдмастера. Хороший размен. Минус Хантреска, минус 2 медведя, по-моему, да? Ну, один медведь переваривает, второго мы убили. И разменял, да, развел на бутылку. И заставил сделать телепорт, Лин. Отлично размен от него. Так, больше перед Волкеров, больше перед Линка и Гранты, в принципе, танкуют. На атаке Линк экспанд ставит. Получил преимущество, сразу же реализовывает его в виде экспанда. Так, третий уровень Кипер. Вторая аура, скорее всего. Но вряд ли будет брать вторую прикопку. Вторую ауру, вторую обратку. Пока ничего не берет. 57 на 59. Так, тут еще и с Бараком хорошо может ремайнд посражаться. Барак стоит. Пошел файт, прикопка на Райдера, все-таки вторую прикопку берет. Ну, Райдер долго жил. Не то, что Райдер долго жил, там его, ну, прикопку задиспарили. Очередная прикопка, диспарится, Райдер выживает, свиток отличный от Лина. Лин пока вообще никого не теряет здесь. Отличный хилинг вейв. Съел мишек кадоями. Одного точно. Ну и Демон Хантер. Демон Хантер. Став все-таки, да, я думаю, будет терять его, ну, креста разменивать. Шикарно разменивается. Слушайте, это, я не знаю, Лин божит. Лин божит здесь. Ой, Кадо я зря, наверное, оставил. Да, да, там еще и медведь в Кадое. A chance here for Remind, who's got double orb that he's working with. У Лина уже начинает работать экспанд. Здесь есть под боком магазин на экспанде. 62 лимита на 50. Да, 5 юнитов. 5 юнитов кричит, да? Отличный вообще киллинг вейвы, сейф, вообще просто Лин. Еще бы Грантов, да, еще и Грантов в битве отводит, старается. Битвы. Так, минус Грант. Тем временем став на медведя. Здесь уже размен в пользу Ремайнда. Ремайнд давит. Ремайнд давит, ребят, аккуратнее. Вот может еще на самом деле дожать. Крест есть у Димки. Сколько хинг-вейвов там залетело от психи? Слушайте. Ой, какие криты. 162, Хекс, Демон Хантер, став успеет или нет? Нет, снова крит или что? Кулдаун, став. Став на кулдауне. Can't go for the instant revive either because his demon was level 4.4. But he will try and go for it. Isn't it like, what, 120 lumber? Чтобы купать нужно Демона Хантера. Но это очень дорого. Почти 600 голды это стоит. Ну там аура Турен еще у Димки. Да, выкупается Демон Хантер. Блейд свиток купил на магазине, инвул купил. Но сейчас будет ловить мишек на отходе. Есть, в принципе, должны быть райдеры. Да, один райдер есть. Не отпустит так просто. Ой, сейчас еще и Димку могут подрезать. Там скорее всего, откатился уже став. Да, плюс реджук кидает. Смог отойти. Здесь ремайнд без больших потерь. Но что делать? Время работает на орка. Спан стоит. Нужно возвращаться. Deep connection with piggybacks? No, I'm good. Alright, good. Just checking. Демон битый. Ждет, видимо, ману на реджув. Стафает все-таки его.
Yeah, a big
Стаффит, что,
problem for
бутылек
Remind is that
взял.
he had to use wisps here to try and drain some mana from the
Снова
Space
ровно
Walker, which I
50
like, but then
лимита у
his Longbow was
Ремайнда.
kinda in shambles because of it. So now he remade those wisps, but he's faced with the same
Кстати,
ordeal.
2 арбы.
He sent
Я не
3 new
помню,
wisps here with his army. And it kinda feels
в
like
прошлом
this fight is
сражении
gonna have to
было
do
2
it, 'cause
арбы или
otherwise
нет.
that
По-моему,
super
нет.
Flynn is just gonna take off
Сейчас
out
вот
of
2
control.
арбы есть. Слушайте, не знаю, как это Ремайнд, блин, с одной базой. Все время 50 лимита у него. Он теряет Демона Хантер 4-го левела, выкупает его на таверне. При этом хватает денег еще на вторую арбу все равно у Ремайнда.
Shadowhunter close to the level up. He needs 1 bear kill only, and he will have level 5. I think this whole game there hasn't been the mana burn against
Прикопка на Блейда, вырубает его, да, выключает его с битвы на какое-то время. Так что Кода там неаккуратно подходит, конечно, сзади. Кода больше нету. Блин, там Shadowhunter постоянно бутылки покупает. Бутылку маны, возвращается, хилинг вейв. Сам добивает Ремайнд здесь, да, медведя. Инвул прожимает Блэдмастер. Да, минус медведь, 5-й Shadowhunter, да, хилинг вейв 3-го левела и уже джиджишка. Первая игра. Пользу Лина.
Yes, sir. That
Отличный
looks
контроль.
A lot more comfortable on Lin's side than playing against Keeper and Hunts and Archers. I'm pretty sure he enjoyed that quite a bit. Being invited to play against Bears because he just
2 кадоя. Ранний Спирит Волкерс перед Линком. Перед Линком, да? Апдейт, апгрейд на Спирит Волкер, чтобы было побольше маны, побольше ХП. И, в принципе, все, гранты и райдеры. 2 героя. Хорошая позиция. Да, на самом деле там очень много хилинг вейвов вылетело. Очень много. Тоже удивился.
If he takes a decent fight, he's gonna have the expansion then and the eco advantage to pull ahead. And he did that very nicely here. Remember, last season he was struggling heavily against Remind's Bears, but this time he comes in very well prepared.
Какая четкая еще реализация у Лина преимущества, как только разменялся в плюс, сразу же экспан появился, прям сразу же экспан. Пока отстраивался Remind, снова нападал, экспан уже готов был.
Good positioning. Nothing fancy in the fight, really. It was just about having the front line at the front.
А там уже за счет экспан, за счет этого магаза, ресурсов, бутыльков. Свитка по инвулов опять же. Контролил. После сражения отходил в магазин, Блэдмастер закупался.
But yeah, I think
Taker was pretty great. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Taker was pretty great indeed. How about Sakard? He was very good with Wyvern.
Блин, если бы так бы Орк потерял бы своего героя, понимаете, да, чем бы все закончилось? То есть эльф реально, ну, может ошибаться, Орк не может ошибаться. Так же, как и Undead тоже, если героя своего теряют, блин, то все, считай, тебе конец.
So let's see if on map 2 we can fix these problems. Lin one step away from the quarterfinal.
Что понравилось, как Лин бегал Блэдмастером, столько времени реально выиграл. За ним гонялись.
And what is Lin going to do against it? Lin, the second best orc of all time after Taker, according to Todd.
Once you go Bears, you never go back, Remo. Because it's only gonna be Bears. No, he's going Keeper, never mind.
Блэдмастер.
Understandable, I believe, on this map.
Heal, Bloodmaster, Keeper.
Creeping is an essential part of Warcraft. You want to make sure you get good levels early. You need to get level 2 basically right away. And also you want to get level 3 fast. And getting level 3
Headhunter застройка.
If you're facing aggression is a complete nightmare, especially against Orc. And Lin is going with the standard here once more. No Farseer play. just Blade Master straight up, and he's been looking so damn solid. Thinking back also to his game against Alice, why would he go into Farce here? He just seems to have the star sense of exactly what he needs to do with the Blade Master.
Yeah, I think maybe a Panda second would have been much better. Wait, why is that? The Trapper's attacking a Wisp! What is going on? You see that guy? He went all the
Фокус
way
сегодня
back.
здесь проиграл, да? Этому романтику, блин, с экспандом на мейне.
Unbelievable.
Экспанд, потому что на мейне строят эльфы.
Yeah, those creeps are getting smarter by the day.
It's an overachiever right there. He's gonna go far.
Pion trying to threaten the creeps. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the second hero last game might have been a problem because like Keeper wasn't really doing much. And perhaps a Panda would have been much better because then if you're able to start landing those entangles on the Shadow Hunter and you have Breath of Fire level 2, then the barbecue can actually really begin. So maybe that was one of the mistakes by Remind to go for the Keeper second, but this time around he's playing Keeper first. And it looks like a fairly standard opener with the Hunter Soul pretty quick. Being added on.
Interesting creep route by Len. He switches it up. This is something he hasn't shown before. He picks up the item on his side, runs across the map, uses the Windwalk trick against the Shadow Priest, High Priest, and creeps the
Гранта пора отводить.
exposing his own
Или
base
он
in
полностью
the
собирается
process, so it's
точку
gonna
крепить.
be
Просто сейчас сетка, наверное,
2
полетит.
peons
Нет,
going
нет,
down
сеток
at least,
скорости.
probably rather 4, but he's getting good experience. He actually used the speed scroll to boost back. Wants to protect the workforce. And the burrow.
Well, the burrow is gone.
Отменят.
It's gonna be an easy cancel here out of Remind.
Пришел, рабочего прикопал, второй уровень получил и Трентов. Трентами отменяет. Кипера, скорее всего, придется здесь на телепорте уходить. Да, ТП. Арчерка стелепортировалась. Может быть, он хотел арчерку даже оставить, чтобы посмотреть, куда Блейдмастер с Грантом побежит.
I think it was only one actually. Looking at the main, at the corpses, only one corpse. Alright, so 2 peons would have been a lot worse, but still lots of time of the peons in the burrow, so affording Lodge and Bestiary and Shadowhunter all on tier 2 is gonna be pretty hard.
Wisp getting caught. Damn, those creeps. They don't like Night Elf. What is going on? Did Slasher take control of this creep today or what?
Пора экспанд, наверное, заказывать Ремайнду.
Gladiators in the Colosseum. You also saw growing up, you know, when we were all fascinated with gladiators, you also saw those different armor sets that they had, right? And one of them was always a helmet with like I don't know, like some grid in front of it, and then they were wearing hardly any armor, but they were carrying also a net and a trident. Now I must admit, I haven't been in a fight to the death in a Colosseum yet, but if I was, wouldn't I want a different weapon
иллюзии
a trident
на втором левеле? Интересно, для разведки.
Yeah, but it's not just like gladiators on gladiators. I think they were like fighting sometimes like random people, maybe slaves and stuff. So they're just having some fun.
Грантами скаутил, проверял достройку. Где экспанд?
My man wants to bring a chainsaw to the arena. What are you gonna tell him? Like it's just weapons of choice. It's personal preference.
I mean, I get that. You know, you gotta get your enjoyment in life where you can. But some of those fights were also to the death. So one would think that maybe you were gonna try hard in those scenarios.
Yeah, it does seem a little ridiculous to have a trident. It's like, who do you think you are, Poseidon? Like you just start laughing at him. And the nets? We're going on hunted tree, boys? Like lions enter the arena? It's like, what are you gonna do with the nets?
Yeah, tridents immediately make me think.
Загулял немного Блейд.
Oh, mirror image, Poggies. And the Poseidon that's in there.
Oh my god, the AP's down there. Remind, he makes it look like he's going for a normal build.
Застройка.
He's like, I'm gonna do that build.
Застройка. Nature Blessing, застройка.
1,000 times better. Okay, what worries me is that he might be about to get pushed back. In which case there is
Ой, так это минус плей. Ой, минус кипер же, да? Да, кипер по-любому будет падать, телепорта нету.
No!
And that's the big danger when you lose the TP in the early game. The Orc can just simply go for Hex, speed scroll, and chase your butt down.
Oh, he didn't have downpoll. Yeah, that's right. Oh,
yeah.
I think it's not a case where he forgot about it. It's just he found himself.
Сейчас бы иллюзии выбить какие-нибудь, да, отправить на разведку. Проверить экспан, проверить мейн, что сделает у нас ремайн. Ремайн второго героя взял бестмастера.
There's also a building on the left, making a shop. Alright, Remind pulling out all the stops. If the AP is all root and they're protected, this is gonna be a threat. However, we already have a war mill, so there's easy access to demolishers already.
I feel like Remind is about to show up to the arena with a Triton and a net, man.
Yeah, and the other guy has a shield and a sword. I can tell you, it's not gonna be an even fight.
Like the proper
you should have not tried to get so stylish, you know. If you're a gladiator, maybe care a bit less about fashion and a bit more about fighting, bro.
Да, два кабана, хотя бы, да, хотя бы задиспарить.
Where's the keeper? Is he back? Yes, he is. Needs to join his friends.
Тут 3 протектора. Здравствуйте, и кипер возвращается. Проблема, нам нужно ламбер... А, уже есть, там уже катапульты строятся. Уже ламбермил есть у Лина.
Real danger that when the demolisher comes out, it gets shot down pretty quickly as well. Beastmaster is gonna get almost surrounded. Wait, oh my god, he's escaping.
Бежит.
No, he's not.
Last second hacked, Blade in trouble. Missing a bit of mana for the mirror image.
Да, там Блейда могут убить.
Had enough for the windwalk. And now healing him up, running back. The demolisher is about to come out. Needs to rally it correctly. You said it right.
И 3 протектора там базу потихонечку сносят. Катапульта, правда, выезжает.
And he moves it right away. Good target fire by Remind, man. Focusing it right away. But it does remain alive? If such thing, it remains functional, I guess.
Что-то хочет ворваться, катапульту убить хантресами, прям на пофиг туда врывается, да, убивает катапульту. Минус борл, supply блок. Ой, нельзя кату терять. Ой, еще и тренд вызывает. Это минус ката 100%. Всеми рабочими чини.
He seems to be winning this. That's 5 APs, Todd.
Жестко.
He's blocking the entrance with his own APs.
We were laughing at the Tritons and
Жестко. 2 протектора еще достраиваются. Неужели Лина застроит здесь? Минус еще один борл. Да, GG. Лоу.
Wow. I did not see that one coming. But you can never underestimate those APs, man. They can overwhelm you, just like that.
Just like a net and a Triton. Twitch chat is heavily disagreeing with you guys, by
Потерял
the way.
кипера, потерял бестмастера.
As much as we love this AP push, Lynn probably not so much. Keeper, Beastmaster combo and 5
в итоге все равно задавили.
Nature took its revenge against the orcs on concealed.
Застроили. Вроде и катапульта, да, там сразу же в заказе была.
But he might be able to do it back to back. If Remind gets the next map, there will be 2 wins in a row against Lynn.
I love that how Remo completely randomly brought that up, and of course we have a good amount of PhD ancient gladiator battle in chat, ready to enlighten us with all the knowledge in the world.
It doesn't surprise me that people who follow a competitive fantasy game are quite the historians. They might remember.
Are you one of those guys, Neo?
Of course, I know every single thing about history. I don't like I can't say that I know everything about the future anymore. I kind of lost that.
Линии разнесшиеся, согласен.
I know everything about the past. Like that we every time we have a 3 mapper, we go into a break.
Как выигрывать реально такого эльфа? Все четко Лин делал. Просто застройки скоро начнутся, не знаю, середины карты. Они базу уже у себя на мейне строят, эльфы. Еще застройка теперь середина базы. Ой, середина карты. Прикол. Мотайте, ребят, на ус, кто за эльф играет. Делаем Т2, Хантерсхолл, любого второго героя, 3 протектора где-нибудь ставим. И все. Nature Blessing обязательно. Разведать? Куда разведать? смысле Лолайт? Лолайт играл против 120-го. 2-0. Так и отлетел.
Back at DreamHack, the score is tied 1-1. Lin or Remind, who's advancing into the quarterfinal alongside Chemico, Lin, and Focus. Do you want to talk about the games, or do we want to continue our discussion with Twitch chat about tridents and nets?
Yeah, let's continue the discussion. Remo, what would have been your weapon of choice if you were a gladiator?
Dude, like, you know, how is that driving so much traction and interaction? It's pretty crazy. Seems like you guys are very bound and intrigued by that trident, and seem to have a weird connection with the trident. Apparently, we were informed by Twitch chat that those gladiators did not have a free choice. They were given those weapons, which may be true. I wasn't there. Gotta be honest, I wasn't there.
Another chatter said that trident net had the highest win percentage of all the gladiators.
Do they have a pie chart of what weapon had the most prize
money? The tournament stats, how big was that sample?
Wikipedia, could you please start a Colosseum subpage? That would be glorious.
The trident turns out to be imbalanced after Remo tried to trash talk it. That's amazing.
Didn't influence the Colosseum meta, that's for sure. Oh boy. We have two legendary gamers fighting for a spot, a top seed in the round of 8. So can Remind surprise Lin again. He might not have the craziest micro and is definitely not sticking to the usual Night Elf guns, but he has the surprise factor. And now we'll see if Lin can deal with it. Have fun, boys.
Не знаю, может быть, какого-нибудь героя добавить с дисполом. Герой с дисполом. Нормально я придумал.
All right. We step into our little Colosseum.
Такого героя нету, реально. Чтобы герой выходил и диспелить мог.
You know, I'm trying to remember. Like, you know what I was talking about though? Like, right when we were kids,
they were like пошли форсиры. Пошли форсиры с хедхантерами.
Of different eras, like of medieval times with castles and knights and whatever, but also of Roman times with the Colosseum and with legions and with the Limus and also with gladiators. And they were always depicted sort of in a similar way. There was the normal equipment, sword and shield. There was the trident dude, but there were also other ones. And I'm trying to remember what these other guys were. And I can't remember.
Yeah, probably they had nothing because they were just there to be executed pretty much.
So they were just sent in naked? They didn't have any weapons?
Имбернетик, ты что, за эльфов играешь, что ли?
Tidy whiteys or something, and that's it.
Сразу видно.
That's a tough challenge, man. That's like
I don't know, I feel like I watch too many TV shows where it's like, you know, there's so much cruelty and like random stuff, messed up stuff around gladiators. But anyway, going
They
into
used-
this map, by the way, remember I googled famous bear quotes before, and I felt like I found the perfect one for Northerite. This is a cold, stark world, but to polar bears, mothers, and cubs.
Добавить урон на детонации, как у подрывников с обсерватории, да? Такой урон.
But actually, that raises the question, which
И приходить в начале
going into this
просто
match, we had,
мейн взрывать.
Remind used two completely
Масс
different
виспов.
strategies. He used bears, then he used an AP push. Now what does he do? He's opening somewhat standard. As we saw last game, he didn't mean much because he did a crazy tower rush. And Lin took a bit of a gamble by going for the Farseer here.
Yeah. And Farseer, the first time we see it today in Orc vs Night Elf, we kept talking about it, how it's becoming more and more popular, but we saw mostly Blade, but now we see the Farseer. And I think Lin is going to be really unhappy to see the creep route here by Remind. He was hoping Remind was going for the safe creep at the green to only have level 1, but Remind went for the greedy one. And he got level 2 right away, and that means Lin
Итак, Мунвейл, это еще и баталек маны. Жесть, сейчас столько прикопок будет. Хедхантеров вообще нельзя, наверное, подводить сюда. И броню единичку дать. Ну,
Started a little earlier, very nicely done. By Remind.
Is it just me, or is this base build
чё ж там
by Remind
мелочиться?
real weird?
Еще единичку-то, надо
Yeah.
5 армора.
Especially the Hunter Soul.
Виспам.
Usually that's a space that back there you cannot save for one of your tier 2 production building because you have the room for that. So you never make the Hunter Soul there usually.
Тут реально хедхантеров
Almost
нельзя
leads me to
подводить.
believe that we're not going to see lowers this game, although
Хантерами,
that, I
видимо,
guess,
нужно
that is jumping
идти
to
как-то
conclusions.
качаться.
Yeah, Hunters early. We see them coming, and normally most Nidals will try to avoid Huntresses because of how they get shredded by Headhunters later. But in the early stages, for early map control, they are of course good.
Сейчас
There's
прикопочки
a battle
будут.
here for some of those creeps.
Антрески подойдут, прикопки
And,
будут
oh
сразу
my
же
god,
по
that tangle is so
хедхантерам.
dangerous against this, but Lin's
Yeah.
doing a good job zoning the keeper away
No
because the
way.
keeper's faster usually.
Хорошо,
If he can
подблочил.
catch up, there's gonna be that entangle launch.
Oh my god, look at the blocks. Oh, dude, he brings in the Headhunters, threatening something, and then saves them all with a nice block, basically wasting a ton of time for the keeper.
He almost baited him like to try and go for this. So behind this we got tier 2 started here for Remind, who's getting ultra vision. So some big creep jack potential once he can get some eyes on him.
And with this amount of Headhunters, you can catch up with everything very, very fast.
Ну, сейчас с Хекса будет полегче. СХ выйдет,
Save
можно
camps
будет
first.
хексить. Антресок
Speaking of
и
nets,
Кипера можно будет хексить.
Where the trident at? Warlocks.
Don't some of the sea giants on Tidehunters have tridents? No, they have anchors, actually.
Плащ не смог подойти
That's
подобрать,
also
потому
weird
что
that they-
лягушка заблочила.
Imagine if you're a gladiator, you step into the Colosseum and they give you a goddamn anchor. And you're like, what do I look like? Brock
He can't even
Lesnar?
lift it.
Oh, big mana potion used.
Мгм.
That's gonna be the second Headhunter going down.
It would be funny. You can even
Минус
throw your
уже 2
weapon. You
хедхантера.
put like Dwayne Johnson and John Cena in there, they do it easy.
Или 3 даже хедхантера.
And this is the problem
Три
with
точно.
playing Headhunters against Keeper. This is oftentimes what happens. 3 Headhunters going down real quick. And the Farseer is still not level 2.
Да.
Yeah, he used the greater mana at least.
Да.
That's like a win in itself.
Don't have an expansion for Remind, so this is just gonna be one base play for now.
Буди нейтралов.
I wonder,
Нет, нет, не стал будить
how do
нейтралов.
Bears fare against Farseer? I would think pretty good, right? They don't have to deal with the Blade Master crits. There's gonna be no
Взял персоналку, чтобы сейчас пойти, прожать Манвелла и вернуться на персоналке к Хантрасам. Смотрите.
It's not so much, I think, the unit against the hero.
Полетели. Да? Нет, не обязательно лететь, просто орк не крипится. Если бы орк начал крипиться, то можно было бы прилететь на Хантрас. А так, пешочком обратно, да? Нет, нет, все-таки прилетел. И панда вторым героем. О, как же...
I think Lane wants to get a strong tier 2 army and tier 2
Как же
expand.
тяжело оркам.
Maybe then there is no time to go for bears.
Как же
We'll
орку
see.
тяжело.
Double lords are coming, next entangle, next kill. That's 4 headhunters
Я бы сгорел.
going down so far.
It looks like Remind's far from done, gets another entangle
Oh my god.
off here.
Ну, хоть какой-то размен появляется, как вышел Shadow Hunter, Hex.
Oh, the bestiary. The bestiary, it's so close. He needs to hex something. All right, BC remains standing. And this could be an overcommitment by Remind. Using Entangle, this one is also going to lead to a kill. There's one more hex. Oh my god, dude, that's so many units going down everywhere.
Like only 4 heroes are going to stand alive here at the end of this fight if this keeps going this way. But Keeper out of mana. No more entangles, he has to get out. Saving the bestiary was really nice here by Lin. He's actually going for a raider first, maybe for a bit of
Т3 лорницы.
I guess control here, being able
Ой,
to
слушайте, это Т3 медведя сейчас будет, да?
At home are filled to the brim and tier 3 is underway. Dryas will be coming
Спирит
in.
Линка-то нету.
I think this game is looking really good for Remind. He should absolutely have the time to have some bears out.
Плюс
for the
Арбан на
kind of
Кипере.
expansion, I would believe.
The law somewhat at the front. I guess in case of defense, he at least has the Moonwells to the back. The Ancient of Wonder is immediately behind as well. I quite like the Panda actually, like if you can get him to level 3, he's just so incredibly strong. And it's supposed to always be... But actually, what do you go for? Do you go Heal Wave here? If you're in, because he went Hex first, right, for the fight, which helped out and killed a lot. But does he go Heal Wave?
Yeah, Heal Wave. For sure.
But then if he goes Heal Wave, he's missing Serpent Ward. And if he goes Serpent Ward, he's missing Heal Wave.
That is correct, Todd. Unfortunately, he can't skill stats like in Dota. That would be a weird choice.
Пришел, добил.
Dude, all like random talents, like every other level. Do you know what was the best, like my favorites one for a long time is the one where you got like a lot of extra gold as like a support. I always told my team, if you can hold out
Кипер
until
третий,
level
Панда
50,
вторая.
we won. We're gonna get infinite everything with all that.
Закупиться бы сейчас. Да. Купить став, купить арбу. Т3 доделывается.
I guess it is. Level 3 Shadow Hunter. It is the expansion
Покупает
here.
став. Ну, закрепить зеленую точку рядом с Мейном, наверное, да, и как раз таки Т3 доделается арбу купить.
If there's this 50 supply bear army, I would have feel it's gonna be hard to deal with. There's gonna be no walker damage, no spirit link. There are, however,
Да, без Спирит Линка будет тяжело.
Wait, he's making 3 raiders. He may be transitioning into sort of a hit and run style.
Well, he got a flute. He needs to make more ranged units. Speed scroll. He's trying to catch. Oh, he used the crystal ball. Saw that the creeping was going on right now. And Lin's gonna try to engage.
Опа, вот это хороший момент. Медведи без формы. Хекс, сетка. Сейчас Хекс, пружа. Ну, кидай пружу на кого-нибудь. На Кипер, да пофиг на кого-нибудь. На кого-нибудь.
Hex chase down. This is giving me some Razorman flashbacks. Hex focus fire and snare. Let's go.
Развел на ТП.
Gonna force that TP. And that TP being gone means Link can just threaten a counterattack all the time, right? He can stay bottom right and always hit the base over and over.
Центр, наверное, пойти, магазин закрепить. Магазин.
This is so weird. Like usually you would never play head
Ремайнд Давиде будет.
Also because there is never bears in this matchup usually. So not Lin fully adapted to what Remind was doing, and he made like this custom weird composition of Headhunter, Shaman. Shamans are there to counter the Keeper, obviously, and Raiders to threaten the catch in center of the map or even the counter attack, as you mentioned. But now Remind has Orb. He's 2.4 on the Panda, and it might be time to start fighting a little more here for him.
First Kodo coming out. I feel like this one's going to be crucial to land that Devour. We don't have a speed throw anymore, which is a bit of a problem for getting those Kodos in. But he does have triple and snare, which is really good against the bears. Oh, Shadow! What are you doing there, my friend?
Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй. Хилинг-вейв. Ситок скорости нету.
Focus fire now on the bears. Rejuvenation not active yet. He's ready to dispel if needed. Whisk coming in from the main, and the Raiders are suffering heavily.
And Remind with some big snipes here, he's getting an AP around the expo that's going to prevent mining. That means
Строит вышку на экспанде.
He doesn't even need to send his army to the expo. He can just chase this main army here of Lin and try and keep on fighting if he feels like he's doing well enough. And is there enough purge to deal with all the rejuve? You can't purge those dryads, so that's going to be easy rejuve on those. Keeper being targeted now. The staff is on him. Staff transfer, double staff transfer as well. No, single. So he cannot come back into the fight as the staff for preservation is still on the Panda.
Keeping the Raiders alive for now. Oh, look at that heal wave! 6 save on the Raiders. So important to have these end snares available. Level 3 on the Farseer. Could use the wolves maybe, although they might get
Давай, Лин, кара импу. Еще одного медведя съесть. Давай. Хорош, подошел, съедает.
Mana management on the Shadowhunter was amazing. Gets the next
Два медведя
devour off.
переваривается.
This
Еще
was
одного
really
медведя
hard
убивает.
to take fight with this kind of army.
Райдера не
But Len does it very
доконтроливает,
nice. He picks up
теряет.
more
Да,
warriors. Of
Райдера
course, he's got the
потерял
two
третий
basic
уровень
weapons. Only
панда.
now the Panda is 3. What difference it would have made had he had been 3 right away.
Свиток скорости бы сейчас нету. Ну прожми свиток скорости, да вот. Вот, еще минус медведь без формы. Панду, 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 панду.
Oh, he needs to use it. Oh my god. TP last second with Shadowhunter. He was kind of panicking there, trying to save the Kodo.
А, какой телепорт. Кода выжил.
Hit points.
И там, кстати, экспанд-то не работает в итоге, да? Ну так и работает, как бы, но тут протектор. Еще один протектор. И сюда летит, видимо, Нет, панда. Панда летит. Так сказать, кипер. Панду же стафнули. На персоналке сюда вернулась.
I don't like that breath actually he just used because he kind of needs mana or more mana for the fight. But Shadow is gonna start the fight with very little mana here. The Ancient of War is there. What is this?
Шел медведь по лесу, видит Кодой, залез в него переваривается. Ну да, из рубрики анекдотов за 100. Что-то жалко, да, экспанд? С другой стороны, Ремайнд потратился на 2 протектора.
Ensnare dodged with the staff, but not ready for the next one. Did you see that? He faked the ensnare because he knew the bear was going to try to dodge it with his bear form. High level play between the two.
Yeah. And then the next raider showed up and he pulled a Trinity. Dodge this.
That bear went down. Only 2 bears on the field right now. Kodo's moving forward, being hungry. As so often.
Ситок скорости есть? Есть ситок скорости. Лин отлично, конечно, контролит. Райдера все отводит. Скролл, сейчас будет Хекс, Уржа. У Кипера... Кипера пора что-то передать, наверное. Нет, его стафует просто.
I love how these Ancient Protector and the Ancient of War were standing at the expo. We have no purpose. And they're like, oh, okay, we can go for the main.
Сейчас бы Лину отойти, реально минуснуть эти протекторы, пока время есть. А то прикопается на мейне.
1 minute 20. Yeah, the problem is, this time there's not strong enough of an army for Remind to back up this ancient push with actual units.
Dude, the bestiary. It's kind of low already.
It's gonna go down.
We're back.
True.
Remind needs to try and delay the fight a little bit here. Can get to 50. More units will be way better, but yeah, it's also like you're seeing one of those Kodos has a bear in it. And as soon as that gets digested, Kodo can grab another bear, so it always puts this pressure on you that you kind of have to fight.
Продакшн убьет.
But a double healing scroll is going to be amazing. Or Lin here.
I think Lin would like to take a fight here in the middle if he can. Chain lightning. Alright. One bear getting caught once again. Staff must be ready. Does he have double staff at this point? No, still only the single.
Свиточек отличный. Еще один. А, нет, это был... Нет, еще один свиток есть. Один свиток прожал, еще один свиток остается. Хилинг вейв 2-го левела работает отлично здесь. Еще один свиток прожимается. Но по армии выигрывает. Что там на базе?
That everyone was trying to get to, like in the movie Hooligans. You've seen that movie, right?
I don't think so.
Oh my god.
Так, Хекс, Сетка. Панда с бутыльком. Бутыляк прожимает, есть инвол. Нужно передать инвол, нужно передать инвол, нужно передать инвол, либо став на КД. Инвол не передал. Кипер с инволом. Кипер прожимает инвол.
That's gonna be it, looks like. Remind uses the invuln on time to survive, but Lane has so much units left
Реджув.
over.
Реджув надо было пожертвовать медведем, кинуть реджув на кипера, минус кипер.
But it doesn't really matter, gets the kill regardless. Keeper goes down, and that must be it now, certainly. 37 supply only left for Remind, put up a really good fight. But Lane, with one of his moves of just pure strategic genius. Like, what was this build? Fast Headhunter opening into Shadow Hunter, then Raiders, expansion, trying to catch units, creep jacking.
Отдал героев, при этом денег нету на героев. Нужно, наверное, мишек отменять и выкупать кипера, панду восстановить, бог ты с ней, да? Но кипера нужно выкупать.
Just give him like the leftover in the fridge, he'll make you like some insane recipe. Like cheese fondue with pineapple.
Out of
strawberry
chicken,
jam on the
out of
side.
chicken bones, he's gonna make a souffle somehow.
Да, Лин хорош. Как он от панды тоже райдера своих отводит, как он их сейвит, сеточку кинул, сразу же отвел. Ситок скорости постоянно есть. Кстати, сейчас не купил ситок скорости. А, нет, купил, не забываю. Да. Бутылка мана на Shadow Hunter, уже 5-го левела Shadow Hunter, 3-е лечение, почти 5-й уровень форсир.
Yeah, that Shadow Hunter did so good with a heal wave against the Panda to keep everything alive. That double heal scroll was obviously super important. The expansion, it was not running for like a super long time, but it definitely gave Lin a lot of resources to kind of like build that army that he needed to deal with this amount of bears.
GG.
Alright, that said, Remind sees no way out of this anymore, but good attempt, good series, but then in the end our favorite does make it through first place.
Хорошая серия
Did you
получилась.
see in the last fight there how many units got ensnared and killed afterwards? Please don't disrespect the nets of a gladiator ever again. That was really, really cool, man.
Чемик выиграл Муна 2-0, 120 выиграл Лайта 2-0. И тут у нас вот отличные были две серии, как бы фокус романтик и Лин Ремайнд 2-1-2-1 в пользу орков. В итоге такие результаты. Европа через полчаса, 18:00 стартует. Пойду я на перерыв, ребят. Перекусить надо, да, и вернусь, будем смотреть уже Европу. Не знаю, может быть даже вообще не выключать, оставлю, потому что сейчас будет брать интервью. Просто выключу микрофон.
No Night Elf so far in our top 8, but that shall change for sure. We still got the big hitters there in the lower bracket now. Moon, Lawlight, Colorful. That's some big names. And a lot of other players competing as well for the 4 remaining spots.
Yeah, we'll get one guaranteed from that group actually. This is 3 elves in the low brackets.
Very true. Colorful, Remind, and Allison. We'll of course recap all the groups. Lin with that conquers rank 5 again in the ESL Pro Tour rankings with 385 points at the moment. Chemico ranked 6 with the top finish, but across the weekend this could still very, very much change. And we of course want to hear from Lin as he's waiting for us in the winners interview in just a second once we connect to Woof. And I guess we're ready. We're hoping that Lin is ready. Winner interview, Lin again. Congratulations to the quarterfinal. In the past, we heard you complain about the matchup versus Night Elf quite a bit. But in a series like this must have been a lot more fun than usual.
首先恭喜你晋级到8强。在之前我们听到你投诉就是关于这个对抗，就是受主打暗夜。可是今天看起来你打得好像很开心，对吗？
其实我这次打得特别不开心。第2盘我以为就已经赢了，结果就没侦测到3个 BP 就游戏被翻盘了。然后第3盘也是，我以为我特别优势，差一点点输了。
Actually, I'm not happy in this series, you know. On the second map, I thought I have won the game, but I didn't scout for the AP, so I lost it. It take a comeback. And also on the third map, I didn't see the APs. I almost lost the map actually.
Yeah, that was really close. Why did you not perform up to 100% then today? Is it just a day off, or is it the style of Remind that you're not used to?
虽然说这样子，那代表说你今天没有发挥到100% 的完美，100就是完全的完美。那你觉得是为什么呢？是因为 Remind 是一个比较不一样的暗夜吗？还是因为什么原因？
说出来说要继续增产的，不知道阿念要用什么套路，他可以用吹风，还有慢一点开框双臂儿，或者早点开框双臂儿，而且另外这个选手的话，特别喜欢用雄鹿或者2本小鹿爆人口这种，要继续增产，然后要针对的。第一盘的话我打的没什么大的问题吧，但是第二盘被那个 BP 搞了以后，好像我的状态有点下去了，就这样。
For the orcs, actually, you have to keep scouting all the time. Like for the night, they can play a lot of strategy, like fast expansion, late expansion, max talents, or bears and dryads. So yeah, you have to keep scouting. And for the first map, I think I don't have a big problem on the first map. But on the second map, after the AP push, I was like, I feel not that good in shift. I feel worse after the AP push. Yep.
It was still enough to go into the round of 8. Your questions, Todd.
Last time that you played against Remind, you actually lost. So was that a match that you made sure to pay extra attention to the replays, and you really wanted to get another chance at facing him because you knew you were going to be able to adapt a lot better to his style?
在上次你跟李麦打，然后你输掉了，你这次有做什么准备？你是不是有观看很多次 replays 呢？就是录像，还是说，然后你很想要再跟他打一盘之类的？
其实没有，就是想了一下，其实我出剑圣，然后可以针对一下 BEBT 这个套路，不出下慢，能打对手的套路，但是我不太想针对。我想试一试下慢打雄鹿这些的。
Actually, no. I use Black Master and BEBT, which is Beastery and
Totem.
Yes, Totem, and yeah, I want to make it too like special strategy for some strategy. I want to try to use with Shaman to play against the bears and dryads. So I didn't make a little like counter strategy. I want to practice with this style.
Yeah, usually most night elves that you play against, they do like a few different strategies here and there. Sometimes they'll AP push, but most of the time, a lot of them, they just do mass hunts, mass archers, and then keeper alchemists with very good execution. So do you think that playing against Reminds is harder because he's more unpredictable? Or do you think playing against somebody who plays standard with really good execution is more difficult for you?
就是当然暗夜有一些不一样的主流战术，像有些暗夜喜欢用就是 KOG 首发，然后2发炼金，然后都是纯那个 AC。那 Remind 算是比较不一样的风格，就是可能会用雄鹿。那你觉得你比较喜欢打纯 AC， 然后 KOG， 然后炼金2发呢，还是比较喜欢打就是那个 Remind 的这样的风格呢？
其实 Remind 这个选手就付出的没那么久，好像是我知道他那个用双臂2这个套路玩的比别的暗夜有点弱一些，但是好像他用那个雄鹿好像比别的暗夜强一些，然后很适合他，就50人口一直在看操作就拼起来这些。所以他没用这个双臂2了吧？应该是，他也知道他的双臂2不太稳赢我。
I think reminds because he came back not so long, so I think the double engine of war with mass archer is not good. He's not very used to be playing this style. So and I think he also knows that his bear's dryer place is actually better than other sniper. He very good in 50 supplies micro and keep attacking. He pretty good in this style. So I think that's why he chose this style to play.
Is there anyone in the tournament that you really would like to meet at some point? Not necessarily in the next round, anytime. I asked the same question to 120 and he said he would like to face you because he thinks it's difficult, or he has a difficult time against Orc himself, and he would like to get some practice through meeting you.
你有在这个比赛想要遇到谁吗？因为在前面的采访，120说，因为目前打兽族有点困难 ，UD 打兽族有点困难，所以他很想遇到你，和你切磋一下。那你有想在这个比赛特别遇到谁吗？
那120已经第一名助选，我也是第一名助选，8强里我们遇不到的，所以这个下次吧。然后没有像
透有说透有说就是无论什么时候不一定要8强，没关系。
其实我跟120打5开，不知道为什么他想练习打修主。我觉得用 UD 打修主的话压力有点大，但他想练习的话，就我们决赛见面可以的。
I think like for the chance that me version 120 is like 50-50. I don't know why he want to practice against Orcs. It's pretty hard actually for me, as far as I understand. But if he wants to, yeah, let's do it in the finals.
All right, thank you very much.
Sounds amazing, man. Thank you very much. We see each other next week.
I see you.
Bye-bye.
Next week.
Boom, there we go. Winner bracket finals of Asia done. 4 quarterfinals determined. 4 more will be elected after this weekend. Tomorrow, the winner bracket semifinals. On Sunday, the lower bracket semifinals. The lower bracket finals then on Sunday. And then we'll probably have good answers of who's gonna make it to Stockholm. Let's recap the groups real fast. Chemico kicks down Moon to the lower bracket, where tomorrow we're gonna choose his opponent. It's gonna be between Soin and Linguagua. 2 orcs fighting for survival, and Soin fighting for his last chance of making it to the $130,000 main event LAN at the end of November. 120 kicks down Lawlight, also with a 2-0, and this is a super strong group with Sock and 15 Sway. Sock also struggling, currently not in the top 8, and Lawlight, if he really wants to make it to the big tournament, then he needs to score, needs to go into the round of 8. He's probably the favorite there, though. Group C has Focus going through as always, the constant here at DreamHack's. Fortitude is waiting for his opponent, where it's gonna be a war between 2 veterans in Mikael and Fly. Both really not the greatest performance so far, maybe not the greatest shape. Fortitude is waiting there. He seems hungry for more points and the quarterfinal. And Group D has Remind waiting for his Night Elf opponent. Colorful is definitely the favorite versus Alice, and then we'll see if he can get his revenge over Remind, who kicked him down to the lower bracket initially.
Yeah, now it's gonna get serious. Tomorrow we're gonna get into the elimination stages, and a lot of these players are living on a prayer. Soin seemingly most notably, needing these EPT points badly to try to qualify for the global finals. We had some great matches today already, and the closer we get to our final, the better it's gonna get.
Speaking of finals, quarterfinals already in Europe. Foggy and Hawk, the favorites, prevailed yesterday. Semifinals for them, now 2 more players. These matches are going to be incredibly hype, and the pre-show for Europe starts in just 15 minutes. So we take a little bit of a break, and then we have the matches of Happy versus Johnny Cage and X-Lord versus Dice. Is it gonna be the undead veterans of the European scene, the Emperor and the Meister, or is it gonna be the 2 youngest talents in the scene, with Johnny Cage 32 years, Dice 21 years? That's the storyline for Europe. 15 minutes, and then we're back. See you in a bit.
That second Zeppelin cost more gold, 240. That's basically a bear. And this Zeppelin will be sacrificed. Foggy! What? Was he trying to staff the Zepp or something? That was...
Yeah, that was kind of... Wait, he did staff the Zeppelin, but unloaded the bear prior.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Even
Well,
weirder. It's kind of lucky for Foggy that the Wisp can't really connect. Otherwise, the redo would probably be dispelled way more often. The Hunts, they need regen. And Spiral gives this up.
You can see some last hits here. Maybe his confidence is going to increase. Hey, there we go. The Huntress. And again. Oh, there we go. So some moves like that do help out. We got that one as well. Oh my god. Could just remake the Ancient of War while he's waiting for the armor upgrade to finish. Also needs to wait for the Alchemist. And then we're going to be pretty evenly matched. Oh, he surrounds him here against the trees. Oh, what a move by Foggy. That's a huge kill.
-2 armor now thanks to the acid bomb. So quick and clean. And of course, big experience. And that's another tap out.
Foggy got Huntresses coming.
Yep.
If he collects like 4 or 5 hunts, he can clean up those archers easy. Strange kind of game. The Tree of Life in the meantime under threat.
So we have a base race.
Alright, Foggy also going for the Tree of Life. The AP is walking over. Foggy's tree is really low, but so is the Demon. And these hunts that are streaming in can deal with the archers fairly well. Can use Shadow Melt, but there is a dust. And that's it, Dust. Having stats here is a big problem. That is what gives Undead the strength in these long, drawn-out fights. Divine Shield used, Paladin safe for now. Holy Light. Ooh, the Stormbolt could be the DK's end. He's gonna try to pump fake it. MK in trouble, both with the invul now. One more coil comes in. DK invul running out soon. He has to be very, very careful now. The Knights, very powerful, 1-1 upgraded, and GG is called 1-0 for Hawk. I mean, the Beatles at this point are largely, well, not useless, but can be dealt with. So, yeah, I think Locust would still be the best.
I just love the sound from Locust Swarm. Can you do
Especially when they all die at the same time.
It's like cats! Where's the TP? Oh god, he TP in the middle of
Begging
everything!
for the Impale!
They're getting a skydiving class for free, and that's the tandem one as well. Creep Lords he's doing the skydiving on their back for safety. Woo! Those priests gonna melt, Impale Nova. Creep Lord out of mana, but he has a mana potion. He's waiting for the Book of the Dead. Okay, he uses it next to 2 priests with 4 mana. Probably not a good idea, but the next Impale lands perfectly.
Crowd with 70 supply. Hawk has, well, he has some stuff left. Targeting the Crypto once again. DK still with plenty of mana remaining. This seems to be looking rather good for Kraft, but he has to TP out. More nukes could have been his end. Hawk has to recover. Yargmage at the shop. He's alone. What's he doing here?
What Archmage, Remo? ITP. He doesn't have the gold. He sold something and he bought TP in the nick of time and Town Portal. Oh my god, he didn't have the gold. He had like 300s. He probably pressed like Barracks, cancel, shop, TP, double click. He's retreating. Hawk blizzarding himself right now. Needs to be careful. Wanna bomb at the front, about to die. Death Knight out of survivability item. Lich getting targeted. He pops the invul on time, but Mountain King still walking with so much mana. He's gonna go for the DK on the right hand side. Might be able to get it. There's nothing to escape.
DK runs back in. Oh no, that was a misclick. DK falling and now the aura missing plus the coil heal. That's a big blow. We have more Impale coming in against the Blizzard. AM out of mana. Everything's out of mana. Nobody can use spells, but look at the mortar teams. Shelling away at the backline. The Badge is getting eviscerated. Knights taking care of the Fiends. So many low HP units. Hawk seems to finally be doing it on map 2.
He can't even escape without Unholy Aura. He would have needed to instant revive the Death Knight, but maybe he couldn't afford it barely. And Krav is gonna go down 0-2 after an epic game on Last Refugee. It's the Dreadlord! Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Krav started screaming in agony because this is going terrible for him right now. Let's see, even if Hawk's in trouble here, he could just TP out. I love the sleep here to interrupt the healing, but the Dreadlord's taking so much damage. He's forced to use the invuln. Ghouls are dying very rapidly. He has Vampiric level 1 at least to work with. Sleeps again on the Alchemist. Alchemist doesn't have mana for any more healing spray here.
And gets level 5 going for the Water Alley right away. Not for the Aura. Heal spray once again. This one not getting cancelled. One more carry in with Mana Potion. But that was the last one. And Krav has barely any units anymore. So many ghouls are going down. He's trying to target down the priest, but they don't take much damage. The ghouls without frenzy are simply not doing enough.
And Death Knight taking so much damage as well. One more coil onto the Dreadlord. He had one more Mana Potion. Everything's about to die. Hawk not choosing to temple just yet. Oh my god, the next Karen Swarm could kill so much here. Hawk, he's trying to out-heal the damage.
This is level 3 Watch Elementals against Ghouls. It doesn't get much better than that. DK in problems goes down. Level 1, he was very squishy. Death Knight falls, can remake it from the tavern, from the altar, excuse me. Krav, of course, has lots of gold still remaining. Now is spending all of it. But at the moment, sitting at only 31 supply, it's looking dire.
And so far from Infernal as well. I think he's 5.8. Right now he's 5.5 only.
Second more team now in the mix. Remember, 2 upgrades. Pretty scary. Dreadlord in trouble. Dreadlord falls, and that is it. GG. The dream for Krav is over.
Это непонятно, подвинулся или нет. Здесь 3 минуты стоит, а на Википедии половину. Не знаю. Я думаю, что не будем полчаса ждать, типа, ну, вот этот отчет. Ну, тут сейчас вернутся комментаторы, расскажут, что нас сегодня ожидает. Как бы свой анализ, предикты, наверное, ожидания какие-то. Потом уже будет стартовать. Будут болтать 30 минут. Ну, наверное, думаю, не 30 минут, поменьше. Я кушать сижу. Спасибо, мистер Фокс. Короче, вырублю микро пока. Поем по-быстрому и вернусь.
Welcome to the Coinbase pre-show, everybody. The European region is here. Quarterfinal set number 2. Yesterday it was a 3-0 and a 3-0 for Foggy and Hawk, respectively. Today we hope for things to be a little closer. We got Happy versus Johnny Cage and X-Lord versus Dice, gentlemen.
Yeah, Johnny Cage, I think one of the highlights of the season, also of the previous one. Of the new guard, the young generation of Europe, there's a lot
Недавно
of
из Москвы в Питер
players
ездил,
out there,
проезжали Вышний
and the
Волочек, сразу
front
тебя
runner of that
вспомнил.
is Johnny
Приятно.
Cage. Last season showing how strong he is, 3-0ing X-Lord in the quarters, and then almost beating Foggy in the semifinals. That was super sick. Johnny Cage quickly becoming one of the best players in Europe, hands down. Today, he faces his toughest challenge yet in Happy, the ever-present Emperor and Dominator.
On the other side, Xlord and Dice. Xlord, of course, a staple in the European region, made it to one final, was oftentimes bested by only Happy. Sometimes, you know, Kraft, Foggy in there as well. He's meeting a guy who's made it into the playoffs for the very, very first time, 21-year-old Dice. Will experience prevail here, Todd?
I think it should, but I mean, you never know. It's always, you know, the experience against current form or like somebody that's new on the block. There's always that X factor.
На поезде от К, на поезде всегда приезжаешь, Вышний, Волочек, Волочек, Благое.
On the scene here with their name being remembered.
Да и на машине тоже трасса.
Incredible across the board in all matchups.
Кидман, привет. Спасибо тебе большое.
In the past, when reaching the playoffs, I remember, I think he was maybe Vortex something this one time. He's had a couple tricky matches, but hopefully today we'll see his best out of him, because if that happens, we could have a 5-mapper between him and Happy, and that would be amazing.
Oh, yeah. Baby, please give me that. The winner of Happy versus Johnny Cage will go up against Hawk, so this means, I mean, it's all important that we got points and money and punching the ticket to Stockholm, but if Johnny wins here, we're gonna see Todd in a jester costume, and that's the most important of them all.
I agree. So a lot of fans for Johnny cheering today, more than there were already. I am certainly a fan of Johnny. I'm gonna keep it unbiased, of course, but I've been really, really impressed with how he has developed. I think he has the talent, the mindset as well.
Ну да, не будем ждать полчаса, слишком много, уже показывают игроков. Сейчас, наверное, покажут нам маппул.
He made it to the second place in the race. He's the second strongest human at the moment, according to the ELO ranking. And I had the privilege to see his matches versus Happy in an ESL Cup, and he was studying these matches like a
Вот, Женя, есть маленькие шансы, ну, на одну карту, да. Чтобы выиграть серию, шансов нету, я думаю. Карту забрать одну, ну, может быть, две, окей.
He already faced an undead, and that was Xlord, and that didn't
Но чтобы
go
серию
too well.
у Хэппи.
But you guys can probably explain to me why today everything is gonna be 100% different than it was versus Xlord in the group stage.
Well, Xlord played Cryptlord, which is, I almost want to say, like the old meta as of late. Not so many undeads were necessarily playing with that hero first still. Obviously, Krav doesn't really count. He's like almost like an out of the ordinary guy. But Happy almost never goes Cryptlord. It's almost always Death Knights. And I think that's what
на Твиче нет. Я не могу DreamHack стримить на Твиче. Ни одной трансляции DreamHack не было на Твиче, ребят. Только на Ютубе и Гудгейме. На Гудгейме там малая часть смотрит, в основном, наверное, майкеры.
Think about it. I feel like you have to think hard, and like you might just go back and forth and not make a definitive answer immediately, but think on it.
Well, if we both think on it at the same time, that's not the greatest broadcast we've ever produced, that's for sure. But let me go ahead.
Чё, как вам сегодня азиатский DreamHack? Как вам эльфы?
Whenever you step in the ring,
открываем, вспоминаем.
You're already the underdog. That goes for everyone.
Открываем, вспоминаем. Азия. Кто не смотрел, сейчас будет спойлер, ребят. Закрываем ушки, глаза. Как бы эльф отлетел, эльф отлетел, эльф отлетел, эльф отлетел. 4 эльфа сегодня, все отлетели. Не без борьбы, конечно, но все же.
And this is a praise. His chances are 33.3% to beat Happy today.
В Европе плей-офф. Второй день плей-оффа. Вчера отыграли Хавка с Кравом 3-0 и Фоги Спираль 3-0. Я ставил на 3-1, что Хав, точнее, что Крав одну выиграет. Но сегодня не знаю, наверное, знаете, на 3-0, 3-0. Я думаю так. Ну, либо 3-1, 3-1, как-то так. Сегодня андеды должны раскатывать.
And I feel like I'm being generous still.
Are you just rolling the dice on these numbers, or how do you come up with that?
No. I added up all the information.
Дайс как бы Краву проиграл 2-1. Понимаем, да, что Xlord посерьезнее оппонент.
Yeah, 33%. I mean, if you want to lay some money at these odds, let me tell you.
Ну,
like,
когда
I'm
вчера
ready to bet some big
вылетел
money with you.
от хавка 3-0.
2-1, I'll tell you that. Even at 8-1, like I probably would. Yeah, I can't think it's that much. I mean, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe Johnny Cage surprises us and starts scoring maps left and right. He's definitely one of the few guys capable of doing it, but it's happy in a DreamHack playoff. Come on, like this guy doesn't lose best of 5.
Until today. Yeah, we'll see. Definitely Happy the big favorite. As you can see.
I see the chat.
What's up?
0%, 1%.
10%? Oh man.
10%.
Guys, no believers, eh?
Как я понимаю, на Джонни
You guys are
10%.
talking about extra motivation, and if there's an extra motivation in the Warcraft scene, then it's the LAN event in Stockholm. Happy, Foggy, Hawk, qualified. Whoever wins today between
Эльфы должны страдать, но кроме Фоги. За Фоги мы должны страдать, как я понимаю, да, когда смотрим его матчи, вот эти вот валидольные.
If he defeats X-Lord here today and Foggy tomorrow, he would get 300 points. That is 210 higher than now. That would give him 390, and then he would surpass X-Lord, who he eliminates here, or Johnny Cage if he fails as well. And things get really interesting. Small chance, but you know you have to mention it here. There is a possibility.
Как Харчи рассказал, теперь поинтов точно хватит, чтобы попасть на...
That would be super amazing
No
for
long.
him, imagine. If he has this unbelievable showing in the last season during winter, and then thanks to it would be able to go to the global finals, that would be tremendous for him to see. It would be heartwarming, but gonna be very tough to do. It's really hard to break into that top tier, into that world-class tier. There's a reason why we keep seeing Foggy and Happy over and over in these grand finals. It's because they are just so good, and they're so hard to beat as well. But players are still trying, and one day it has to work, right, boys? One day it has to work.
One day it has to work, indeed. All of these players have $600 guaranteed. A best of 5 win here today.
Призовые 10к общий призовой. Интересно, куда денут $200, которые не дадут Блейду.
From now on to 2,400. 3 more days of DreamHack winter in the European region. We of course talked a lot about X-Lord, about Happy and Johnny Cage. So
2400, нормально так получается. Сколько? 150?
We'll show you a little profile video of Johnny Cage, and then we have games here.
150к за первое место.
I think that I played very bad with Foggy.
На какую-нибудь поддержанную, не знаю, отечественную машину, на поддержанный отечественный автомобиль хватит. Привет, Увар. Я им сказал.
Which I like to play on Amazonia, and I don't know, it's very bad for me because I'm not playing on new map. Shadowglaive, yeah, I hate this map, really. I play like 3 or 4 games, and all games I lost against undeads and elves. Amazonia was much better for me. Maybe that I used not yet, but I think in general it's a very bad map for human. Not sure, it's like...
Ну, в итоге сейчас реально в половину начнут. Че, уже 15 минут. Уже 15 минут прошло.
DreamHack and I reach in semi-final. Of course, it will be good for me, and I proved that I'm one of the best human in Europe, but not now. It's like only one tournament when I reach in semi-final, and Hawk plays much better in tournaments in general, I think. Now I think my shape is it's like best in my Warcraft 3 career. I'm not prepared a lot for this tournament because I work like 24 hours in day, and but I think I'm mentally prepared for this.
На самом деле, Джонни мог изи до полуфинала проходить, если было бы снизу вместо X-Лорда.
And I come to my home that I can buy my new computer, webcam and play.
И в итоге X-Lord бы бился с Хэппи, а Джонни бился бы с кем? С Дайсом.
Helps a lot because now I have a big monitor. I can see all units like, and I think I feel much better with a new computer. Then I played on laptop.
Ну это да, не на ноутбуке играть.
I don't care about a final tournament. I never care about result in tournament because I play like for fun and I show the best games. If you will think about this, it's not helps a lot for you. I don't care about any result in tournament, and that's help a lot for me. I think Foggy. I think it's okay because we see that Hawk beat him, and he proved for all humans that it's not impossible to beat him.
Это мне нравится.
Физкульт,
Витя,
привет.
физкульт, привет.
Здорово.
Император просто уничтожит Хума. Хэппи не
Скорее
проигрывает,
всего.
Хэппи позволяет выиграть.
Но
А
это
Калитов
слова
бой.
Фоги. Это слова Фоги, да? Вот эта вот тема, где Хэппи, если даже проигрывает, это не он. Точнее, не ты его выигрываешь, да, а это Хэппи позволяет, просто поддается. Позволяет, чтобы его обыграли. Еще 3 минутки, чай, стартуем, ребят. Красавчик, большое спасибо тебе за поддержку. Физкульт, привет. Как раз таки думаю, когда сходить в зал позаниматься. А у нас турниры. Как раз давайте календарь посмотрю. Календарь. Ну вот у нас опять DreamHack, суббота, воскресенье. Когда в зал идти? Либо перед DreamHack'ом. Но я просыпаюсь поздно. Не успею просто. Тупо не успею сходить в спортзал, позаниматься, прийти, поесть, там, подготовиться. Что не делать-то? Я не вырезал, не скинул сегодня предикты на Европу. 11 минут тут написано. 18:30 начало. Но я сейчас стартанут уже. Есть, в принципе, время. Давайте, ребят, ваши предикты в студию.
Quarterfinals, baby, European playoffs, best of 5, happy, the Emperor, the 5.
Почему такие паузы? Потому что только закончили азиату стримить. Только закончили азиаты играть.
Always got a little bit further in these tournaments. First, it was a struggle to qualify. Then it was a little bit of a struggle to get out of
Ну, от меня, конечно.
last
Предикты.
time he made it into the semi-finals.
3-0.
Really impressive rise of Johnny Cage. Will
3-0.
Happy slap him down, or can he conquer the frozen throne of
Андеды сегодня.
Europe?
Сегодня эльф
Let's
просто
talk about
выносит
some map pick and
перед
ban,
ногами.
gentlemen.
Hell yeah, bro, let's do it.
Alright then. Echo Owls
Опа,
out for
мапу.
Happy. Shadow Grave out for Johnny Cage. Tide Hunters and Concealed on the undead side. Last Refuge.
Джонни
Northern
новую
Isles
карту
for the
банит.
UN and Autumn Leaves
Хэппи,
is a
понятно,
possible
эхо.
decider.
Самую неприятную.
Nothing too surprising here, I guess. It's going to come all down to the fast expansion. Happy vetoing Echo Isles. For some undead players, it would be a great map if you want to play a fast expo, especially with Cryptlord. Happy doesn't just not play Cryptlord against human. He has never once ever played Cryptlord against human, so it would be weird to start doing it now. Against human?
Yeah.
In a tournament?
Yeah, I think it was WT Champions Finals against me on Echo Isle. He impaled my paladin from max range, and before I could use Divine Shield, the paladin was dead. That was the old cooldown on the impale, though.
I did forget about that one. Yeah,
Это с прошлого DreamHack'а, видимо, вспоминает, что Хэппи где-то играл Криплордом.
Yeah, it's gonna be done to fast expansion, right? Johnny's gonna fast expand. Happy's gonna try to
Хэппи,
break it, kill it, destroy it, and beat his opponent with it. And we'll see who's gonna succeed.
Хорошо, что Фоги сегодня не играет. Да, Фоги вчера отыграл. Но Фоги все равно же вынес эльфа. Там же эльф на эльф был. Матч.
Far can he challenge him is the question. Doesn't look too stressed. He always seems pretty much relaxed, but good to hear that he's finished with his studies and can focus a lot more on Warcraft now. And that showed. The more time he spends and the better he got.
Насколько я помню, Хэппи вроде как планировал переезжать, но, видимо, с Нового года, да, он будет переезжать. Потому что играет там же, на старом месте.
We start things off on Northern Isles actually once Happy's issues got solved. Not too sure if it's ping related or not. Might have to go for a rehost here.
Привет, Иван Джи. Здравствуй. Куда он планировал? В другой город? То он вроде как квартиру купил. Там ремонт делается, наверное, поэтому не переезжает.
Like, you're not gonna be talking during that game, so I don't know if the headphones is like that by default. I don't know why. I just find joy in the simplest things. I remember Moon playing tournaments, and there was like these earphones that's for the right-hand side one you're supposed to put around your head, so it's like a way longer one, and he would just put it under his neck, so it just looked like this really long thing that goes back out into his ear. I mean, what's Johnny Cage gonna do with his microphone? He's gotta call reinforcements, calling all cars. We got a Death Knights. With public disturbance here, the peasants are being slain at the expo. Help!
Dude, Todd is really hyped, right?
Дворец императора в Геленджике. Сочи, дворец.
We heard yesterday from Hawk, by the way, in his winter interview, that he expects to go into a human mirror tomorrow in the semis. So I see him in chat here saying Johnny 3-0. Hawk seems super confident in Johnny Cage.
Well, as amazing of a story as that would be, that does sound a bit unlikely. Dude, imagine if Johnny actually 3-0's Happy. We would lose our goddamn minds. We had a bit of a rehost here, by the way. Something was wrong with the server, but should be all figured out. The tension is building up, boys.
Yeah.
It's getting closer and closer.
Dude, if Johnny Cage 3-0's Happy, like, we need something crazy for this one. We need a crazy crossplay from, like, Remo.
Remo will dress up as a sorceress.
I'm gonna beg him to arrest me. That's what I'm gonna do.
He's gonna get a net and tridents for the carnival.
Okay, Happy seems to have some internet issues. Is restarting his router, so we might have some time here to our hands. So, as I said, I casted this best of 5 as the ESL Grand Final 2 weeks ago, and there was very, very long games. Expansions, of course, on the human side, as always, and then Tier 3 going into Knights, and Happy is very, very much focused
Сейчас
on
хумы будут
Banshees.
страдать.
What do you think about this playstyle, guys?
Banshees can be really good. That's the late game counter idea against Knights.
Да начинайте вы уже. Все-таки, да, половину на полчаса перенесли.
But if you as the undead are extremely cost efficient, you can kind of keep up even on one base, because you are supposed to not lose anything, and I mean nothing, no destroyers, statues, fiends, nothing, while they will be taking some losses. And then the big threat against the fiends, of course, is the knights, and then you counter that with banshees, and that seems to work especially well in Happy's hands. Dual hero only, so that Lich and DK get level 5 and they can snipe more teams from long range. And honestly, I haven't seen anybody really be able to deal with that Happy Banshee style too well yet.
I heard that Johnny Cage has the special Master Sorceress polymorph counter prepared. Todd, have you
Ну да,
seen
реально
this in
полчаса
action?
прошло.
I think I've seen it once. Like usually, if you see polymorph against undead, it means the game was long over and it's the human version of blood castling and undeads most likely. But in a serious game, like actually being useful and meaning something, no, I haven't seen that strategy yet. I would say, I think that Johnny Cage struggles against banshees, and he seems to think that like it's desperate if undead gets to banshees, almost as in he'll embrace going for mass tanks and cutting unit production entirely and then just trying to eliminate his opponent. Whereas some other humans, you know, they'll try to mix in some breakers to steal curse, some sorceresses to slow, some mortars to snipe the banshees. So far from what I've seen from Johnny Cage, he's a little bit more reluctant to go into that usually. So we'll see if he tries any of that here.
We saw that Johnny Cage tanked
Wizard Fox, но таких подробностей я не знаю. Мне такие подробности ни к чему.
As a big surprise, so Happy should probably stay ready for that and always scout, is there a honk going on? We have all the issues fixed, everybody. This is Happy versus Johnny Cage, European quarterfinal. Off we go.
Родителями или снимают, не знаю.
Okay, introducing the challenger, the underdog coming from Russia, wearing the red, representing the Human Alliance and the Thunderducks. The bottom left is Johnny Cage.
Раньше звуки хотя бы работали, когда представляли игроков.
On the opposite side, the big favorite, the Emperor, the man who wins every single competition he attends. He's Happy.
Which books do you think Happy has on his bookshelf behind him?
The Art of War, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
And I guess the Encyclopedia of Ice Cream as well. To always pick a new flavor whenever he wins an ESL Cup. Needs a lot of inspiration for that.
Yeah, good points. Maybe the human anatomy.
Надо концентрацию словить. Следите внимательно за игрой. Постараюсь за всем следить, все указать, все рассказать. И так все ясно, и так все понятно.
And on the other side, it's of course Happy's DK with the Tet Fiends. So here on Northern Isles, all about the expansion and all about taking as little damage as possible while creeping and erecting and
пытается добить Акалитом.
Acolyte stat.
That's the most effective Acolyte Soraz I've ever seen, I think. He really threatened that for like a very long time.
Но чуть-чуть задержал крипинг. Все равно этим Акалитом.
And because the footman of Johnny Cage is scouting the Death Knight being up there, I think he might just go for the expansion immediately after here pretty easily.
У Джонни Футман на разведке. Цирклетки, перчатки. Цирклетка, перчатки. Здорово, Александр. Оу, ну тут Фута не доконтролил. Окружили, убили. Футман. Халява. Ну, соответственно, Джонни Экспанд, у Хэппи Т2, Финт Зиккурат. Интересно, бэкпак? Нет, бэкпак не делал. Декой в итоге побежал за новыми скелетами. Со вторым левелом пойдет пушить. Джонни разделяет, да, героя и армию. Сейчас будет встречать хапача. Прикрывает здесь рабочих, да, чтобы к ним скелеты не прошли. Хак обычно в это время зеленую точку успевает еще закрепить. Кстати, Джонни какой-то артефакт выбил, его пошел продал. Скорее всего, это было какое-нибудь колечко. Я не знаю, ну, как бы другой артефакт, наверное, смысла продавать нету. Все равно подрезает Хэппи. Здесь 3 уже рабочих, да. Одного сденать смог Джонни Кейдж. Но Харас еще не закончился. Не Харас, а пуш такой, да, с пиндом. Второй пинт подходит. Скелетики все еще есть. 3 заряда. Ты же классно играешь, когда мы тебя увидим на ВЦГ. Нету времени тренироваться. Да и смысла не вижу здесь тренироваться. Мотивации. Нету мотивейшена. А куда Архимаг побежал вообще? Встречать кого-то? Сейчас Хэппи финда может потерять. Ну, Койл, срочно надо кидать. Минус фин, да. Да, там не кулдаун, просто не успевал ДК кинуть Койл. Какой кулдаун? Минус финт. Какое начало. Сейчас, наверное, Архимага можно было бы и нейтралов сагрить, чтобы по хребту били там по финдам, по ДК. Так, и 3-й левел себе крепит Джонни. Вышечка уже, наверное, готова. Найс, 3-й левел, 2-й элементали. Хэппи может только с руки здесь попробовать кого-то добить, потому что ман на койл нету. Вышел Лич у Хэппи. Вышел Лич. Лич, кстати, не закупился скелетами. Сейчас передаст Хэппи, да, сразу передает циклетку и перчатки скорости Личу. Сапоги прикупил себе Джонни Кейдж. Ну, терпеть теперь надо. Вышки, наверное, вышек больше строить. Щиты, как я понимаю, нет, щитов нету, кстати. Еще одна вышка достроилась, но ее апгрейдить, скорее всего, не удастся. Близко ДК подходит под вышку, но там маны все равно у него не было. Пару выстрелов получил. Здесь Хэппи ждет, пока футы выйдут, да, чтобы в них закинуть новую. Короче, терпим, под вышкой стоим. Вторая вышка грейдится. Элементарий нужно динать, тоже не отдавать экспу. Вот, Нова залетела первая в рабочего. Элементалия динает Джонни Кейдж. И первая обсидианка. Первая обсидианка подъезжает сейчас к Хэппи. Обсидианка и фин. Теперь можно, наверное, будет сейчас, да? Вышку тут, кстати, отменил, подошел, финдами профокусил. Да, обсидианка и под обсидиановой статуей уже кайфово здесь, конечно, размениваться. Щиты сделал Джонни и выходит с экспанда. Надо было, наверное, продолжать все-таки сидеть дальше под вышками. Но он хочет кузницу поставить, поэтому выходит. Агрессивно здесь ведет себя. Попытка добить не получается. В итоге Хэппи эксплуат элементали от 3-й уровень ДК. Блин, и уже у Дыки мана на 2 кайла накопилась. Лич продолжает новый раскидывать, футы все падают и падают. МК в заказе у Джонни, доделалось Т2. Стоит еще одну казарму, барак. Да, тир 3 пока не нажимает, потому что вторую казарму добавил. Вот, Т3 прожал, все есть. Кузницу доделывает, хорошо. Другие варианты, кроме экспанда, ну, как по ним показывает практика на про-уровне, другие варианты не работают. Самая рабочая стратегия — это в экспанд вначале открываться. Терпеть, Т3, кони, вертолеты, такая тема. Можно еще и в танке, конечно, но все равно для этого нужен экспанд. Пошли молотки, но здесь лично уже второго левела с просто армором, поэтому очень сложно здесь кого-либо будет Джонни убить. Прокликивает обсидиановую статую, это правильно, это грамотно. Как можно больше надамажить. Жаль, что здесь, да, молотки нельзя закидывать в эти обсидианки. Иммунны к магии. Воркшоп. Кстати, не понял, почему второй барак так рано от Джонни. Неужели он сначала хотел, типа, в рифлов каких-то, думал, что его задавят, но... Поменял решение, прожал Т3. Обычно во время Т3, ой, и рифлы пошли. И рифлы. Отменит, не отменит рифлов. Блин, может быть реально МК смысла вторым брать нету, лучше паладина взять, у тебя хоть какой-то будет хил. Да, потому что МК реально импакта никакого не вносит. Ты кидаешь молоток, у этого финда сразу же кидается фрост армор, и все, и финда не пробить, потому что ДК уже третьего левела есть койл. Может быть, все-таки вторым героем нужно не МК убрать, там Бладмейдж, либо Паладин. Бладмейдж моноберны делает, да, монодрейны, точнее, не моноберны. Паладин хоть какой-то хил, да, то есть... Тогда делалось 3, это 2 рифла таких залетных, я не знаю, зачем они здесь в армии, только сейчас будет лимит теперь занимать. Джонни вышел, да, уже из лимита 58 у него. Хэппи в полтосе сидит, отошел, крипится по карте. Есть уже арба, с арбой можно очень быстро забирать точки. Evasion. Ой, Белмаска Соби. Ну, Хэппи ушел качаться, и Джонни тоже качается. Выйдет сейчас паладин, первые кони. Вертолетов побольше нужно. Для того, чтобы были какие-то другие варианты, нужно почаще менять игру, какие-то патчи выпускать. Но здесь, как бы, знаете, очень опасно, нужно к этому делу подходить серьезно, выпускать патчи. Можно сломать какой-нибудь матчап. Да, блин, Хэппи просто без остановки крепится, выбила ауру Туреда на красной точке, перчаточки здесь на оранжевый лечу передать. Ну и сейчас через центр, наверное, третьего героя берет, как бы, апгрейд на дестройеров. Уже банши делаются у Хэппи, плюс апгрейд второй на атаку на финдов. Думал, что Хэппи сейчас пойдет на самом деле с третьим героем как-то пробовать пушить экспанд либо мейн. Но пока качаются. На самом деле, не знаю, для Джонни, по-моему, это хорошо. Что Джонни тоже крепится, и МК третий левел сейчас скоро получит также красную точку, закрепил. Правда, с артефактом не так везет, как Хэппи. Выпадает огненный плащ. Какой полиморф? Дестройеры же. Дестройеры, полиморф очень хорошо контрят. Ой, бутылек маны, 2 бутылька на 250 единиц. Ой, тут Хэппи мимо пробегает. Слушайте, не увидел, что ли? Да, такой мимо пробежал. Джонни не стал рисковать, сделал TP. Паладин 2, МК 3. Неплохо, 2, да, мана поушена, есть арба, есть став, став всего 1. Это плохо. Надо ставщиков побольше прикупить.
The problem one of the problems, we don't have a shop at the expansion. This might hurt him. What's the staff status? I got one. Oh.
Yeah, remember he bought it kind of late, so he needs to get the second one there eventually as soon as it's available.
He needs more. He needs more staffs against possession.
He went clap level 2.
Чё, Хэппи дрогнул, что ли? Не пойму. Где пуш от Хэппи? Привычный для нас. Карта закреплена вся. Ну и Джонни, в принципе, готов принимать здесь хпача, экспанд работает. Может быть, сейчас после сражения, если удачно посражается. Кстати, рифлов еще подстроил. Иннерфайр доделывается, да, и... Рифлы под иннерфайром, я вам скажу, очень жестокие. Тут получается вместо мортир рифлы. Вместо мортир. Посмотрим, как тут смогут ли рифлы законтрить баншей. Коней не так много, кстати. 3 коня всего. В основном-то это рифлы здесь армия с под иннерфайром. Еще один став Джонни прикупил. 2 стафа у него. Жмется к своим вышкам, к экспанду. Койл Нова. Хороший холилайт. Классный клэп от МК. Но там все под антимейджиком. Кстати, переманивания ни одного нету. Потому что тут банши потратили ману на антимейджик, раскидали. Клэпы. МК уже всю ману расклэпал, но у него есть большой бутылек. Самое время прожать сейчас. Да, прожимает бутылек. Еще один клэп. Заканчивается антимейджик, и Хэппи телепортируется отсюда. Тут еще и ополченцы прибежали сзади. Ой, неплохо. Неплохо. 78 на 68. В принципе, Джонни здесь никого даже не потерял. Разменял бутылку. Диспел может законтрить переманивание? Нет, только Сайленс. Сайленс может законтрить потом какой-нибудь стан, типа ракеток на Тинкере. Только стан сбивает.
I don't want to sound blasphemic, but did he forget a ziggurat to be able to push 280? Oh, Knight is trapped.
А че это у него здесь? Да ладно, он заперт, что ли? Да, приходится ломать вышки, тратит на это время. Еще ферму придется, наверное, да, ломать, или рабочий просто закрывает выход. Жесть. А, кстати, потерял паладина. Я не заметил. Паладина все-таки потерял. Думал, никого не потерял, он паладина потерял. Да. Вижу. Сори. Когда рестрим смотришь, как-то не успеваешь за всем следить. Вот, пошел апгрейд на мортир. Апгрейд на защиту, 2. Уже, да, этот апгрейд он делает, или это 1-й апгрейд? Защиту для коней. Вау, став красиво. Доджит койл. Не, ну став-то понятно, что когда начинает переманивать, стафаешь до переманивания юнита, он не переманивается, да? Выход из 80 лимита. Хэппи, наверное, должен экспанд сейчас свой заказывать. Потому что навариться что-то не хочет наваливаться, да? А Джонни сидит на базе, не выходит. Раскидывает антимейджик. Отправить, может быть, Акалита, реально шахту заказать. У Хэппи бомба выходит. Апгрейд на защиту доделывается. 2-2 апгрейда у него.
Never did I ever. I heard there's a TC who plays a guitar. That's all I know about Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah, it's ETC. But Stitches is basically the abomination. And then the ultimate is that like you basically release these putrid bites, like you fart all over the place.
Может быть, что-то продать лишнее. Свиток купил на последние деньги, ребят, без телепорта Хэппи. Если загонят ДК, подставят ДК, так это молоток окружения. Может очень быстро драка закончится. 89 лимита у Джонни. Опять задоджил. Так, пошло переманивание. Двух коней переманивают. Став одного, только став один, потому что второй на КД. Коня все-таки одного забирают. Ополченцы прибежали. Еще одного коня переманивает Хэппи к себе. Как же МК джбошит. Как же МК заходит. Просто там клэпа своей. Очень много урона. Если бы не антимейджик. Сила Тарифло. Вот она сила, но 5-й уровень Лич, 5-й уровень ДК. Как бы героев здесь не потерять Хуману. Сейчас на развороте может просто получить прокаст. Если в инвиз кинуть, да, переманим, не сбивается. Блин, МК реально просто здесь все делает. Инвул передали МК. Очередной холилайт. Можно по МК кидать молоток, чтобы хоть как-то зацепить, видимо, да. Клэпчик. Еще один молоток. Съедает Лич этого финда. Ой, тут на развороте можно реально получить просто от Лича. 76 на 76. Пора реально задуматься Хэппи об экспанде, потому что, ну, ресурс-то на мейне закончится, что он будет дальше делать.
For Johnny, and actually look at that main base in Expo of Johnny, 1,000 golds and 700. So we almost mined out here.
Yeah.
Whereas Happy has 1,000 left. They are mining both of them right now at 7 per base, so double the income for Johnny. But as soon as he runs out of this, it's like kind of hard to expand again.
Кстати, заметил, знаете, в начале файта, когда Хэппи переманил двух коней, у него лимита не прибавилось. То есть, ну, получается, он, ну, теряет юнитов своих.
On these rifles and mortars as well. Plus in a fire, the damage is surreal.
I think he's winning. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I think Johnny is winning.
Todd, don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. He can still get all his knights possessed. He can still get everything possessed, basically.
Свиток, бутылек маны. Стоит Джонни, раскидывает иннерфайр на рифло коней. Второй апгрейд на защиту. Скоро будет готов. Вообще, у Джонни армия очень крутая сейчас. И рифлы, и коней много нету здесь, да? То есть Хэппи не сможет взять, просто переманить здесь всех своими беншами. К рифлам не подойти так. 2 коня, но и 2 стафа, в принципе. Здесь, правда, можно, знаете, как Хэппи среагировать. То есть, видишь стаф, 1-2, все, они на КД. Можно пробовать тыкать героев.
Main base soon to be gone.
He's so sure that he cannot lose one of his heroes that he had his trademark move of selling his altar, by the way.
Тратит Койл Нову. Расстреливает армию. По одному юниту старается Хэппи выключать. Заканчивается. Нам показывают, что заканчивается шахта. Да и, в принципе, у Джонни тоже заканчивается и мейн, и экспанд. И в итоге лимиты 85 на 76. Заряжены герои. Начинает, цепляет у нас Джонни. Заходит молоток. Минус банча. Клэп туда в кучу. Паладин врубает инвул. Опа! И минус конь. Просто койл, нова минус конь, блин. Переманивание пошли. Рефло все-таки переманивает. Лол, 6-й уровень уже получает. ДК, еще одного рефла. И ультимейт от Хэппи здесь на центре. Как без архимага. Еще не все потеряно на самом деле. Еще не все потеряно. Мы смотрим 61 на 51. У Хэппи-то так-то армия разваливается. Пытается нюкнуть паладина. Минус Палыч, минус Палыч. Но без героев, конечно, будет сложновато. Да, и также МК тоже отправляется за всеми. За Архимагом, за Паладином. Падает МК, Лич получает 6-й уровень. Не потеряв героев, армия очень сильна. Здесь бы Джонни победил. Здесь бы Джонни победил. Ну а так мы видим, Хэппи красава, выждал момент, просто койл нова 3-го левела.
Control that all perfectly. Also, the priests trying to heal the MK, they walk forward awkwardly. It's really hard to manage these things perfectly, but in the end, in the super late game, Happy manages the army a little bit better. But that was a close game, man. That was really close.
Guys, do we talk about the ultimate here? Because that animate deads resurrected 3 priests and 2 peasants. What the hell?
Хорошая попытка от Джонни на первой карте.
Oh man. Heartbreaking for Johnny Cage. He played well, but I think he can play better. This was not his ultimate form, I think. He probably knows what to do better. I really like his rifle approach. Not sure if it was born out of desperation because his tech was a little awkward, but oh man, that was a long game, everybody.
That's a difficult game to recover from as well, because Johnny Cage was doing so well,
Хорошие
doing a
игры.
lot of things right, and then like it feels.
Не то, что когда мы азиатов сидим, смотрим, неинтересно, да? Да нет, у азиатов тоже бывают интересные игры, напряженные. В плей-оффе, например, тоже это самое, я думаю, будет.
Honestly, I appreciate like the effort up until there. Like that's what he should look at. He should be like, okay, well, actually, my start wasn't that great. I lost quite a few peasants, but after that, I killed one fiend. I hung in there. I made it to big supply.
Вообще мне показалось, что Хэппи дрогнул. Обычно же он берет 3-го героя и давит просто Хумана. А здесь он не стал до 3-го героя добавлять. Сыграл через ДК Лича, раскачал их, 5-5 получил. И мы видели, да, в конце, как это решает.
The first time the DK comes in with the one fiend on level 2 with the skellies to kill your footies, you can't just control the AM and the footman in one group and target skellies. You have to split your units. You have to keep pressure, put pressure on the right units with your own right units. 2 footies on the fiend, 2 footies on the DK, water elemental on the skellies, and the archmage is in between, throwing fireballs at what is most beneficial. That was the one big mistake, and the other one, losing the first footman. The first footman of the game, you cannot get surrounded. Not against Happy. So, things to improve for...
Калинин, советчик-то из меня неплохой. Я хрень-то не посоветую. Обращайся.
There was Todd jinxing Johnny Cage when everything still looked good. But please don't make this mistake.
Bro.
Bro, what bro?
Now that you finally dropped this prophet thing, you're gonna put this thing on me?
Yeah! I need something to have fun with. Probably map 2, this Tidehunters. Okay, this can be quite crazy.
Блин, и вот такие вот 3 игры минимум будет, понимаете? 3 минимум.
Hope he's not crumbling under that defeat and can bounce back from this. Happy upper left in the red, Johnny Cage bottom right in the yellow.
What were the mistakes? That's what Johnny Cage needs to think about. I think he could have managed his knights a little better. Like if he managed to put the mortals, because at some point I think he got up to 3 or 4. And they're very far back behind the rest of the army as well, so they were not really nukable. when you go knight and mortars, it's hard for the knights to like really protect the mortars. But now with rifles, you have storm bolts. Anything that goes in against +3 attack rifles and inner fire is gonna die very quick. So I think he could have managed the knight stance with the banshees a little better if he managed his mortars better. But the archmage loss was a little odd because he wasn't even that far forward, I thought. And he still got nuked like crazy. Maybe he needed a periapt. I do think he broke up keep.
Просто Калинин, понимаешь, скучно одно и то же. Каждый раз видишь, как бы, поэтому приходится советы давать, как правильно играть.
I also think that when you have this many peasants, perhaps it's more beneficial to take just one more base. So these are some things that perhaps he could fix. But it's really hard after one game. You know, got like what 3 minutes before the next map starts.
Стандартная установка на игру: поставить экспанд, задефать и выйти в Т3. Здесь, наверное, знаете, больше шансов поставить второй экспанд как-то, да? Вижу довольно часто, что здесь в 2 экспанда как-то вот получается у него выйти в 2 экспанда.
When he thought, okay, let him mine for a bit, I'm gonna get my heroes up. That was when Johnny Cage recovered quite a bit and got some
Цирклеточка для Хэппи. Цирклетка для Архимага.
Has the acolyte out to scout, and here comes the police expansion to start things.
I mean, Happy lost to Fiends.
Отличная разведка, есть все понимание. Хэппи будет выбивать у себя на шахте артефакт. После этого, наверное, уже побежит. Тратит здесь койл. Ускоряет тем самым крипинг. Выбивает когти. Еще, может быть, на маркетплейсе сейчас посмотрит артефакт. Частенько покупает.
So he does that a lot, I think. Yeah. I think he goes to toilet or something, like, or maybe it's just a meme. He's like, Happy has left the room. So he just wins the game.
Не, ну ты же тоже понимаешь, Карин, то, что советы мы даем, у нас есть вся информация по карте. Вся информация по карте. Поэтому мы можем правильные давать советы, нужные давать советы. Игрок же не всю информацию видит по карте, он же не с мапхаком их гоняет.
Is Happy backing off already? Yeah, he's off to creeping.
Поэтому это даже не советы, такие, знаешь, подсказки. Подсказки для игроков. Может быть, они нас услышат просто. Так, выбил еще артефакт. Да, купил на маркетплейсе, кстати, еще один цирклет. И купил сейчас выбил сейчас туфли ловкости на черепахах.
They would kind of be split away from one another. So instead he went and picked up the item on the other side. And Happy, we know how much he loves having a lot of these items for when his leech comes out.
Oh yeah, he's checking the marketplace already. What do you got?
Чекает marketplace.
And slippers, nothing else. This is one of the...
Еще черепах забирает. Не было пока что от Хэппи какого-то пуша, да, привычного. Качается. Выбивает артефакты, перчатку силы. Пока вообще все артефакты топовые. Тут койл потратит, да. Тратит койл, забирает черепаху. Хэппи уже близок к 3-му левелу. Ну что, шахту свою будет докрепливать. Ой, хорошее решение от Джонни здесь закрепить маркетплейс. Может выпасть либо бутылка маны, либо бутылка жизни. Тот и тот артефакт будет очень хороший. Инвул до 15 секунд. Потеряет здесь фута. Отдает, кстати, его на нейтралах. Доконтроливает. Ну что, мы смотрим. Т2 прожал, добавляет футов пока. Щиты чуть позже. Видимо, после этого фута, который сейчас строится, добавит щиты еще, сделает. Кузница. У Хэппи скоро лич выйдет. Доделалось Т2, заказе лич, строится слоттерхаус и добавляет зиг. Но это всегда делает на Т2. Сейчас, наверное, какая-то попытка будет подойти, не знаю, вышку снести. Но под архимагом это сложно сделать. Да, заказывает щиты как раз. Джонни нужен магазин. Магазин ставит на мейне. Лич в этот раз скелетиков взял. Вот нужно теперь время выиграть так, чтобы футов этих подлечить.
I think Johnny has like a nice wall at the expo, but it's kind of exposed towards the front, like where if there was a pit lord push.
Архимага навряд ли он там загонит как-либо, потому что Койл первого левел, да там и мана нету деки, если только Лич там пару нов кинет. Смысла, наверное, немного, да? Закидывать в коня. Вот такие моменты, конечно, когда он пробегает через всех финдов, много урона. No coil, но накопится же, нет? Инвул.
Little questionable, but it's also more time for the expansion. And Nova baited, but the next one will end up on the footman.
Инвул-то на 15 секунд. Ой, ну да. Футы здесь, конечно, битые под Лича новые. Вот я об этом и думал, да, что где-то надо их как-то отличить, этих футманов. В итоге халява такая для Лича. Закинул новую, 2 футманов забрал. Ну, зато Архимаг выжил, но потратил, опять же, инвул на 15 секунд. Доделался Т2. Джонни заказал себе МК. Достраивает второй барак. Ну и прожал Т3. Арканку. Стандартно все. У Хэппи контроль по карте сейчас. Закрепил магазин. Выбил себе ЛС.
So since he's approaching this game a lot different than anything I've seen from him recently in Undead vs. Human, I'm not too sure if this gonna go.
О, тут уже больнее, тут Койл второго левела. Но да есть Т2, до магазина добежит, бутылек купит, в принципе. Да, выживает Архимаг здесь.
Maybe he was.
Not a chance.
Coil coming in. There's 2 more. Mountain King also 2 more storm bolts. Once
Дальше не стоит идти.
But he has that potion ready and now can hold this probably with defense footman. Lightning shield.
ЛС на деку. Как раз молоток в это время прилетает, как ЛС. Ой, второй уровень Лич. Обсидианки по-хорошему фокусить надо. Закопка шикарная. Ой, на развороте Койл нового МК. Минус МК. Блин. Тут выглядит посерьезнее как-то Хэппи, да, посильнее. Что-то у него обсидиановые статуи только что атаковали. Ну, доделалось Т3, делалось грейд на дестройеров. Финт, как я понимаю, тач тарбу.
1-2-0 when he plays against this, he goes like Naga third. And then he just non-stop attacks, and he never lets you run away because he has an Aura and then he has Frozen Arrow as well. And rifles are the least mobile units that you might have.
Oh man, Creepjack, here comes the bolt from the rock column.
Койл в приста просто. Второй Койл в приста. Да, есть уже арба, Финт притащил. Даркрейджерка в этот раз третьим героем. Опять как классный додж. Закопкой. Доджит молотки. Уф, какая нова. Нова воробов и Даркрейджерка стреляет. Скелетики появляются. Ой, что-то какой-то фит, ребят, пока что. Хэппи просто не отступит. У Кильталаса выпадает плюс 6 ловкости. Дестройера поднимает. Нету вертолетов здесь. Джонни даже воркшоп, по-моему, не ставил. Вертолетов не будет, ребят.
crazy.
Ой, сейчас МК отлетит. Сейчас МК отлетит, смотрите. Нет, МК не фокусит, почему? Да. Койл Нова минус МК. Став был у Архимага. Не успел, может быть, реагировать либо на КД. Здесь Джонни просто не тачит пока что. Все размены в пользу Хэппи. Спасибо, Андрей. Бакальский.
It's time to rejoin the rest of the pack. Oh, 2 Finns at home now. Happy, come on.
Washed. Here we go. Moves him now.
What is he doing?
Was thinking, oh, can he snipe this one again?
Снайп, да, Нова. Второй уровень, Дарк Рейнджерка, Сайленс. Можно паладина сейчас убивать. Нет. Нова почему-то полетела в коня. Я думал, что паладина сейчас закинет. Паладина в любом случае стафнули, коня. А коня в любом случае забрали. Как же жестко. Просто нет контры к дистрам. Нет контры к дистрам. Нужны вертолеты. Рифлы не справляются. Элементали, чисто корм для дистров. Диспал, да, минус Элем, плюс теперь дестройер с маной. Выходит МК. Паладин вернулся тоже после стафа. Минус конь, блин, все падает вообще. Хэппи практически ничего не теряет. Тут Финт, по-моему, упал за последние 5 минут сражения. Ну, там гульки еще у него были в армии, парочка, но... Фигня. О, минус паладин. И минус МК. Да. Койл Нова по героям. Минус Палыч. Минус МК. Апается герой. Еще один Койл в рифла. А вот же Дарк Рейнджерка получает 3-й уровень. Лич почти 4-й. ДК 4,5.
Johnny Cage, not much he can do here. He's just trying to hang in there, remaking heroes all the time. But this has been a game where I believe he's killed only 2 Finns.
It's crazy. Dark Ranger diving deep to kill this rifle. And I guess Happy just solved the...
Ой, Хэппи в плохой позиции сейчас. Так стал, что подкрепа коней сразу же выходит, нарезает финдов. Плохо, на самом деле Хэппи встал. Блин, но герои уже слишком серьезные, ребят. Слишком сильные герои здесь. Уже 3 дестройера поднял. 3 дистра летают. GG. Это уверенная была катка.
That was a perfect early game for Johnny. He took basically no damage, got a nice early tech in. Inner-fire rifles can be very strong, as he showed before against Exo, but it needs a long time
Подстроился, да. Взял Дарк Рейнджерку.
You need 70 supply at least, you need inner-fire, you need triple hero, and you need hero levels most importantly. With Knight's Gyros, the good thing about that strategy is, yeah, it also takes some time to come online, but with 65 supply and militia, you can kind of fight well. And Knight Gyros does fairly well with low hero levels. Even without a good Stormbolt, even without a good Holy Light, it still does well. Deals well with the Fiends and the Destroyers at the same time. The rifles need way better hero levels. And Happy, realizing this, pushes aggressively and doesn't give any creeping, any space to Johnny Cage. I agree with Todd.
Ская забыл, Алексей.
Map number 1 here, he just gives no space to the human.
Если уж ты Тодда сюда берешь.
No chance in the late game.
Тиаш и Инфи, но нужно еще и Ская вспомнить. А где Романтик, кстати? И Романтика в списке я не вижу. Теперь понятно, почему вертолеты, а не рифлы. До этого было непонятно, разве? Что рифлы не контрят дестройеров. Это из тех, кто играет. Но не знаю, Инфи на туриках нету, Тиаш на туриках нету, тот очень редко на туриках каких-либо появляется. В основном Чеймейка, Сок, Романтик получается, Хавк и Джонни. Да, вертолеты еще неплохой вижен дают. Хэппи что-то на этой карте просто задушил, устроил душку, просто, ну, вся карта файты. Вначале дал Джонни поставить экспанд, сам закрепился, да, Лич вышел и все, и понеслась. Да сразу там за конем побежали, там вышел МК, получил прокаст. Ну и так по очереди в итоге отлетали герои в алтарь. Очень классные размены в пользу Хэппи, все размены в пользу Хэппи. Классный додж был молотка пару раз, да, закапал у финда. Опять же, может быть, был бы какой-то вижен, был бы вертолет, и эти финды отлетали. Тут уже Хэппи, да, не стал в какой-то лейт играть, да. Как только Т3 взял третьего героя, арба. Тут были разговоры, что Скай типа вернется на турниры, будет катать. Ну, что-то нету его. Сколько времени уже, там месяц об этом говорят. Ну, они ладер катают и стримят турниры, как раз таки китайские, корейские.
Back at DreamHack with a familiar look, Happy leading 2-0. So, was there ever a better time to summon Coach Remo than now?
Good luck with that one. Yeah, I think the rifle experiment is not very reliable. I think Happy knows too well how to play against it, and also against many undeads, once you get to 80 supply rifles, that's your win condition, and you can just snipe things one by one, especially destroyers you can just take out really quickly, and then there's no dispel anymore, and so on. Happy just manages his army too well.
Ремайн, да, очень неплохо выступает. Хорошие игры показывает.
He may still be losing that game. In fact, it seemed that way. I think it's time to go back to standard. Play night gyros and try to do that as perfectly as possible. Especially depending on the map, you can have very clean.
Сегодня две пары у нас. Это Happy Johnny Cage и X-Lord Dice. Все, после этого, смотря сколько времени будет, можно будет, не знаю, там зайти 4 на 4 сыграть, к примеру. А так да. А так это все.
You can really easily get 2 items at the beginning, and you can, most importantly, follow around the DK with a footy, make sure he doesn't creep too heavy, put some damage on him, and when the DK comes to harass, you can really put him under pressure, because the expansion here is so easy to creep. And around the expo, there's some small camps, you can get level 3, and then take the game from there. Either go heavy into creeping, or defense, or maybe even play a bit aggressively. All that is to say, Last Refuge can be a really good map, but Johnny has to play a super clean early game. 2 peasants dead, or maybe 3 max. Fast tech, Knight's gyros. I think that's his best shot.
Is that the way, Todd, or would you appreciate a couple of tanks like Hawk tried to play recently?
Yeah, it could. I mean, it really depends. Like, you can't just by default say I'm gonna go for tanks. I think tanks are like reserved for certain scenarios. It's a different playstyle. You usually need more towers at home to be safe and stuff. So it could mix in a few, but I hope it doesn't go mass tanks, because that's not something that works. Even though Hawk had like this one really close game, I guess, against Happy with mass tanks, I don't think it will work out. But then again, maybe I understand.
Хак вчера рекомендовал тыкать в ДК.
I mean, Johnny
Тык в ДК.
In fall, Remo?
Well, he made rifles work as well, and I ain't seen him play rifles against Happy, because he knows they're never gonna work here. So
yeah, I wouldn't mind, but maybe Remo's right, and on LR, this is the place to play standard. Then the question is, what's the answer to the standard late game if you have a good early, if you have a good mid game? Happy usually overtakes you with Banshees.
Yeah, that's gonna be the next headache after. But, you know, first, let's survive. Let's build a big army. Let's get there first. That's what didn't work on Tidehunters. And then we can start thinking about Banshees. Yeah, as I said earlier, the perfect answer to Banshees doesn't seem to have been found yet. Against most undead, what works is just 3 mortar teams, maybe 4, with frag shards. Banshees run in, use the possession, you blast them with the mortar teams, and then your knights belong to you still, and you can win. But Happy, again, micros them too well. Happy moves his army too well. That's why it's so hard to practice with anybody else to play against Happy, because he just does things in these late game fights that nobody else can.
you blast him. You bust a cap in the Banshee's feathers with a mortar.
That's the plan. That's the plan.
The plan works as long as you're getting not as long as you're not getting punched in the face. Let's see how long it takes for Happy to punch here on LR. Map 3, Johnny Cage with his back against the wall. Happy one step away from yet another semi-final where he would be up against Hawk. A very familiar matchup, of course. Last Refuge. Literally for Johnny Cage, or can he put a spin to this series?
Карта Last Refuge. Я считаю, что это хорошая карта для хума. Обсерватория, есть лагерь наемников, есть... Можно вначале лагерь наемников закрепить, да, выманивая футом. Сбивая скрипт нейтралов, чтобы не кидали сетки, не кидали замедления, не кидали молотки. Плюс у тебя появляется доступ к нейтралам, да, можно там берсерка нанимать, очень сильный юнит.
But Johnny Cage is one of those motivated guys that practices a lot, that checks his replays all the time, that always tries to improve. We sang his praises, but so far,
Качок Алит устал, пойдет никуда.
Really like extremely one-sided. He struggled. In game 1 he did some good things, but in game 2 he kind of got shut out.
На разведку не отправляет, что-то Хэппи этого Акалита будет Акалитам помогать еще крепиться.
Sheep was about to run into the mercenary camp, but he moved the Acolyte in a way that he attacks from the south, and the sheep moves north, and now we can use the critter here. That could have been a rougher early game, but of course Happy knows how to fix the situation. But with that, the Acolyte stays close to his own camp and is not scouting at all.
That's interesting. Because I don't picture Happy as being the expansion.
Хэппи поправил наушники. Нет, стандартный крипинг на зеленой точке. Кольцо. Так, перчатки скорости для Джонни. Кольцо. Тут Футман прибегает на разведку, бьет акалитов и предоставляет тем самым Хэппи потратить ресурсы на нерубку. 100 голды, 20 дерева. Чуть-чуть позже будет Т2. На 20 дерева получается.
Yeah, Footmen and Knights do extra damage to medium armor, and Acolytes are medium armor. So basically by doing this here, you force an Arabian tower. Because if Undead doesn't get it, it's just gonna be very annoying. You're gonna have to pull the Acolyte all the time.
Ой, элементали бы. Да, элементали отводят. Бегут ополченцы. Кабана, наверное, зря подрезал в таком случае, потому что Хэппи сможет сразу скелетик поднять, а так бы ему нужно было тратить, да. Ему нужно было подходить, бить того кабана.
Rod of Necromancy used excessively, no backpack again. And Johnny
решил чисто ополченцами закрепить, что ли? Милиша, да, одна крепится. Поздно, поздно Койл кинул. А этого забирает, второй уровень. Артефакты какое? Цирклет. Подрезаются рабочие. Жесть. Такая жесть. Уже 3 рабов подрезал. Один отлетел на нейтралах.
Punched in the face. I think it was Mike Tyson that said everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. It's kind of like that for Johnny Cage. I'm sure he had a plan here before he lost.
Цирклеточку Хэппи купил. Кольцо будет продавать, нет? Нет, купил персоналку еще. А Калит в итоге выжил.
Behind enemy lines.
Seems to be a little issue. Is he taking a phone call?
Could be work.
Okay.
Yo, we need you at the station.
Not yet, man. I have to fight an evil...
Oh my god, he's tapping on the acolyte that was hidden.
Там Джонни звонят, подсказывают. Вот это мув, да, на Акалита персоналка. Джонни не добил этого Акалита. И в итоге персоналочка здесь сыграла. Подрезает еще пару рабов. 3 раба. Еще скелеты есть. Сейчас еще поднимет. Да. Продолжает. GG. 3-0. Мув красивый, конечно. Вот так вот Акалита не добивать. Акалит зарешал.
We had some signs of brilliance, especially on map 1 in the late game. That looked good, but Johnny needs to clean up his early game. Same as on the first map, same as on Northern Isles. The first defense, when the DK comes in, he needs to learn to split his footmen better. Again, I don't know if you guys paid attention to it, but when DK comes in with 4 skellies, he used 5 footmen to attack 1 skeleton. And they were just running around doing no damage. You have to be efficient with your damage uptime. So Johnny has some game tape to study, he has some things to improve on. And our favorite will make it happy with some
Hawk probably not too happy about that. He would have loved to see the human mirror there. But not happening, not this time.
Успеем сыграть катку, пока игра закончилась. Все, 3-0. Зря отходил.
Повелитель, ваша воля исполнится. Клоняюсь перед вашей волей.
was it, 6 minutes ago or something?
Not a very long game, that's true.
Да, то добьет кого-нибудь, то вот такой мув с персоналкой на Калита.
Congratulations once again, yet another semi-final, yet another series without dropping a map. Let's go through the series a little one by one. It felt like on Northern Alps you had the hardest time today. Did he surprise you with that rifle play a little bit?
No, he didn't. I knew he could play it, but I misread his strategy when I scouted his main. I've seen...
Нет, там просто экспанд не дал поставить хэппи, убил всех рабов.
Workshops closer to expansion. Like I knew he could play the strategy.
Постройка завершена.
It was too late for me to do the same strategy I've done in the second game, so I played benches and benches.
Я жажду служить. Ваша воля исполнится.
You wanna go into details, Todd?
Sure. You played against Johnny Cage
Так, что у нас
recently
тут,
in the
эльф?
Open Cup, and you guys had like a really nice series. So I'm curious, going into this match, do you expect him to have changed anything in a big way, or did you expect more of the same but with better execution maybe coming out?
Yeah, because in the first and second game he played completely different strategies compared to what we played like 2 weeks ago on Open Cup. Back then he played Knights and Mortars. And this time he made a mix of units with Rifleman. So
Do you think that playing him in ladder and in the Open Cup benefits you or him more? Because on paper you're the better player with more achievements, so he should be the one maybe to learn more and try and catch up to that. But it seems like you're very good also at figuring out what the opponents have to do and adapting yourself, right?
yeah, well, I have to say important for both sides, I guess.
Yeah, and so that game 2 was just pure aggression out of you. Did you just realize he was just gonna do a lot of rifles again, and you thought it's best to push like this? And why no third?
Куда?
Because that's, for example, 1 to 0 like a Naga third, and he pushes against rifles like this.
Well, I mean, I knew that he will not be going for straight rifleman, he will get knights and then he will do expecting me to go benches. So this strategy is rather vicious. A compound of units, so I tried to use the opportunity and it worked out well. I think he mismigrated earlier this series and his early game wasn't good, so this is why I also lost heroes for freaking.
Yeah, actually on Titanturns you crept a lot. Like you didn't harass almost at all. Why was that? Was that the plan from the start, or did you go to his explore and you were like, okay, I can just creep better and get closer to that side of the brain?
Well, I just told not because his presence were in good position between footman and tower. Not being a great not doing any damage in the side. To green spot because I knew he was not level 3 and I was checking green spot with Marvel, so I knew he would find me and like interrupt my creeping, but as long as he is not level 3 I knew he was not going to my base and it was okay for me. But considering I could not really harass his workers in expansion because they were waiting.
And then in map 3 on last refuge, you kept the acolyte. You didn't scout at all for a while. Why is that? You just wanted a little bit of extra damage, or you think you're so sure of what he's gonna do, he's only to scout?
I play greedy. I had certain ideas before the match, so I used one of these.
Yeah,
like I mean I didn't know where he would go. I just tried to do it.
Yeah, the thing that you did at the end with the acolyte, is that something that you did recently and you thought of this, or is that like a piece of the moment, or like a...
Блин, надо было блочить дальше.
Yeah, in the moment I was afraid that he would send footman to finish. Maybe he didn't pay attention because I think he actually just moved his elementals before it disappeared. So maybe, like, it was risky, but I wanted to try, so it worked out. But yeah, obviously it's not like I do it at all. Just
first.
You'll face Hawk next. Any particular thoughts on this match? Because he was one of the guys that beat you during the recent WP Champions tournament, and then in the rematch for the Demon. You've had some close series with him, and it seems like he's really like a standard that class as you mentioned. How confident are you, would you say, for this match?
I'm confident, I practice a lot, I'm prepared, so why not? I hope I'm gonna win, but unfortunately, I don't know.
And your best is really scary. Happy, thank you for your time. Good luck tomorrow. There we go. That is Happy in the semifinals once again, following Foggy and Hawk. Hawk should definitely be scared. Doing his best and speaking of dice.
Another fortune challenge, by the way. You need to find a crystal ball. Still crack crystal, man.
Or maybe play a Farseer, spam Farsight. Well, that is 3 out of 4 quarterfinals and 3 quarterfinals were 3-0. Can we stop this now? What more games here? We got X-Lord versus Dice coming up for the first time in history, at least outside a ladder. So really hard. We don't have a sample size. We don't have anything to study so far. But X-Lord usually looks decent in this matchup, and Dice seem pretty motivated to grind a couple of games.
Ну что ты стоишь-то, Лич? Не тупи, пожалуйста.
We sat down with X-Lord, of course, he's a household name, and it's always good to hear from him. So
А, это иллюзия, блядь.
German Meister.
Yeah, so the last time I played,
Твоя воля
also was really not playing a lot of workload. So I don't think that it will be better this time. But yeah,
на город наших братьев напали.
I might play some on prepare a little bit. I mean, I have only 2 races in my group. It's neither.
Живые наступают. Постройка завершена. На нас напали. Нужно построить зиккурат. Исследование завершено. Я жажду служить.
Ну давай контрастами вперед, чё? Нет, там вообще не судьба, да? У нас типы-то вот это, чё вы делаете? Арба нужна. Вы что делаете?
Постройка завершена. Исследование завершено.
Блин, спирит-таборы эти дурацкие, блин. Не хочется на них, конечно, нападать. Вот нахера он так вот химера залез? Да господи, я на химеру кликаю. Надо проверить экспанд. Если экспанда здесь нет, то все норм. Нету. Такого у нас еще есть, мы его не теряли. Апгрейд второй заказали. Алтарь. Тут тпшится. Кого бить-то? Тут телепортируется. Кто у нас тут? Ну, минус, пацаны. Дайте отойти. Хочу пойти следующего убивать. ГГ. Тут экспанд был. Чел этот сдался. Как раз таки этот чел и не сдался, да? Надо, значит, его убивать. У меня 4-3-3. Как я тут по героям отстаю? Что-то я не понял. А, это не по героям я отстаю. Или по героям, подождите. Но герой у меня сильнее всех.
We are on the road to Stockholm, and with Johnny Cage eliminated, we have a pretty clear situation now, where Happy, Foggy, and Hawk are qualified. X-Lord and Johnny Cage, same amount of points. So if X-Lord wins here, he's the 4th player qualified, and that automatically qualifies Johnny Cage as well, because Dice is the only player who can kick one of the 2 out if he has a top 2 run here in the winter season. So X-Lord is playing not only for himself, but also for Johnny.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've seen those stats as well. Dice versus Happy. That's very, very intriguing.
Минус ЛР, минус эхо. Ну и Undead эхо банит. Undead банит эхо.
That's where he looks the best. That's where Happy's going to be predictable, and even Happy can be bested. I think it would be wise
Сложная
for
карта.
X-Lord to get a little bit crazy here. Don't play the same thing every time. Don't let Dice rely entirely on his fundamentals, but make him second guess. Put him into an awkward position. Play something like Gargoyles. Play something like Fast Expo. Play maybe even Lich first, dare I say it. Because we all remember the group stage. Dice who, in terms of pure, you know, mechanics, is definitely far ahead of Craft. But he lost to Craft because the game gets wild, the game gets weird. That's what Craft does. And Dice there was kind of lost, to be honest. So it would be, I think, a very wise choice here for X-Lord to pack out the box of crazy.
Alright, let's see. Echo Isles out for him, Last Refuge out for Dice, Tidehunters, Northern Isles for X-Lord, indicating a rather normal style. Autumn Leaves and Concealed for Dice, also indicating a normal style. For Germany and Mouseboards, Mr. X-Lord here, the last Western European hope. Otherwise, we have an all CIS semi-final, which is, I guess, a familiar thing to see. Our 2 players loading into map number 1, everybody. Another best of 5 for the semi-finals. For X-Lord, also about the ticket to Stockholm. Let's go.
Concealed heal.
Have arrived on the battlefield, everybody.
Стандарт или гарги?
And let's see how far Dice
Вот
can
в чем
take
вопрос.
this. His group was a little easier than most of the other groups, with Blade not showing up, so he got a pass there. Still finishing second against, or losing to Craft, but winning over Ante. And Ante, of course, X-Lord's teammate. Some tape to study for the Lord here. And Dice had some issues there already, and that should indicate that X-Lord is the big favorite, but we should all never underestimate Dice.
Yeah, if Dice gonna play his best here, if these little mistakes that do creep in for him sometimes can be avoided, he can achieve great things here, absolutely. DK finds the Wisp at the beginning, and it's a battle for the last hit. Oh, cancels that coil here with the Moonwell. Somehow didn't aggro the creeps. How did that not aggro the creeps? I am very surprised.
No idea.
Беги давай за этим виспом теперь. Нефиг замахиваться. Ну чё, в итоге Висп просто задиспарился сейчас, да? Экспу ДК не получил. А тут второго левела уже Кипер. Ну сейчас будет выходить гульки, крипится. Бэкпак делается, да? После бэкпака Т2. X-Lord дерево 300. 300 дерева уже у X-Lord. Пора бы Т2 поражать. Койл скелета. Так, первый визг. Одного виспа всего лишь потерял Дайс, ну, двух. Один был на разведке. Мы его задиспелили. Здесь Гульки вышли, да, крепятся.
Keeper, solid creeping, solid defense, very good early game hero, and then you expand on the way to tier 2, and you get the expansion up later, and then it's mass dryad time. That is the standard.
Персоналочка. Там у Деки, кстати, ну, нету больше маны на койл.
And X-Lord already pretty aggressive, even though if it's only with DK and skeletons.
Скелетов надо где-то поднимать. Как раз и Калит валяется. Артефактом-то что выбил? Покажите нам. Гулей не прожимают и показывают артефакты. Что X-Lord выбил. Или показывали. Да. Фартануло Дайсу. В 1/4 попал.
Maybe should have tried to detonate against it. Gets another wisp as well. This is not a good start for Dice. He's about to hit tier 2. He doesn't have an expansion yet. A tree that is. He doesn't even have a Hunter's Hall.
Так бы, скорее всего, Бладекрафт выходили бы из группы.
Yeah. Maybe not by choice, ideally. I don't know, man. This is a flawless game by X-Lord. Ruthless aggression, distraction, and maybe he is playing into the fact that Dice might be a little nervous on his biggest match in his career so far, and put him out of the comfort zone. Don't let him get into a rhythm. Just distracting and punishing him immediately. I think this game plan is working out real well.
Yeah, I think the problem here is the movement of the keeper and the efficiency. After the first 2 camps, you get level 2. That's normal, right? Then you can normally use the archers, go over to your green camp on your side, creep that, and also...
Ну, слушайте, крепится и вроде как дефает арчами свой строящийся экспанд. Контролил арчу. Виспа тоже доконтроливает. Так, крепил точку на персоналке с 3-м левелом. Прилетает кипер. Гульки к магазину. На магазин гури побежали. Ну, сейчас персоналка будет, наверное, какая-нибудь. Хотя, да, персоналка собьется прикопкой. Угу. Висп на разведке у Дайса. Нам гульки не покачаются на магазине.
Cleared out the merchant as well and maybe something else and gotten the DK level 3, then it would have been perfect. As it is now, DK only barely level 2, and so that experience not looking too impressive yet. Once the expo is standing for
друг другу качаться не дают.
It's still gonna be a playable game. But the thing is,
может быть, с трендами прокрепить точку или сейчас на базу собирается Дайс устроить забег. У него персоналка на КД 20 секунд. Агрессивная нерубка, и здесь лич как бы. Здравствуйте. А там Демон Хантер вышел. Что-то вторую прикопку до сих пор не взял и первых трендов вызвал. Нова. Минус арча. Скорее всего, разведут на телепорт. Прикопка вторая. Ну, в деку вторая прикопка. Да-да-да, тут минус телепорт. Ой, зря, наверное, Лич остался, нет? Кстати, ДК может вернуться к Личу здесь на персоналке. Но у него ХП нету. Это очень опасно. Куда Димка убежал с арчами? Что там Димка с арчами делает? А, крепится, уже база готова. Он не с арчами, он с трентами сюда убежал. Арчей-то минуснули. Уже готово Т3. У Икслорда уже готово тем временем Т3. Делается Гули Фрейзи, апгрейд на дестройеров. И только первые дриады у Дайса. 34 лимит на 38. Выманил командира Огров. Кипер здесь навряд ли как-то сможет помешать. Ай, выпускает Икслорд. Ну, выпускает, наверное, потому что Трентов вызвал здесь, да, Дайс. Доделывается Френзи. Ой, хороший сурраунд. Да, и аура деки. Нужно идти продавать. Ну, как раз зайти, продать, купить арбу. Да, деги, плюс для третьего героя, прокачать обсерваторию. И уже, наверное, вперед в атаку на экспанд Дайса, который только прикопался, оплетается шахта. Выбивает на обсерватории своей Дайс бутылек на 500 единиц. Протектор ставит на экспанде. Да, сейчас уже пойдет в атаку. Третий уровень ДК как раз здесь получит. Да, на обсерватории, если нет, ведет далеко. Да, получает третий уровень. Нага. Нага, Трифинда, Гули. 15-секундный инвул. На Личе, плюс еще перчатки и мантия. ДК, правда, пустой.
But he does get it. Just a split second before Exod arrives. Nicely done. Demon Hunter low HP already. May have to use a potion here. Cold arrow not activated yet.
Не понял я, в кого койл полетел.
There we go. And that's the big healing. Gone already.
Yeah, and that wasn't even the start of the push. This was just a little.
Видимо, в Демона Хантера. Если так мало хп осталось. 57 на 56 лимиты. Есть протектор. Нужно протектор как-то врываться, да? Но тут рядом находится Дайс. Хороший моноберн в Кипера тыкают. Ей став передал, видимо, да? Стафнул Кипера. Вообще так-то у Кипера должен быть став. Подъедает протектор. Инвул вырывается, дело моноберного Лича на сотку. Кипер вернулся после Манвелла, подрезает финда одного. Где закопки? Снова передал став Демон Хантера. Ну. Ждет момента, сделал моноберн на развороте и стафнул Демона Хантера. Уровень 3 получает. Лич, дрядки-то все-таки сыпется здесь. Под финдами, под Личом с арбой. Протектор минус, барак минус. Лимита 50 на 49. Горькие все еще живы. Инвул все еще в инвентаре у Лича. Да, что дрядки прям вообще офигеть как сыпется. Но здесь не успевает Демон Хантер подойти сделать моноберн в Лича. В итоге ловит Нову. Прикапывает Нагу, но есть инвул. Демона Хантер бутылку. Сейчас надо будет, наверное, стафать Демона Хантера. Моноберн бы сделать перед стафом, но Нага до сих пор под инвулом. Как раз таки вот этот на 15 секунд инвул работает. Ой, Кипер минус, да? Нет, не стал за ним гнаться, хотя ДК мог накопить здесь ману на койл и реально мог забрать Кипера. Сейчас в итоге моноберн получает на 66 на развороте, ловит прокаст, Нова форкет. Не успевает стафать, и это GG. Первая карта за Икслордом.
funny business in that game. Just a straightforward push after the Night of his
Очень такое это быстрое Т3, прям пришел изи-пизи.
The keeper in the early stages took forever to get that level up to 3, and especially the Tree of Life was pretty damn late. Making it so safe.
Не сказал бы, что какой-то офигенный дроп, да, там аура Деки выпала на центре. Потом наличие антиинтеллекта, перчатки, по-моему, да, и, в принципе, все, на 15 секунд инвул с обсерватории. И вроде протектор был, и барак был, и дряд построил Дайс, да. Но лимиты были равны, такого не должно быть. По-моему, эльфу должно быть преимущество по лимиту. Когда Т3 фастом приходит Undead, какое-то преимущество по лимиту должно быть у эльфа, потому что экспанд, потому что Т2. То ли поздний эксп, то ли быстрая реально Т3 какое-то очень быстрое. Еще Экслорд неплохо поджал с декой лечом, да, на обсерватории крипджекнул, убил Арчей.
Under constant pressure, never getting into the groove, has to restart the series basically with a fresh mind on the next map that is Tidehunters.
He needs to find his mojo. Yeah.
Okay, Austin Powers.
And as we saw earlier today in Asia on this map, Tidehunters, a fast expansion is very much playable. When 1-0 did that against the X-Lord first, against the Demon Hunter first, it worked really, really well, but we know that Dice is going to play Keeper. He's going to play it every single time. It's the most solid strat to go for, and I guess here it could be dangerous. With a 1-0 lead, Exor can dare to do something. He experimented a lot with different expansion timings, right? Thinking back to previous DreamHack games, he also tried the Tier 2 expansion, the Tier 1 expansion, but at the moment, the push seems to be fashionable, seems to work out well, and after that game 1, maybe it's just going to be time to see more of that.
Dice seems to have the same connectivity issues as Happy had before. Might have a moment here to talk about this. Or we just stay silent. Want to talk about nets and try thingies again?
You see, it fascinated you just as much as it fascinated chat. Gladiators, truly one of the iconic.
I'm a man of the people. I'm a man of the people.
Neo's gonna binge watch a bunch of like Roman Empire TV shows and documentaries later, just trying to inform himself on those little combat things in the Colosseum.
There's this HBO show called Rome, which is really good, fittingly called so. Yeah, Dice. Something's going on today with the connections. We've seen it from multiple players. Of course, we want to have best condition for everyone. This is not going to be another 3-0, guys, right? This can't be. 4 3-0s in the quarterfinals, that would be a bit too much.
To be honest, the way it started, I could kind of see it, but I also respect the comeback ability of Dice. If he's not mentally shattered now, which I don't think he is, he definitely has the skills to threaten X-Lord a lot more than he did on game 1. Just has to bring his A game.
Maybe we have to sacrifice the quarterfinals to get good semifinals and closer ones.
But
you guys are always like superstitious and stuff, like calling out jinx.
Так, может быть, X-Lord начал играть, когда в школу пошел. Хотя не навряд ли.
Guaranteed the grand finals is a bop. That like the games are going to be super one-sided.
But if we sacrifice the quarterfinal for a good semifinal and then have a good semifinal, don't we also sacrifice the grand final to not be a good grand final?
Excellent question. I don't know actually.
Well, last season the semifinal
sacrificial series.
Last season the semifinal between Foggy and Johnny Cage was amazing, right? And then the grand final was as well with Foggy bringing Happy to the limit. Where how long was that grand final? Like 3 hours or something. That was pretty damn crazy.
It was one of the best we ever had. Like, the entire fall season was one of the best we ever had.
And once again, Foggy and Happy are on two different sides of the bracket. Fortunately, I guess they're not meeting in the same half and won't have to eliminate each other early. And maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, but it does once again seem like the collision course between Foggy and Happy has been laid. It would be the third time that this would be occurring consecutively. And yeah, Xlord and Dice and Hawk are going to try to intervene right there. But can they do it? I don't know.
What's up with the CIS region doing so well in Europe, by the way? It's crazy. Like, they could have 4 players. Doesn't Xlord also have some origins, I think, from... I don't remember from where, but I think he speaks Russian as well, no?
I think Ukraine.
Yeah.
But Remo, you're his best friend in the history of Earth, so maybe you can enlighten us a little bit here.
I thought he was from Russia, or well, his parents and grandparents were, but maybe Ukraine. I thought Russia though, but definitely from Eastern Europe, from CIS. That's true. He moved here, I think, when he was young. Started playing, by the way, with his brother, but quickly overtook him and overtook the rest of the German scene. Of course, Xlord, not the oldest player necessarily that we have in the scene, but he's been part of the scene for a long time. He was already really, really strong as a young kid. Started playing the EAS, which was like the Meisterschaft 2nd division in Germany back in 2008 or something, when he was 14 years old, and he couldn't ascend to the first league because he was too young. He had to wait until he was 16. He was placing first place over and over, had to wait until he was 16 to be able to be allowed into the highest league, and then would also do very well there. I think he won 2 championships.
3.
I think, you're the one too.
3.
Right? 3
ESL Pro Series, 3 ESL Meisterschafts. And if he wins this season as well, he is the record winner. And now here comes the trivia question, Remo. What was the nickname of Xlord's brother? Yeah. I guess you know the first...
Wait. It was also something with X, right? Did it also start with X?
Correct. So what replaces the Lord in the nickname? Twitch chat, do you know? Without looking it up, did you watch Theory Craft? The interview with Carson that Xlord did a while ago? Todd, do you know it?
No. Definitely not.
Remo, you give up? Or are you looking at... Are you trying to type?
Remo, you're a terrible friend, by the way. You don't know this, you don't know where he's from. Like, what do you know about Xlord?
I know that
Listen.
Yeah?
Listen. I know enough, alright? I would have said
true.
something like X-Beast or something, but I don't know.
Dude, you had 2 letters correct. It's X-Blood. Close enough.
X-Blood. Alright.
Very important trivia question. You know, Remo knows all the data of Warcraft, knows all the timings, knows all the meta, knows everything that goes on the battlefield. I'm more of a historian myself, you know, reading Liquipedia every single day.
The self-proclaimed Warcraft historian.
No. That's Demon. That is X3 Demon. Nobody beats this guy. It's crazy. Like, recently he found some results of Warcraft 3 beta tournaments or something and put it on Liquipedia.
That's the most Demon thing ever, dude.
Like, for real.
Oh
like,
my
this
God.
Second Warcraft 3 tournament ever, I found it with Wayback Machine, and then he got the results, like, to get the esports earning to, like, as precise as possible. Demon is a freaking gem. Same goes for Stoker, Pensitanel, and everybody else who works on Liquipedia. I don't know how these guys find the results, but I think sometimes they are the unsung heroes. We praise War3 Champions a lot. We praise Jim a lot. War3 Info from time to time as well when we look up stats. But man, what would we be without Liquipedia?
Yes, Stoker, the GOAT of tag teams. Updating daily, like every single little detail, like team names and players. It's really nice to have like a database, like something you can look at instantly and know everything about like scheduling, maps, like any details of tournaments. Which makes it all the worse when somebody in chat asks about this question, like when is this guy playing as this guy? It's on Liquipedia, guys. Just Google it.
Just Google it. So let's see if Twitch chat was right. X-Demon? No, not really. X-Ray? No. Extreme? No. Well, that would be such a 2000 thing, though. ex-boy.
Oh, dude, that reminds me. Do you remember X-Dinosaurs?
Dude, I watched.
The cartoon growing up.
I'm not saying that I had one or two of these figurines, but I had one or two of these figurines. Also, Biker Mice from Mars, man. I was I was deep into that. So we're killing some time here because Dice has issues reconnecting. He is in touch with the admins, so it's just a matter of time. But if you want to refill your beverages or grab some new snacks, now is the time.
Very unfortunate timing for Dice. Hopefully he gets it all sorted. Something with the modem, something with the router. That would be so unlucky. Imagine the big tournament, probably the biggest tournament of his whole career. And if now the internet starts messing up, that would feel real bad. If this was Todd, he would already be on the phone with the ISP. You better know that.
Oh, man.
Well, they already would have fixed it because of that, so...
I feel like Vodafone is really scared at you. Like the entire company has your phone number blacklisted.
Nah, they love me.
Everyone does. That's right.
How?
A customer who expects quality when he pays the price for it. Who would have thought, you know?
Where does Dice live? Does anybody know? Like in Russia?
So I did a little table with all the pings of the players for the War 3 Champions season finals, and he's pretty close to Hawk and Happy. I guess Moscow. I guess Moscow. But Hawk is Alexandria, right?
Alexandria? Didn't even know that was a city in Russia.
Alexandrov. Sorry, Alexandria is the one with the lighthouse. Yeah, Todd. Okay, you want to laugh at me?
To be fair, there's a ton of Alexandrias. In fact, Alexander the Great founded like 20 different cities, all called Alexandria. That was also smart.
Yeah, sure. And Happy lives in Moscow, New Jersey.
Okay, Todd. He who wants to revive grunts with the master upgrade from Spirit Walkers.
Oh my god, it's Alexandria. Like, don't even try to get out this one.
Alexandrov, Alexandria. It's basically the translation just to Russian.
Close enough.
Close enough, indeed. People know what I mean.
You know, it may not be Moscow, but it still certainly is big enough to have a nice, good gym.
Correcto. Dice is back, by the way.
Let's go, champ.
Hells yeah.
Hopefully everything is all right.
The players are ready, and so are we. It's time for Dice to bring this back.
Let's go, champ.
Sweet little break for X-Lord, of course. He can bask in the glory of game 1. I think he had a little snack in between. Of course, super stressful for Dice. Losing the first map, then having to deal with internet issues. Not the best conditions, I guess, but hopefully the condition for his connection is better now. We move on to map 2. X-Lord with a 1-0 lead now on Tidehunters.
Отлично, как раз я все в игре успел сделать. Чуть долго они стартовали. Tidehunters.
Question is, are we gonna have the big underdog here, Dice making it through, or Todd's best friend in X-Lord can punch the ticket right now?
Давай Демона Хантера. Димку. Нагу.
X-Lord in upper left-hand side, right color. I don't expect anything.
И микро.
Really. He could throw curveball, but this should be keeper all the way.
Keeper.
It does seem like this is the map. Like if X-Lord's gonna fast expand anywhere, it should be this one. This is a really good map for it.
Вообще, Димка Панда, я скучаю. Ты на самом деле я от этого горел, от Димки Панды, всегда. И против меня в ладере продолжает так играть.
But he's the only one of the top undeads who still seems to like this style against Idol.
Creep
Pro
starts,
геймера.
Exort with his acolytes almost as good as last hitting as happiest, all tons of experience.
Про геймера же играют через
But I
кипера.
should make sure, like everybody should make sure that this
Первым
is not
героем.
happening.
Редко берут.
He's threatening. He helps Dice a little bit, getting back into the series.
Куда побежали?
Sees the keeper, confirms what he was
Неплохо
certainly
так, да?
expecting.
Сбил крипинг.
Yeah, the new meta is to pull out the creeps and just buy a few seconds to slow down the keeper just a little bit. Especially pull the creeps away from the Ancient of War, so the creeping doesn't happen
Замедлил
as fast.
немного.
And the DK seems to be playing the same as map 1. Be aggressive right away, and then go for backpack, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Backpack, and creep up the ghouls in a little bit. And especially on Tidehunters, there's so many camps you can creep with ghouls solo.
Ну такое часто бывает.
Or a coil and a couple of
Особенно когда
skeletons.
против
These
хэппи
turtles are just
кого-нибудь
bagging
смотришь, там
to get
болеешь за
hit by
фоги,
the
к
bone
примеру, да,
swords.
но понимаешь, что
Same goes for Treants, I
он
guess.
проиграет.
So he's checking the base. What's going on here? Are you teching already? Can I destroy your wisps without you being able to remake them? It looks like Dice is in a good position to just defend this.
Yeah, the claws is certainly a nice start for him as well.
Или же фоги против китайцев, когда топовых играет, там Мунов, Линов, понимаешь, что как бы шансов очень мало, но все равно топишь за него. Ну это также будет Гулей выводить, крипить. Дайсу бы как-то, я не знаю, может быть попробовать этих гулей где-то найти, подловить, прикопать. Виспы, в принципе, висят. Один висп на выходе с базы, другой висп на шахте как раз таки, да, и экспанд. Отменится, нет? Мимо пробегает скелетами. Ой, сейчас чарку. Хайди арчу. Ну спрятал бы арчурку. В итоге Виспа сейчас придется диспарить, и это не точно, да, что он засейвит. Ой, здесь окружает кипера. Диспарит скелетов, да, вроде как. Экспанд свой сейвит.
This time he's going to have a much faster expansion than on map 1. And yeah, this map is definitely a bit easier. Good positioning here with the Tree of Life. And he had a Wisp ready to detonate.
Дефлекс, но гули сразу же побежали крипиться. Уже второй уровень ДК подняли.
Ghouls out now. Solo creeping. That really is a lot of ghouls. How many do we have here? 7 ghouls. Nothing else so far.
Вроде как должен сейчас был X-Lord сбегать купить персоналку и просветку, не? Ой, как же зажимает кипера. He's above the threshold though for a coil kill, so that's fine. But only for level 1. Gloves of Haste on the upper side as well, far away from level 3. Who's gonna get this experience here?
Did he get triple gloves? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, triple gloves. Alright, better than triple ring I guess, but not the best items. Keeper on the other hand got perfect items. Excellent start for him. We see the Demon Hunter coming once again, and we're gonna have a Dryad, the standard. Прикольная фишка. ДК как бы вроде, да, не качается, бегает, напрягает, мешает. А в итоге левел-то у него растет. Еще когти купил на маркетплейсе. И сразу же Т3. Доделал С2, сразу тыкает Т3. Заказывает Лича. Сейчас передаст артефакты. Что там выбил? Перчатки, как я понял. Keeper now on level 3, gonna run across, still has that tele staff available, I should say available again. 90-second cooldown really isn't all that long. Ну что Кипер сможет? Сейчас начали эту нерубку андеда ставить агрессивную, все, Кипер просто подойти не может. И Кипер получает третий левел, приходит, уже Лич выходит к этому моменту. Опа! А, Гулей поднял.
attacks. Man, these ghouls are ready for the task.
My channel, здравствуй.
All right, again a clean defense.
2 перчатки, 3 перчатки, когти на личе. Не хватает, наверное, еще, знаете, этого некроманта с Френзи. Интересно было бы посмотреть, насколько быстро бы тогда Волочек стрелял 3 перчатками. Экслорд готов размениваться. 3-й ДК, Лич с маной тоже, да, как бы. Койл Нова.
As alive as they are for the push against the tree. It's a tough decision to make. For Dice, it's
прогнал с центра Дайса, сам на Marketplace, рванул. Ой, большой бутылек маны.
Happy item hack, eh?
Идеально по дропу вообще все, идеально.
Looking good, starting to look quite powerful here. First statue is out, second statue coming after, tier 3 about to finish. Frenzy, Destroyer, Orb.
Да, сейчас будет снова тайминговая атака, туфли ловкости. Личу, наверное, да, стоит отдать. Лич с 3 перчатками, когтями, туфлями. И арбой. Ну, Димку надо до 3-го левела где-то крепить. Центр хочет, да, забрать Дайс. Ну, сейчас Кайлы полетят. Моноберн по 50, что-то как-то не чувствуется, да, вообще?
Demon Hunter can't really burn, he's constantly blocking himself.
Hector doing this nicely. Very patient, as he oftentimes displays.
Yeah, it feels like X-Lord is rather super aggressive or super patient. Like this.
Да, доделывается Френзи, ребят, Койл новых Кипера, персоналка улетит, конечно, но тут опять сейчас будет тайминговый врыв, Димка не 3-й, на обсерватории качается, 3-й уровень здесь получит, и нужны брейсеры, идеально было бы здесь. Да! Браслетики выпадают.
And I'm back. Discord short little howdy who.
Yep.
You started talking about prayers, he immediately went into...
Протектор есть. Койл нового виспов. Хороший моноберн. Отрядки что сзади подошли как-то. Разделены герои сейчас с армией. Еще одна новая виспов. Ой, и моноберн в этого лича, когда уже нету маны. Ооо, свиток и став передай, бутылку передал, все, нормально, засейвил. Там 3 бутылки на Димке были, одну бутылку передал Киперу, и все равно Кипера сейчас могут убить. Еще бутылку, нету бутылки, видимо, да? Все бутылки, потому что купил Димка.
Maybe the AP falling. The ghouls, of course, doing good damage here with the normal right clicks. Ancient of War coming in from the middle. That could be a good help, I guess, but the AP is gone. 56 supply.
Минус протектор. Что брейсеры нифига не помогают, да? Хотя, нет, тыкают-то не Димку, а тыкают как раз-таки Кипера при возможности. Кипер без ХП. Аккуратнее. Хорошо контролит Икслорд, что не скажешь, как бы микроконтроль у него на уровне. Минул на Наги, став на Димку и Кипера сейви.
Big mana potion on the DK still available. How valuable is this item right now?
Incredible indeed. Exalt continues with the push. Frenzy ready, of course. Destroyer upgrade ready. Lich not level 2, but what a damage dealer he is. Can he hold this? Dice trying to get as much HP back as possible. Sells as much
Жесть,
as
все
possible.
бутылки
He doesn't
уже
have a
использовал.
potion, but there's also no Coil Nova ready.
Next strike goes down level 4 for the DK. Has the mana for the coil. Could have used it.
Не, забейте,
Slightly
ребят.
missing that one. And the Dryad's just going down
минус
way
Dice.
too quick. They don't have any armor upgrades, Neo. They die so fast.
Что вообще не вижу, чтобы он как-то здесь выигрывал. Классно контролит Экслорд, всех спритит, отводит. Нагу, кстати, убьет. Да, Нагу подрезает. Но остается 2 героя. Сейчас бутылку маны прожимаем, убиваем. Нет, бутылку маны прожимает, но кидает. Кипер все равно умирает. Там сопля долетает от финда и минус кипер. GG пишет X Dice, X-Lord 2-0.
Kind of crazy this keeper died at the end, by the way. That was like the last shot from afar.
Чё так жестко?
Wait, what just happened?
I don't know. What? What?
Did Exor just... Were you watching the camera?
A little bit?
He spat his bubble gum.
What?
In front of him, yeah, you guys missed that. Oh my god, I had to go
X-Lord
back and
and
rewatch
Manner.
it. Like, what is going on? And then immediately he looked around, he's like, what did I just do?
Плюется в камеру.
Is someone watching? Someone watching? Just thousands of people, X-Lord. But man, if you're one step away from a DreamHack semi-final, I think that is allowed. Well, guys. Things don't look too great for Dice. He needs to turn the series around. Otherwise, we have 4 consecutive 3-0s. Getting robbed of more and amazing games. Dice is getting closer, but X-Lord's still very, very dominant, if you ask me. 3 minutes, and then...
Что-то без шансов, да? Что-то без шансов, как-то для Дайса. Ну, Фоги не настолько слабо выглядит против Хэппи, как Дайс против X-Lord. Фоги получше ковыряется там, да, с хапачом. Отбивается на экспанде. Может быть, стоит советов каких-то взять у Фоги. В любом случае будет интересно как раз таки, да, в полуфинале X-Lord против Фоги посмотреть. Ну и Хэппи против Хавка получается, да? Играл против Джонни, завтра будет против Хавка. Снова Хуман. Сегодня такой получается, знаете, разогревочный день, а завтра прям топчик день. Топовый день.
3 match points for X-Lord. A very familiar sight right here. Dice doesn't seem to have the weapons to defend the X-Lord pushes.
He doesn't have a trident.
He doesn't have the nets. That's it. Doesn't have the tridents and the nets.
Is that the reason, boys? Is that the reason?
Хэппи первым отыграл.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
В смысле, где Хэппи?
Maybe he needs to be a bit more patient, like stand between his two bases.
Кстати, мне интересно, полуфиналы и финалы в один день. Полуфиналы 18, 16, 17. А что, финал отдельно? Финал отдельно сделали. То есть завтра только полуфиналы. Странно сделали. Полуфиналы и финал обычно в один день. Понимаю, если бы был бы матч за третье место, отдельно бы делать, да? Типа матч за третье место начало, потом уже финал. Финал, кстати, у нас best of 5. Если best of 7, тогда еще можно. Даты, плей-офф, best of 5, single elimination, сетка.
It's not gonna be too easy, of course. It's gonna be a rough rest of the series for him. Can't make any mistakes anymore. Is his comeback starting on autumn leaves? We'll see about that. Well, Remo. What are the odds that we start
Шутка была. Странная шутка.
They are definitely there. Don't know that I can quite place them. Of course, it's going to be hard, but Dice has beaten the best in the world before, especially on ladder. Todd mentioned it earlier. Was able to beat Happy quite a few times, and if you can beat Happy, you can also beat X-Lord, but yeah, you still have
Бро, во сколько завтра будет играть Фоги, подскажи. Примерно в 19 часов. Ну, после пары Хэппи Ставка будет пара Фоги X-Lord. Ну, скорее всего, X-Lord. Начало 18, ну, думаю, в 19, чуть попозже. Смотря как Хавк будет биться. Может быть, завтра каждая игра будет по 40 минут и игр в 5, к примеру. Да, и в итоге Фоги стартанет там в 9 часов вечера, к примеру. Может быть такое, может. Точно сказать не могу. Точно тебе никто не скажет.
I was really impressed with how X-Lord was able to keep his own base safe, creep up in the early game, and then still be able to pressure with just ancient, with statues and heroes.
Могут вообще расписание взять, поменять и типа сделать так, что Фоги будет первый играть, но навряд ли. По расписанию сначала сверху, ну, первая пара, которая сверху по сетке.
You know what, man? I'm the man of silver linings here. A lot of room for improvement now.
Across the map, X-Lord also gets a whisk that was not detonated. A bit more experience for him. He can move across already. He got the claws, which is wonderful.
Примерно в 19-20 часов по Москве.
Okay. Easy as you say. He's moving over already. You gotta be careful with the purges. And he is. A little bit of stop commands there, I guess. Level 2 for the keeper. X-Lord can't steal that. Detonate gets off as well.
And X-Lord committing a lot of his hero's resources here. Out of mana, kind of low HP, and you know, as rough as the first couple of seconds looked, this might mean that there's some freedom here for the keeper to do some things and not get annoyed. DK also still far away from 3. Do we have backpack on the ghouls? We don't, so X-Lord can't just send them out too easily, creep and pick up those items.
All about the staff goes to X-Lord, and having a keeper you really want to harass now.
Вот раз бэкпака нету. Ну а куда тут выходить крепиться гулями, да? Поэтому бэкпака нету. При этом, да, и ни рубки даже нету у X-Lord'а. Так, поднять скелетиков, напрячь попробовать.
It takes forever though, no?
Yeah, I mean the Nerub also takes a long time. Maybe he trusts in the possibility of the DK staffing back, calling the Acolyte, saving it. But he's out of mana actually. Oh, he finds the tree. This tree must not be cancelled.
Even the Acolyte is helping, but X-Lord denies. Not a single point of experience shall go to the Keeper. Here comes the Wisp, but there's already a split. Don't want to detonate for one Skelly only, but maybe you have to. I don't think so. So, Dice saving his game and his tournament life here.
Там было понятно, что ДК не убьет, на самом деле можно было чуть-чуть позже сделать корни, да, и в итоге развести на телепорт X-Лорда, ну, либо на персоналку. В итоге прибежал, сразу прикопал, X-Лорд спокойно убегает.
His Hunter's Hall is kinda late again. Oh, he has no mana anymore.
Ой, что-то Кипера лицом танкует.
Ambitious, but you know he can get a mana potion for it.
Dude, this Enforcer does so much damage.
He is a strong boy. I mean, you don't call him Enforcer without a reason.
Tretий
He's gotta
левел.
be strong to enforce.
Yeah, he was enforcing those archers right there. This takes a lot of moon juice to heal up. This Keeper is gonna... He's a very thirsty boy. Good thing they're pretty much full to the brim. We have the Demon Hunter coming again. It is the standard as we expected. But daytime is about to hit, and then there's no more moon juice region.
Не знаю, такое чувство, знаете, что Дайс не делает апгрейд на Nature Blazing. Он, по-моему, в двух предыдущих не делал апгрейд на Nature Blazing, и сейчас не... А, нет, делает апгрейд, все, вижу. О, и нерубок нету, отлично. Ну что, отменяем Т3.
And X-Lord has to step home, does so. Is he in time for the coil? I don't think so. Close.
Не будет отменять? Не будет, видимо. Одного Акарита всего лишь потерял, скорее всего, не будет отменять уже. Там наполовину готово.
And that narrow tower may have not prevented the Wisp from getting into the base, but it would have been further away from the Acolytes. It would have given X-Lord more time to staff in perhaps fast enough. So not upgrading the narrow. Pretty damn greedy.
Сбил немного тайминг, в принципе, да. Акарит нет одного Акарита.
Yeah, this is gonna cost him. And this is the first real lead I think Dice has had this series.
Look at E, Entangle, right clicks, Demon Hunter's looking strong as well.
Ой-ой-ой, неплохо. Опа! Зажал телепорт. Зажал телепорт. Минус ДК. Вот опять Undead где-то нахалявил и сразу же получает по заслугам. Нахалявил с нерубкой, потерял Акарита. Нахалявил здесь с декой, как бы, да, не прожал телепорт, потерял в итоге его. Виспы, почему не в шахте? Такое чувство, что X-Lord Expand будет вообще свой ставить. А там бывает, YouTube не все сообщения пропускает. Ой, крипится очень хорошо. Уже Димка третьего левела забирает лагерь наемников, жирную точку. Здесь может выпасть какая-нибудь аура хорошая, да? А, хилинг вард. Сейчас Лич достреляется, получит моноберн. Нет, успевает откинуть нового. Ну тут зря моноберн, наверное, сделал. Ну, в повторе тогда посмотришь. Я говорю, Фоги может начать завтра в 8 часов. 7 или 8. Или даже в 9 вечера стартануть. Так, но в этот раз у Дайса все классно. Все классно. Прикопка Тренте. Пора. Прикопка Тренте. Да, кстати, я был прав, да, что X-Lord будет экспанд, наверное, ставить. Так и есть. Так и есть. Взял землю, идет крепить шахту, и это не тайминговая такая атака. О, тут можно лича поджать. Моноберн хороший, на сотку. Лишили маны под замедлением гули. Ну, персоналка немного не туда. Можно было поближе сделать и прикопать лича сейчас. Неплохо, неплохо. И апгрейды будут на дриад. И может быть Т3 прожать, да, если собирался X-Lord Expand дальше пробовать выходить. И Инвул искупается свитками. Все отлично.
Can he squeeze in a tier 3 tech? For now, it's just more dryads, it's a lot more upgrades.
Да будет Т3 тег, если X-Lord соберется в экспанд идти. Понятно. Ну, удачи тебе, Андрей. Побед. Только побед. Так, иногда тоже свободное время. Захожу покерок играть онлайн. Но не на деньги, а на фишки игровые.
Ramping up for X-Lord, but we have 3-3 for Dice, 63 supply, very mobile army, of course, as you have Dryads, not as mobile as the Undead with the Unholy Aura.
Слушайте, а можно, да, можно прямо сейчас напрячь X-Lorda, посражаться, пока у тебя преимущество, да, и еще больше получить преимущество, и уже Т3 точно прожимает Т3, прожимает, да, с Т3. Что-то X-Lord жмется, да, поэтому Дайс прожимает сейчас Т3. Койл Нова, Кипера на развороте, есть инвол у Кипера. Да, там мана нету у ДК, мана нету у Линча, нету бутылок. Хорошо разменивается, Гулей убивает, финда, он битый финт. Ну, прикопать, убить его, прожми бутылку маны.
Sends a couple of hurt ones back. Fiends are starting to fall. There's no mana anymore on X-Lord. Nothing. So the Fiends are chased.
Красава. Похоже, Дайс тут вытаскивает.
Better and better and better. Even though X-Lord is getting kills, it might not be enough. Destroyer comes back in.
Удачи тут нельзя желать. Нужно желать фарту масти. Ну, чтобы подфартило по мастям, по картам. Там стрит, флэш и так далее. Чтобы карта высокая была и в масть всегда. Да? Вот так. Кольцо регенерации.
Army and items and upgrades, but still, this 2-base, 1-base situation must be fixed somehow, and there's no additional acolyte. X-Lord, the clock is ticking for him.
A player's forces are under attack.
Gonna go for the red camp now. Dice is trying to intercept. Again, is the army not that big yet? How many Dryads is this? 6 Dryads? Against 4 Fiends and statues, that does not look like it's enough. 5 Fiends.
Wants to contest the red spot. Keeper is in a weird position. Has to move across 2 screens. For X-Lord, everything is centered.
Доделывается Т3. Древо ветров. Добавляет Дайс. Еще одно древо ветров. Ну, апгрейд на мишку, соответственно. Спасибо, братишка, дай номер карты, тебе на пивко в кино. Так, Donation Alerts.
Items have been pretty damn bad for X-Lord. Belt into ring into helm.
On this map,
Есть ссылочка на донат, как бы в описании и на самой странице Ютуба. Ну а Фоги потом тогда в этом посмотришь в повторе. Записи будет на Ютубе на Гудгейме.
So many things speaking in favor of DICE. Heroes look good, Army now looks good, catching up in tech, Orb is nearby, and of course Super Wells and a lot more upgrades.
Speaking of which, X-Lord also with the next attack upgrade. That's a big deal for him, especially when there's armor upgrades in the Dryads and Bears. You really want to have damage upgrades. There's still a possibility here for X-Lord. If he gets up to 60-70 supply, can win a fight. Because the left army at the moment is
Может на киви кинуть, если что.
In the super late game is not the best, especially not very supply efficient. Hippo comes in, it's gonna trigger a web here.
Ну, очень много дряток. Просветочка есть, поэтому финды подрезается. Есть уже медведь. Помогает танковать. Впитывает урон от дестройеров. Привет, Станислав. Спасибо. Нет, что удачи. Здесь надо Дайса удачи. Так, с Бери можно на киви кидать. Ну, 69 на 37, Т3, экспанд, все дела, как бы падают шкатулки, падают дестройеры здесь, падают финды, хорошо разменивается. В общем, Дайс, просветочка, будет просветка на финда.
Nice unburrow, good web, catches the next one, but Dice now with a big supply. And the good thing here for Dice was he killed a lot of undead units, and he traded out Dryads, that now he can replace with better units, with more Bears and more Hippo.
You know what scares me a little? Is X-Lord's levels. 5, 4, good inventory. There might be something doable just with heroes and focus. But of course he needs to have an army to support this, and currently it's absolutely not the case.
И контроль шахт есть, да, у Дайса, виспы висят. Контролирует базы.
Dice is getting 14 more, so not even that much more. Or 14 gold, I should say. 4 gold more in that case, but with a big supply lead. 24 supply lead for him. Did remake more Dryads after the fight, by the way. I feel like he definitely overmakes Dryads, especially in this late game. His bear count is still extremely low.
Короче, будет время, кинь номер карты, благодарю тебя за все хорошее. Окей.
Has an orb, and that's the most important thing. Misses the keeper at the moment for that sad stab, but there's also no coil, no nova, just a TP. Reveal at the perfect time to take this fiend back home.
Тут на самом деле, знаете, еще могут вывести героя у X-Lord'а 5-й уровень Death Knight уже, да, и если получит там лич как-то 5-й левел, опять же, Coil Nova по героям. Но есть реджувы, здесь уже попроще. Реджувы, ставчик бы второй прикупить на самом деле Дайсу. 80 лимитов уже, да, тут нужно думать уже об артефактах, наверное, да, а не... Ой, куда гипсы-то полетели? Димка нарезает с арбы. Моноберно сделал. Герои пустые. Прожимает бутылек маны. На Death Knight у X-Lord'а. Хорошо, что нейтралы здесь успокоились и не трогают сейчас Дайса. О, там ДК зашел, выманил. В итоге молоток получил по голове. GG. 2-1.
GG called and Dice will make this a closer series.
And finally we dodged the 3-0. Thank God for Dice here. Fighting back a little bit is looking
Вот так заходишь на канал, ты же на ютубе смотришь, да, вот ты сидишь, смотришь. Вот здесь вот в описании есть ссылка, донат называется, вот это вот, донат. Нажимаешь на нее, тебя перекидывают. Здесь вводишь сумму, нажимаешь, ну, там, сообщение, которое хочешь, там, за все хорошее, да? Пишешь свой никнейм. Андрей, да? Андрей. Сообщение. Привет. Лови на все хорошее. Вот, выбираешь сумму какую, там, 5000, к примеру, да, на все хорошее. И жмешь донейт. Выбираешь, ну, что у тебя, Сбербанк. Жмешь. Вот, тебя перенаправляет. Здесь вводишь данные своей карты, да, получается. Тут можно даже вот так. Можно даже вот так, но не обязательно, можно просто... Можно просто вот так вот на виза, либо киви. Виза киви. Да я не знаю, у меня номер карты, я не знаю его. Так же проще, тебе не нужно никакие буквы вбивать. Цифры, вот, и номер карты свой сюда.
Gladiators. With which weapon, though, is the question.
The trident. His little wooden arms. They spark everything.
Yeah, especially if DICE goes for the Tuskar camp first, the Demon Hunters are gonna have not much to go for. But there's a couple of different creep routes you can choose from. This also is another good map for a fast expansion.
Так у меня не Сбер, вот в чем дело. У меня не Сбер. Если ты будешь через приложение какое-то денежку скидывать, то там можно выбрать киви и номер телефона ввести. Номер телефона, вот.
There we go. X-Lord still on match point, still only one map away from the semi-final.
Но только на киви, потому что у меня нету Сбера. Короче, реально проще номер карты дать.
Starting in the bottom left-hand side, once again in mouse sports, red. And dice in the upper right as yellow. So, again, keeper, or where are we going?
99.99% yes, dice not the guy really to experiment here much, especially now would be a weird time. Just play what you're used to, play what you're comfortable with, and that must be keeper. He almost never plays anything else. Keeper indeed will be the call. Extra will follow up with a DK, and yeah, it's gonna be what we've seen from before. So it's about execution. You need to have the right creep route. You want to hit the right timings. You want to go for some harass, maybe here.
Так, поехали, следующее у нас. Что, дайс камбэч получается, да, у нас? Да на самом деле забил на нерубку. X-Lord.
Why is that, Remo?
Ну, я в чат скинул номер карты.
Damn, the map maker should definitely fix that then.
No, it's okay.
I agree. Love this map. So creeping starts. Exot, of course, has to play a little more careful, I guess. Autumn leaves. Maybe he was a little too sure of himself, of his performance so far. Tried to be cheeky, tried to be greedy, tried to skip
Банк
the
какой, говорю же, киви.
And he has to pay attention to little yellow dots on the map, because Dice really wants to step onto a wisp and cause trouble in the undead main base.
Oh, was coming in for the Dedo, but X-Lord aware.
Не построил ни рубку, потерял Акалита, в итоге сбил тайминги, пошел ставить экспант, а тут уже у Дайса все хорошо, да, он напряг, но вышел сам в Т3, и в итоге с экспандом Т3 смог отбиться.
Would have been sick if he stole it, but doesn't quite get the steal right there. DK on his way over. Nighttime, not ready yet. This archer might be falling.
But the defense just got a little easier because he got Claw +9. Still full HP DK. I wonder if he's aggressive because it's a lot about getting the staff from this shop. 30 seconds. He was probably hoping to be a little more successful by running across the map, but you can see already how he's closing or trying to close in this needle hole, stay in sharp range. He wants the tele staff.
Yeah, and also even if you don't get the item or the creep steal and the item steal right there, you don't want to allow the keeper to get the full camp, because if he gets it, obviously lots of experience, and also he's going to be able to expand on the spot. 1900 hours. Who's going to get the staff?
Покупаем став, и X-Lord забирает став.
Does have the slightly better ping. Perhaps that was relevant here. Also got
И просветочку еще купил. И маны на койл полно.
No support and tangle. Right clicks. Doesn't.
Oh! Jesus.
Jesus.
That was close.
That was really close. Those claws +9 helping out nicely.
We do have a new item that the DK can use to heal. The powerful ritual dagger. Helps the entire army over time, but this should be
Поймал, да, спасибо большое за поддержку. Приятно. Просто когда вот так вот карту просят, такое чувство, что какие-то разводы. Сейчас каких только разводов нету.
Solid game for Dice, right? Force the TP. Export timing is alright. It's about to get tier 2. We're gonna have Demon Hunter and gets level 3. So far, so good.
Well.
Тем более, я тебе же не могу в личку прислать номер карты, а показываю его на всех. Для всех зрителей.
It's very long. 2 minutes.
Hey, that's a long time. Okay, so no chance to step onto something, no chance to step out of something. And I guess with having forced the TP and the ritual dagger, Dice is already satisfied with this?
Третий. Забег от кипера. Нет. Персоналка нужна. Сейчас будет, наверное, персоналка на иллюзию.
Love how Exo is double checking with the skeleton if Dice is going for that tele staff or not.
Нет, ДК на месте здесь. Залета не будет. ДК тупит.
Tier 3 coming, so is the Lich, and now the Slaughterhouse should be next.
Yeah, I never thought the 2 minutes were up already, but I guess time flies when in good company, eh?
It sure does. Demon Hunter comes out. Should be creeping now.
Все равно переживаю. Как бы просто есть вон система донатов, и там не так все сложно же донатить. Плюс ты канал поддерживаешь, когда донатишь канал.
So, how do you react to this now? Okay, with the Lich maybe.
I mean, Exort is on notice right now. He knows about the illusions, he knows the real keeper could be coming right after. He knows about the illusion though.
Да, успеть, не успевает. Нет, блин, надо было сразу лететь, наверное, да? Блин, сколько попыток здесь просто у Дайса забежать как-то нахарасить акалитов кипером. Не удается. Ну, тут Нова, кстати, в иллюзию залетела одна.
But even if he's not getting these acolyte kills, what he's making sure of is that the Lich across the map doesn't coil over the archers and take him out.
Yeah.
Demon Hunter got the Toskar camp. That was level 2. But that's what I was talking about. It's hard to level up to 3. He's trying to go for the merchant, but oh boy, that could very easily be a creep jack.
Well, probably with only the DK, the keeper is creating so much space. Engine of War is here to help. DK seems a little confused.
Инвул на 15 секунд выбил у себя на оранжевой точке. Лич не может никак с базы все выйти. Кипера контролирует. Ну а Демон Хантер тем временем качается, да, на магазине. Как бы тут Койл бы не залетел. Нет, Койл летит в маленького гнола. Еще поржу получил в лицо ДК. О, проблема у Кипера. Проблема. ТП, жми.
Like that, X-Lord is back in this game, and the door to the semi-final is wide open.
Выкупает. Сразу же на месте, пока на центре находимся. Выкупить и, может быть, закрепить вторую центральную.
But it's not unrecoverable, of course.
Все равно, если сравнивать две первые катки, да, у Дайса здесь все-таки как-то, ну, не так все плохо, действительно. Опять же, тайминги у Икслорда сбитые. У Дайса больше лимита. Закрепил две центральные, выбил. А что он выбил на центральной, на магазине? Инвол он выбил на оранжевый у себя под мейном. Да, крест перерождения выбил на центре, на маркетплейсе. Когти, что ли, выбил на магазине. Ну и готов, в принципе, обороняться, дефаться. Да, все есть, весь набор.
Only a crystal ball, and the invul is still on cooldown.
Весь набор. Это 2-2? Ну, не знаю, посмотрим. Сейчас посмотрим, что еще здесь на красной точке выпадет. Так, крипджек от Дайса. Подрезает Гулю. Красную точку в итоге не докрипил Икслорд. Койл приходится тратить сейчас пинда. Можно подойти и хорошо промонобернить еще пока КД. Нет, ну там звонит своих героев. Грамотно Икслорд подконтроливает. Ну тогда красную точку забрать, да, выбить артефакт или не получится? Там же Койл Нову-то не кинуть в этого типа. О, в итоге Койл Нову летит в Демона Хантера. Демон обернуто в итоге. ДК поднимает, да, ДК поднимает ауру Таурена. Очень хороший дроп, нужно стаф от Демона Хантера. Второй апгрейд на атаку вижу у Дайса. Не, Дайсу нужно отходить. Здесь, конечно... Ну, Икслорд доконтроливает. Классно зонит героев Койл Нова. В итоге докрепил все-таки красную точку, забрал артефакты. Очень классный блок здесь на Дриаду. Стаф еще не откатился, видимо, да? Ну, он сам добивает. Маска Соби была на магазине. Продал, значит, да, маска Соби здесь не нужна. Ну что, попытка выйти в экспанд. Но при этом будет нападать Икслорд на экспанд Дайса. Ну так можно, да, кипером прибежать. У кипера есть не у кипера персоналка, у Демона Хантера. Но киперам нужно как-то возвращаться. Нужно было понимать, если ты сейчас идешь, нужно было передавать персоналку, наверное, кипера, чтобы сюда вернуться сейчас. К армии своей, потому что нужно дефаться. В итоге кипер пока возвращается, падает дрядка. Демон Хантер здесь соло не может нормально выйти промонобернить. Умудряется. Уже кипер подошел. Так, минус фин. Демон Хантер инвул. Инвул на 15 секунд. Еще не забываем, есть крест. Вроде протектор стреляет. Еще финда подрезает. И еще одного финда подрезал. 48 на 48. Просто армор диспарится. Кипера сейчас будет тыкать. Да. Сколько там урона? Там Лич опять просто ненормальный. Potion инвул. Став передавать. Либо крест передать. Нет, крест. Став. Бутылку купил? Нет, бутылку не купил. Сейчас Кипер умрет. Или Лич умрет. Ой, шикарно. И Кипер в итоге отлетает, да? Телепорт. Падает барак.
Acropolis is standing down there. It could make another acolyte. Lots of units coming in from the main. Bring the ghouls. All the ghouls. And the fiends that were trying to...
Демон Хантер вернулся. Так, у Димки еще крест есть. Может быть, Киперу отдать. Там Мануэлла, скорее всего, пустые, потому что Демон Хантер вернулся здесь, да, не полностью. А восстановил себе ХП ману. Ну, скорее всего, прожался Мануэлла. Да, Кипер наполовину. Наполовину жив.
Dice 57 supply, is that enough? These ghouls are so fast trying to prevent the retreat again. This time there's
крест тут не надо став делать. Ну не надо став, но крест же у тебя есть. Или это не лучший сейчас, не лучшее время для креста?
Experience on these undead heroes. DK gonna get level 5. It's only a matter of time at this point. Could get it here at the lab. And yes,
шахта заказана у Икслорда.
But even if he sees it, it doesn't seem like Dice in a position right now to get that cancel.
No. X-Lord's army is ready to compete with a couple of dryads and Dice...
О, когти плюс 9. Блин, там Лич просто нереально. О, это нереальный Лич какой-то. Двумя когтями, двумя перчатками, цирклетом. Успевает закинуть койл у Лича перед моноберном. Да, дрядки сыпятся. Здесь еще нейтралы помогают Икслорду сейчас. Пятый уровень ДК. И готов экспанд скоро будет. Т3 прожимает Дайс. Т3 прожимает Дайс. Красную точку пойти закрепить, может быть. Что тут Кипер хочет сделать, не пойму. Еще здесь... О, еще и здесь когти выпадают. Еще и здесь когти выпадают. Плюс 28 с двумя перчатками скорости. Плюс 28 с двумя перчатками. Он мало того, что имеет много брони, ой, много урона, при этом он еще и быстро стреляет. И при этом он скоро еще 5-й левел получит. И смотрим героя как бы у Дайса 3-3, намного слабее. Да. Не, все же это, скорее всего, 3-1. Потому что экспанд уже начал работать. Икслорд делает апгрейды на атаку для финдов. Перекупает инвул на магазине. Из инвиза очень хорошо, тут Димка моноберн. Блин, ну Лич вручную просто его пинает, этого демона Хантера. Просветка на закопанных финдов. Лича, пока Койл на КД передает инвул. Падает демон Хантер на искрест. Лич почти пятый. Да, Лич получает 5-й, Кипер получает 4-й, Демон Хантер воскрешается, моноберн в Лича и телепорт все-таки, да, здесь передал когти, получается, ДК, а телепорт отдал Личу. Блейду больше ловкости надо, а не урона. Побольше ловкости.
Oh yeah, he did.
А Личу как раз таки урон в самый раз.
When did he find the time to arrange the acolytes so
Ой, когда
perfectly
он успел отменить?
Yeah, must have been a sapper then.
Он подрывниками заходил? Он подрывниками, скорее всего, заходил, потому что у него шахта была готова.
And he's not very rich, so that was a good play. It slows down the economy a lot for Xlord, but it came at a pretty hefty price.
И в итоге вышел все-таки в Т3. Да, но лимиты, но герои. Там ждем просто койл нового Демона Хантера, либо Кипера. Нужна реакция очень хорошая. Инвулы, в принципе, есть у Дайса. Как-то доджить инвулом. Демону Хантера 4 уровень получить здесь.
Knowledge.
Pick it up, bro. It's a sacred text. Oh, I was about to say.
Oh man. Look how cute.
Penguin were guarding it.
Yeah, right? How cute how they're hanging out there. Maybe they were on a secret date and Dice disrupted that.
He left them alone. He's like, all right, guys. Have a nice evening.
I just want my book.
Xlord сейчас не будет отставать по лимиту.
Roar so helpful now. Reju so helpful now. Double invul potion. No second orb yet, but they are very, very, very expensive. Magnetor Reaver still up for grabs. Exod about to get it. That's the last big camp.
Exod has no TP anymore, so he might be getting caught in a weird position, but of course his move speed is insane.
Yeah.
Helm of Valor, that is not the greatest item.
Invul early.
Invul forced early.
Не, ну в какой-то момент, да, зелье можно взять, конечно, зелье прожать, если койл летит. Это инвул на Кипере. Второй став бы взять, второй став нужен. Реджу вкинул. Заканчивается. Блин, какая тычка там? Там тычка как от Кайла, блин, я не знаю. Тычка от Лича, как койл просто влетает в Кипера. Нет, против такого Лича, ребят, тут нечего делать. Тут ничего не поможет. Против такого Лича ничего не поможет. Два инвула на ровном месте отдал.
They've all disappeared only up to the Dryads, but those don't fare too well against the Fiends, and of course against this Lich. This Demon Hunter is somehow able to heal up time and time again, but now the healing might be out. The last bit of Moon Juice, he used the Moonstone. A-Bomb's now in the mix as well. The Z-Cloud could be coming in soon also. Nice saves on the Destroyers at the meantime. All these heroes kind of in trouble. No Invul Potion anywhere anymore.
What a fight. Two Dryads about to drop. The Demon Hunter about to drop. He got a target on his back, that's for sure.
Съедает Финда, но моноберн. Он съел Финда, наверное, для того, чтобы экспу не дать.
And he's getting closer, closer, closer. There's a shop. Can he reach? Oh my god!
1 хп. 3 хп. 3 хп у Демона Хантера.
He's trying to go for his own hero kill, but the Destroyer's there, the Impulse on point, the Demon in trouble once again. Staff must be ready, Staff must be used.
Staff is ready.
Yet.
But not on the Keeper. Can he buy a
Кипер на Нова. 6 уровень ДК. И падает Демон Хантер. Да, тоже. 6 уровень Лич почти. ГГ. Хороший матч. Хороший Лич в этой игре.
Nice. Xlord's great performance by him. Stayed solid throughout, just dropped the single map. But in that last game, that Lich plus 28. He was surgical.
Ball play, Dice, да, там смотрите в чатике. Dice ВП пишет.
Knew exactly when to fight. And kind of had Dice fall apart. Like once you run out of Moonwells, it's so hard to keep on fighting with the demon. Like Dice kept staffing with his demon at 1 hit point. And it's like, that's real nice, you know, well done, but I mean, where's the healing behind this? You're not going bears, you're spamming Dryads. And unfortunately for him, not able to go further in this tournament. I gotta say though, I do feel...
3-1. Все-таки, да, я был неправ. Думал, что 3-0. Да, все-таки такую борьбу показал нас на ЛР, на НИ. Не, ну такой лич это жесть. Там просто тычка от лича влетает в кипера. Такое ощущение, как будто влетает новый или койл. Плюс 28 на личей. Там эти тычки очень быстрые еще при этом, при всем, да. Там 2 перчатки скорости. Туфли ловкости вроде, да? Нет, 3 перчатки, 2 перчатки, 3 когтя и арба. Да, весь инвентарь забит. Что у нас завтра? Полуфиналы. Полуфиналы. Хэппи против Хавка и Фоги против Икслорда. Днем у нас азиаты катают. Днем азиаты. Азиаты Суайн Лингвагва. Сок Суи. Майкл Флай. И Элис Колорфул. Но здесь фавориты, наверное, Суэн, Сок, Флай и Колорфул. Игры нет сегодня. Это все. Это все. Доиграли. Можно пойти покатать 4 на 4, либо 2 на 2. Завтра также днем сядем с часу дня по Москве. Начнем, и будет перерыв между азиатами и европейцами. Европа завтра полуфиналы. Да, интервью сейчас будут брать, берут интервью.
Semifinals.
What did I say?
Finals.
Yeah, the year-end finals, I mean. Stockholm. It's
oh,
done.
you mean that one? Yeah. But I mean, it was pretty sure, even if I would have lost, that I'm within the top 5 because I'm not happy.
Ruin on the hype, etc., etc. It felt like you were 100% ready for this match today. No long work day, or is it just your level that is enough for an opponent like Dice?
I mean, Dice is kind of sometimes he's really strong in ladder, and sometimes he's not. So it really depends on his day, I feel like. And maybe today was one of his worst days, where he didn't show up like he would have on a perfect day. But nevertheless, I think I played decent. Gotta step it up for Foggy probably tomorrow, to be able to win, because Foggy is a different kind of player, I would say.
Yeah, he had a lot of practice versus Undead, didn't he?
Давай, Андрей, тебе тоже хороших выходных.
Do you know exactly what to do and how to react, or is there a little bit of confusion sometimes? Because it felt like Dice tricked you once or twice with like staffs and keeper plays.
Залетайте еще.
Yeah, I mean, like the keeper play on Autumn Leaves, he tried the same on Tide Hunters, which didn't work out because I killed the Wisp pretty fast. And sometimes it just happens, and if this one happens, the game is basically over. It doesn't even really matter if I lose my DK in the mid game. I was already really far behind. So from time to time, it just happens. You cannot always win every map against Night Elf, I feel like. And I mean, I don't like the matchup, to be honest. But what can I do? I have to play it.
That is your bracket, exactly, and you're probably gonna face a lot of Night Elves at the finals in Stockholm as well, with Moon and Lawlight, Colorful, maybe whoever. Might be worth the practice. Are you satisfied with yourself today, apart from the matchup?
Завтра увидим, как он против Фоги.
Or do you think there's a lot of room to improve, because we didn't see too many mistakes in your play actually.
From time to time I forgot a cigarette on the way to tier 3, which blocked me for a few more seconds, but it all depends on the as I mentioned, on the play of the Night Elf. If he plays really well, which I will expect from Poggy tomorrow, it will be really difficult to win with those kind of pushes like in the first 2 games. we will see. But I'm satisfied for today, and tomorrow's a new day, and yeah.
Is there a difference for you when you go into a match as the underdog? Because today you were probably the big favorite for a lot of people. Tomorrow the roles are reversed.
Not really. I mean, to be honest, I never feel pressure in Warcraft 3 when I have to play. So it doesn't matter if I'm the favorite or the underdog or dark horse in the matchup. It's just a game. But yeah, of course, Foggy is the favorite here for sure, and I will try my best to give him some hard games and maybe to win tomorrow.
Sounds good. Any questions, Todd?
Did you pay attention to his match history on WT Champions? Because he has a lot of games against Happy, and in quite a few of them, he was able to do well. So is that something that you think you should be thinking about, or were you more focused on like what you have to do yourself and what you think he's gonna do?
I mean, yeah, of course, I saw that he played a lot of games against Happy in the last few days. But I have to say, I only watched like I think 1 or 2 of them because I didn't have more time to watch him. So in a perfect world, I would have watched all of them and took notes of his creep routes and so on, because it's kind of sure that he won't change too much of his playstyle in 1 or 2 days. But yeah, I saw it, but it didn't bother me. I had my own practice partner, so we prepared today, and I hope we can play some more games for tomorrow, and then we will see.
From the match history, it was very clear that he's using Keeper and Demon every single game and just focused on that strategy. In the pre-game, we were talking about how you could play, and Remo was saying that maybe a good thing to do to kind of push Dice off his game is maybe to try and play Gargoyles. But you ended up playing completely standard, like just a Ghoul into Finn build. Did you think Gargoyles wouldn't have a very good chance here, or what was it that motivated this strategic decision?
In my opinion, I feel like that Gargoyles in this matchup are gimmicky and not supposed to work, because if the Night Elf does everything fine as well here, and sets up his expansion with no problem, then he should be really far ahead, and you should never be able to expand or push him to death with mass Gargoyles on any map, I feel like. Yeah, that's the reason basically I didn't play it, and I knew I can play the standard game here, and why should I risk anything? So I just stayed with the stuff or the strategy I know.
And like those your performance today, maybe build up your confidence a little more, because you mentioned you made some mistakes, and there is tomorrow's a new day. Maybe you just end up playing better, but Dice is very, very strong. This guy doesn't always get the credit he deserves. Like I want to say, he's almost like a mini Foggy. You know, he's getting up there. He's not obviously on the level yet, but you just kind of beat the almost like the junior version of Foggy, so to speak, because he plays the same style as well. So does that help your confidence a little bit, or do you just look at the mistake and you're like, okay, I need to make sure I don't make these?
To be honest, I don't have to get or gain any confidence to play against Foggy. I have my confidence against everyone, and it's not different from playing against Dice or Foggy, to be fair. And I will try just to play better, sleep well tonight, and a little bit longer in the morning, and get good food as you like, Todd, and then maybe take a walk.
Food though?
What food though? Yeah, I'm not too sure yet, but I didn't have sushi in a long time, or maybe some Vietnamese food. I don't know, some fatty food, and then take a walk like Foggy does, and beat him with his own strategies.
All right, I hope you have some meditation prepared as well for tomorrow. We all know that you're a very busy man. You have to work a lot, and the Sweden tournament is going to be 4 days. So can you play?
Yeah, I already mentioned it in the Meisterschaft, I think, that at least it's scheduled now, my vacation, so to say. But of course, it can always come to that point where I have to shortly cancel my vacation. But I hope it will work out. I'm pretty sure that it will work out. And I will try to practice as much as I can until then. And finally, we can play on an offline event against the Asian players and also the American players with a fair ping. And we will see who's the best in the world.
We will see.
And perhaps a showdown with Hitman finally.
Yeah, why not?
Is that the one that you're looking forward to the most, or do you think playing against the Asians also would be really cool at this point?
To be honest, I mean, I never hated Hitman or anything. I know he's a really good player. I'm just saying that the almost the rest of the entire NA scene is not that good. But Hitman is for sure one of the best orcs in the world right now, and was already for a few 1-2 years maybe now. So yeah, it's just basically it's just like playing against Lin, I would say. There's no difference, I guess.
Damn, that's high praise. Lordy, thank you very much. Congrats once again. Thank you for your time. Have a great evening. Good luck tomorrow.
Yep, thank you. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. X-Lord qualified alongside Happy, Foggy, Hawk, Johnny Cage. 2 undeads, 2 human, 1 night elf. That's the roster for Europe for the Stockholm main event, November 25 to 28. $130,000 on the line.
And you know, now that we start mentioning some of these matchups, by the way, like in my head, I'm like, oh my god, like this is gonna be so sick. You know, if we finally get X-Lord against Hitman and stuff like, not even like anything personal or something, it's just the best of Europe against the best of NA. It's finally happening, or at least, I mean, I hope so. I don't want to jinx that one too. But I think it's gonna be so sick. Like honestly, I cannot wait for this. Like all of these great matchups, and well, first we have to finish obviously this DreamHack as well, which still has a lot of great matchups left.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to like a very motivated cruncher to show